Welcome to part 4 of the Gooners versus Cancer fourth annual 27-hour Podathon. This is part 4 of 4. We are rounding the final bend, or, if we're the final chicane, to put it in terms that Jared can understand, because he doesn't know what a bend is. I am searching very, very desperately for my second or third wind. I've struggled at various times over the first 3 years of this, and there's always been a period where I've struggled right now, and I will just flat out tell you this is that time in this podcast. So I'm really desperately trying to get this going. We do have a game that we're going to play. It's a very, very popular game. It's very, very fun. It's very, very stupid. But because our third contestant is not here yet, I'm just going to hand it over to Jared and Demian to vamp and to chat. Because, by the way, Demian Arriaga, I see I failed to introduce you. Demian Arriaga joining us live on tour from Chicago, Illinois, the same city, 5 minutes away, in fact, from Jared.
We just found that out. That's crazy. Thank you, Mike, for having me. Jared, of course. Nice to see you again. Mike, before we go any further or farther, depending on the right speech or the right word, I want to thank you for everything you do, not only for having me and allowing me to be in the same platform as Peter Drury, obviously Sophie Nicolau, Jared, Jim Proudfoot, who I'm a massive fan of. Obviously, Marcotti was just stellar, and everybody just for me to see a flyer with all of those names. It's just so surreal, and these types of things never get old for me, and it's just such an honor. And add to that everything that you're doing, the reason that you're doing it, the cost that you're doing it for. It's absolutely beautiful, and I'm honored to be a very small part of it. And of course, to think Jared would be an understatement. Your co-host and somebody that has your back. Like I do today, right now. So we're trying to energize you and energize the listeners and just be here for. And speaking of amazing people, energetic people,
Yes.
I mean, the legend himself, when I got to meet Lee Judges at the Fox and Hounds and hear that accent in real life, man,
Yeah,
that's when I actually became a true Arsenal fan.
My question for
energizer.
you, Demian, is: do you know what he means? Like, do you know?
I kind of know what he means. Like, yeah, I know. Yes.
Lee, welcome back to the pod.
Just-
I haven't seen you since I haven't seen you since the tribute show.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
And then of course yesterday, and we will certainly we've heard from Sophie about yesterday, but as kind of co-best friends with Kevin, as you and Sophie, I am really glad the two of you got to spend some time together in person finally. And I heard it was an absolutely beautiful, wonderful, somber but inspirational day yesterday.
yeah. Just first before we go into that, just click the link. Just click the link, which I did. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm here, so I was panicking, like. But yeah. What can I say? Do you know what? I'll be honest. I didn't sleep the night before. I was really worried about it, really panicking. It was going to be a really difficult, tough day. Obviously, I know it was going to be a long day, but I have to say that it was just you got there and you had the feeling that from everybody, the family and everything there, it was a celebration of his life, and that's how it went. Like, one of his aunties got up and done a speech and got everybody singing and clapping in the church, which normally it's a very somber mood in the church and everything like that with somber music. It was like all gospel sort of songs and things like that, and like then you think, oh no, like, all right, that was good, but then you got the burial bit, which is again something that I was dreading. Again, all songs being sung as that was done, and that was very, very good as well. And then I have to say, wow, Arsenal Football Club put on a do that just makes you proud to be Arsenal. You know what I mean? Like, and I think maybe even Sophie who mentioned it, that they talk about the Arsenal family, but that's how it was. It really is. They really looked after everybody there. They said there's an hour like free bar, so like on Arsenal.
That was your favorite part of the whole thing.
Well, like, you know, straight. So I thought, well, I bet I'm getting him a couple before this. You know what I mean? Try and get my season ticket money back, like, you know what I mean? But anyway, by the time you was chatting and everything like that, and meeting people, like meeting family and whatever, the hour had gone. But then they brought out the food and they just announced that don't worry about the hour. We're going through to the end of the night. Like, don't worry, you know. So it was drinks all night for it, you know, on the Arsenal, and it was fantastic. The greatest thing for me was seeing family that were coming up to me, like, you know, and saying, "Oh, we you know, Kevin spoke very highly of you," and things like that, and meeting some of his family and everything like that was fantastic. Like, you know, I'll be honest, really, I don't think it's quite sunk in yet, even now that he's not with us no more. I know it's mad that it's been so long, but it was good to see all the players out and some old friends and all that. But I also have to say that, you know, big up to people like Les Ferdinand that were there, Chris Hughton, like from the Tottenham connection, and there was a bit of banter with the Spurs in the church, you know, giving them some stick. And I was talking to Les after, said, I bet he loved that about the Spurs, and he said, "You got to take it on a day like this. It's all part of it," and was very, very special. The greatest thing about it for me was Andy Cole was there, and of course, you know the story that we go on about Andy Cole when me and Kevin stitched him up and all that. Like, he actually come up and he goes, well, I went up to said hello, and he goes, "Do you remember?" He goes, "Yeah, I bloody remember you. Don't worry about that." Like, you know, and he goes, "I've heard you tell the story, yes, and you done me and all that." Like, and that was fantastic that he remembered that, and he said, "Yeah," but that was typical Kevin. And I have to say, yeah, fantastic day, really, celebrating, which was a great life. I know Kevin passed away very, very young, but touched so many people, and he's, you know, he was only here for a short time, but his legacy will go on. And they got the, I'm sure Sophie mentioned about the foundation and all, which is going to be magnificent.
I'm very anxious to learn more about that. Yeah.
And Arsenal are going to be in that, and Kevin was always, you know, always wanted to give you time, and I think that was. I actually sat there in the church yesterday, and all these people that he knows and all that, like, you know, and I said, I can't believe he had time for me, you know what I mean? And then I turned around and I said, maybe that's why I used to get up so bloody early, like, because he had so many people to see and do, like, do you know what I mean? But he just had everybody. He had time for everybody, and the loveliest thing that I can say about it was when his little niece come up to me, and I'm going to get upset, but she just come up to me. She says, "Hello, Lee. I'm Kevin's niece," you know what I mean, and just give me a little hug, and it was just.
Did she say, "You know what I mean"? Did she say, "I'm Kevin's niece"?
No, she said, "I'm your number one fan," like, after Kevin, like, you know, so. But it was just a lovely moment that, you know, that, you know, like, his niece watched what we done and appreciated that our friendship, and appreciated Kevin what he was all about. So yeah. A lovely day celebrating the life of Kevin Campbell.
Well, it's nice to know that such a, you know, I mean, a sad, tragic circumstance. You know, time. The one thing that can begin to heal is time. Without time, you can't begin to heal. And you know, a month later, to be able to have a celebration, and as Sophie said, and you've said the same thing. It was apparently made clear from day one that this is not going to be a sad day. It's going to be a proud day. It's going to be a celebratory day. And, you know, remembering what was great about someone that you've lost is certainly much more cathartic and leaves you in a much better position emotionally than reliving the tragic part of it. And I'm glad that they had that approach to it, and so great that the club stepped up and, you know, took care of one of their own. The way that they did. And
of course they'll be doing things on Saturday as well, and which I'm looking forward to that as well. And of course, Everton are doing the same as well. So I don't think Everton should be left out of it neither. They've been unbelievable, and like for Lee Carsley, who as just got the England job and all that, like to make the time and come there. Him and David Weir sat at the back. I didn't see the other guys, to be honest. I know that Alan was saying that they was there and all that as well, but I didn't see those guys. But had a chat with those two guys and told them to rest Saka and Rice for the up and coming friendlies. Well, that was it. Like, I thought I'd get that in, but but no, it was lovely to see because I think. Well, you know it as well, Mike, because you've experienced it. The Everton thing that is something to behold when you're up there, and the attention and love he gets up there, and going to the Winslow was a treat. It was a treat,
It was. I mean, I'd met him once, thanks to you. By that point, when I saw him there, but I just had the pride of seeing it because I knew that when on that day in March of 2018, there was some weirdness in the fact that you were the celebrity when the two of you were walking around the concourse of Arsenal Football Club. And I love you, Lee, but that bothered me a little bit. Not because you were getting attention, but that no one seemed to know who Kevin was at Arsenal Football Club. And, it's a generational thing. The environment that you were in tends to lead itself towards a bit of a younger crowd. And so I understand that a little bit, but then you see him in Everton, he's just absolutely getting the massive appreciation. And I told Sophie earlier, and I really attribute a lot of this to Sophie and to you, the evolution over the last 6 years of what the Arsenal fan base of today has learned about Kevin Campbell, both historical and the person that he is and the impact he had on people. By the time everything came full circle, the club, the fans, the worldwide fans, people in Australia, Nigeria, and all over the world who connect themselves with Arsenal Football Club through media and through social media and podcasts. Everyone now knows who the man was, and I really don't know that could have happened without you and Sophie.
Oh, that's lovely to say so, Mike. But what I would say about it is, and I think we've all been in this industry enough. Sometimes people use you to get as a stepping stone or whatever, and things like that. But Kevin was starting to make real impressions in the like mainstream media, like on Sky Sports and Talk Sport and all that. But he'd still find time for channels and YouTube channels and all that. And do you know why? Because he loved them. He had an absolute passion for it. I was speaking to his mate Terry, he's known for since he was like an apprentice at Arsenal. And he was just saying, do you know what? He's always loved fans. He's a football fan. He was a football supporter. And I think that was one of the greatest traits about Kevin is that he never forgot his roots. He never forgot about Brixton and what those people meant to him and his mates there. And he never forgot about the fans and everything when he was a fan himself to become a player. And one of the it's a real funny thing because Terry said exactly the same thing. Kevin was younger than me, but he taught me so many things. I learned a lot off of Kevin, even though he was younger than me. And one of the things that he always said to me, and I will stick to it: do not ever change. Do not change. You are what you are. You know what I mean? And because he was a professional footballer, I see certain players. I'm not going to mention names and all that. I'm a professional footballer, you know what I mean? But Kevin, if you didn't know Kevin was a professional footballer, you wouldn't know he was a professional footballer. Do you know what I'm saying? He would never give you that impression. Oh, I'm this and I'm that. He never asked for anything or whatever. And I remember we went into a restaurant like a bar, was going to the bar, and the fella come up to us and said, "Oh, Kevin Campbell, lovely to meet you," and was having a drink, and this bottle of champagne come over, and he said, "I never ordered that. Oh no, take that back. I didn't order that." You know what I mean? And they're going like, "Oh no, it's on the house, Kevin," and all that. He wouldn't be
He
flash.
was uncomfortable with that.
Yeah, he wasn't
Yeah.
flash or anything like that. And
He's fine when you bought him one, but yeah, just
yeah, like he wouldn't mind that. But he just, do you know,
he actually would not let us buy him a beer. Like we were at O'Shea's a number of times with him, with my son. You know, I tried to buy him a drink. He would not.
Do you know, like he done. We were talking about this. It was like Michelle's daughter's birthday. She was 21 years of age, and we all met up in Manchester, and we were going for like brunch. And he said, "Oh, like Chelsea's 21st." Like, so he says, "Is this on Judges? Is it?" So I said, "Yeah." So like, he's come down. He's gone. Oh, right. I'll have double egg because this is on Judges. And like I said, I'll have a nice coffee. But I tell you what, I'll have a smoothie as well. Like, nice one of those nice big smoothies, extra large one. Thank you very much. I'm thinking, oh God, this is going to cost me a fortune. So I've gone to go. Like, we're going to pay now. So I've gone to pay, and he's just pushed me to the side. Don't be stupid. This is on me, like, do you know what I mean? Like, and that was what he wound me up to where I thought I might have to take a mortgage out. But anyway, like, you know, so, but that's what he was like. He was such a generous, not only with money or whatever, like personality and everything like that. If you went shopping, he'd buy the girls, you know, we'd be going shopping, like just getting something, and he'd just go into the perfume shop, come out with 2 bottles of perfume and go, "Here, girls, I just got you this," or whatever. He was just like that sort of a person, like, you know what I mean? And just so generous with his time, just so generous with his everything. And I think that's the one great thing about him is that first and foremost, he was this professional footballer that played for Arsenal and Everton, but more importantly, he was one of the fans. And I think that he never forgot that. And that I think, you know, always come across. And, you know, the Everton experience is something that lived me forever. Like, you know, when we got bombarded there, it took us an hour to get to the car. You know, because and all he was worried about was us saying, like, I just get on with it, don't worry about it, kid. You know what I mean? Like, just a all round lovely guy, lovely guy.
I miss him, man.
Yeah.
The thing that struck me was that when I woke up that morning and I felt it. I had a dream that we were doing a tribute show for him, and I woke up and I said, and I looked at my phone, and sure enough. You know, I just knew, and I turned over in bed. I told my wife, I said, "Kevin's gone," and she just hugged me for like 5 minutes. Like my family knew that this was probably the death that would affect me the most since my father, and you know, 14 years earlier, and it really was. You know, it inspired me to jot my thoughts down on paper for the first time since I wrote my dad's eulogy, and like, I mean, that's. And by no means was I his closest friend. But you felt like you were.
Yeah. Do you know? I'd say Julian made a great said something great like the other day, and
Julian actually said something great.
Yeah, I was I was shocked about. I had to sit down first and foremost, but he actually said, "I only knew Kevin I only met Kevin like a few times. You know, what was we for a minute, whatever, like, and then we went out." On a couple of occasions, so he met him probably 3-4 times in his life, mate. You know, but he said that he felt like he was his best mate. He made him feel like that. You know what I mean? What an unbelievable thing for a person to be able to do that. You know, make you feel like that, and that's how he did it. You know, he would make you feel like that. You know, so everybody feels that there was like, you know, this massive friend of his, and that was a. You know, a very poignant thing that he said then, and
yeah, I mean, I've had the fortunate ability. I mean, I have a pretty neat Rolodex of. I mean, obviously the Rolodex doesn't exist anymore, but I got a pretty neat, you know, address book or contact list on my phone of people who I've met through podcasting, through the charity. I mean, we're talking ex-players, we're talking the highest levels of Arsenal Football Club, and I mean, it's fantastic, and you always. You just want to be sure you're not bugging people, needling people, being a pain in their ass. And you really have to measure, no matter how friendly they are, you got to measure whether you're overdoing it or not. And with Kevin, it was never like that. I mean, you know, and I'm not saying that other people are, you know, like, if you ask me one more thing, I'm not gonna make it. It was never like that. But with Kevin, it was just, I mean, he used to send us, you know, funny messages. Let's just leave it at that. Funny messages. I would wake up to a funny message from him that, like, I mean, clearly it was being sent out to a group of people, but like, I'm like, this is that guy that I watched score a goal at 35 years ago, and he just sent me what he sent me, which
I'm going to say it because like he used to get me on them all the time, right? And you know the ones we're on about with the noise that comes out at the end of it, like, you know, and
basically what Andy Rhodes has sent to us millions of times.
But he used to get me all the time, like on the train and all that, like. Well, anyway, one day I was out having a family meal with my mum and that, like, you know what I mean? And I've opened up this message and it's gone like, you can imagine it's like nice table and all that, like, you know. It's gone blah, 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 and then the noise has come out, do you know what I mean? Like, my phone's loud anyway, like, so my mum's gone, what the hell's that, like, you know what I mean? I said, bloody Campbell. So anyway, I phoned him and I said to him, like, he's going, you all right? So I said, yeah. I said, you've done me in a restaurant with my mum and all that. Like,
I'm at the Savoy right now with my mom, and you just
mum, and the whole restaurant has heard it. And he's gone, yes, oh, that's fantastic. It's fantastic. I thought he was going to say, I'm really sorry about that. Say apologies to me, mum. Or yes.
With all he's accomplished in his career,
yes,
in his life, that was the best moment of his life right there.
This moment yet, like, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? And like, that's how he was, you know what I mean? Like, you know, a little kid at times. He really was with practical jokes and things like that. So every time I had a message from him, I had to put it on the volume right down just in case, you know what I mean? You know, that's what he was
Fool
like.
me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Unbelievable, man. And I want to try to get to some more memories, but we have a game to play. We do need to do this, and we will. If you guys are available, we'll probably just spread this into the next hour, and then we can talk more memories, because in the next hour, we're just basically going to be adding Ryan Rocastle to this group. A really good friend of the pod, and unfortunately, somebody who can speak to the tragedy of losing a parent just as I can, but a friend way too early. And while I don't want to dwell on that particular element of things, Ryan's just a wonderful person in his own right, and someone I really enjoy having on the pod, and I'm sure he. He'll have some feelings and thoughts to say about Kevin as well. But
he was there yesterday.
Now, Jared, have you played this game before?
I think I did 2 years ago, maybe. I mean, we all know what this is. It's going to be a super zoomed in face. We all act like we're going to try and guess who it is, and Judges just smashes us in the games.
Well, last year we had a just an absolutely just. And again, the thing that's happening right now, 22 hours into this, is I'm having trouble figuring the words out that I'm trying to say. But a prodigy in the form of James from James B. Literally got almost every single one right, from like the question that's taken at like cell level closeness to them. He was able to identify the epidermis of 5 different Arsenal players over the last 20 years. So
I don't know if I should be proud of that or I should be scared of that. I don't know.
It was impressive to me.
It was impressive. That's why I like, Mike asked me to text him. I pretended that I have, but I haven't.
Well, no, I actually heard from him. I heard from him already, and I knew that I knew he wasn't going to be able to make it.
No, they're not available. But like, I think he would have done it if he could have been like that.
I would have.
I was gutted that he couldn't do it.
All right, so the rules are, and there really are no rules. Like, this is not as formal of a game as the Mike McDonald Who Am I game, which I specifically didn't invite Lee to this year because I wanted to have a chance to finish in the top 4, and we only had 5 people playing. So, and I accomplished it. I finished 4th. So,
well done.
Yes, we're gonna start with a very close-up picture. Look, if you can get it in one, we'll just honor you for the next year. But the first, we have 7 players for this one. Is that
all Arsenal players, are they?
7 Arsenal players of the last, let's say, 25 years.
Okay.
So we're not going back to.
Wait, Lee's already taking notes. What's happening?
Lee
Wow. All right.
If he starts winning this, you're going to see that Lee dance.
The old dance will be coming up like. You know what I
There
mean?
we go.
I'm gonna pretend like I'm taking notes. I'm gonna pretend like I'm taking.
Yeah, I don't really understand what notes do for a person in this, but so I mean, the Mike McDonald game, it makes sense because you want to remember what the clues were, but this is a visual thing. So here's the first picture. This gives you some information. Anyone want to make a guess based on the arm hair?
I'm gonna say Mustafi.
Not sure if Mustafi played in that top.
No.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna guess Mustafi.
Okay.
Now you're exposing my shortcomings as a fan.
What was
Mike.
the one? What was the name of the play? Kinstrom.
Kingstrom? Are you talking about Kim Kallstrom?
Kim
Kallstrom,
Kallstrom. That's
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Kingstrom.
That's a good shout. That's a good
It was
shout.
not Kingstrom. And you know what? We're not going to do the whole thing where once you guess, you can't guess anywhere. This is just a free for all. So Jared, do you want to give a guess on this one?
No.
Okay. Picture number 2.
Is that Arteta?
Oh,
It is not.
that's a good
It
shout.
is not Mikel Arteta.
Is it Vermaelen?
It is not Vermaelen.
Ramsey.
It is not Ramsey.
Cazorla.
It is not Cazorla.
I know it. I know it. Can I say it?
Well, no, you got to let the other two. This is this is like cricket. You got to finish. You got to wait till the over is over.
I know it is.
Okay, so you can get it. You can answer after the other two get it. But
I'm gonna say that's Mikel Arteta. That's what I'm gonna say.
it is not Mikel Arteta.
Yeah, that was my guess too. I don't have it. Lee, lay it on us.
I think it's who I met on Sunday. Super Jack.
Who?
Super Jack Wilshere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice.
Well done.
Very nice. Very
Super
nice.
Jack. So that's one for Lee, and that's how the game is played. So
Very
okay.
good. Very good.
all right. So we've got one down. Player number 2. Does anyone recognize the booby?
Cazorla.
Alexis.
By the way, Lee, I know you weren't watching the Michael McDonald game, but I picked Cazorla like 3 times and I was wrong every single time. So now you're basically you're doing that.
Right, so I'm wrong every time.
It is not Santi Cazorla,
Right. Okay.
Not Alexis.
not Alexis. Although that's not a bad guess, but it just from a body standpoint and what we can see there, but and how tight that kid was. Surprisingly, I did not look very good wearing that kit.
I'm gonna say, just for the sake of comedy, I'm gonna say Mustafi again.
It's not Mustafi. I'm going to actually say that neither Mustafi nor Cazorla are in today's game. So, so we can just put those guys away.
Is this guy French?
No.
No. All right.
Jared, are you going to hazard a guess? And that's not a clue.
No, my guess was Alexis on the first one, and that was not it. So
Awesome. Okay. This will shed some more information.
Phew.
Any guesses?
I'm trying to remember what year that top was from.
Yeah, this is something that if you're a Jersey head, like if you're a kid
Yeah,
now,
definitely not me.
it does help you. I know if Charn was playing this game, he would dominate. But anyone want to hazard again? And now I think if you guessed Mustafi again, I would really have some questions.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Gervinho, but I had forgotten he existed in my mind.
It is not Gervinho.
Wait, that wasn't my choice.
Too early for Sanya, I'm saying, but I think it's too early for him to that kick come out later.
All right, any more guesses before we move to clue number 3? I think we
Not
might
for
be.
me.
I think we might be getting it on this one, but
Danny Welbeck.
oh, by a hair that goes to Demian.
Let's go.
Almost a tie, but we're going to give that to Demian. So Demian gets one.
Thank you. That's
You
very
know what?
kind
I
of
wouldn't
you.
have got that. I didn't even think about that in the second one, really. Danny well went.
Neither did I. I have not a good memory.
Well, you've got it, Danny Welbeck, and there was a fourth picture in case no one had gotten that, but that's Danny. And let me check in the comments if everyone else is playing. Yeah, the buoy was the common one for this one. Sanya, Juru, Lauren, Welbeck. So Adam Giorgio did get that. We even had Sonogo. Jared,
Sonogo.
are you in the chat as a host?
Yes.
Okay, so would you mind keeping your eyes on the chat? Because I'm obviously in the other window putting the pictures up. And
Yeah, absolutely.
if there's anything comical enough to put in, I mean, not obviously people's guesses because, but all right, so here's the next one.
It's going to be worrisome if somebody gets this one on the first guess.
Anyone recognize this tuchus?
I'll say bird camp.
Bird camp. I mean, and you're basing that on his ass.
Well, I spent a lot of time checking it. No, I was basing it on, it looks like there's a double-digit number on the back right side of that jersey. I was thinking it could be a number 10. It's a reach, but that was just the...
all right, so there was some logic
work
to it.
for him.
Okay.
I'm going to say William Gallas.
Okay. Not the correct answer. Please.
So Dennis Bergkamp's not the correct answer.
It's not
By the
correct.
way, sorry, I said William Gallas. Nobody got the pun and the joke, but we'll move on.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Colo Torre.
It is not Colo Torre. All right. Here's the next one. Might be the clinching one here, but
Another pun.
Oh, okay.
Why would that be a clincher?
I mean, that's a number 9, yeah?
Is it Lacazette?
it is not Lacazette.
Oh, no, I have another guess. I'll let them go, but...
Is it Olivier Giroud?
It is not Giroud.
So is it number 9? Is there a number 9 there?
I don't, it looks like a number 9 to me.
Okay, so I'm going to go Eduardo then.
See, now that I see the gold stripe on the shirt, I was going to lean newer and go Jesus.
Okay. We may have a correct answer, but I'm good. The next one I have to show, and I apologize in advance.
Yeah, Eduardo, yeah.
Eduardo.
And just for gratuitous,
Oh, my.
yeah, sorry. All right, so yes, it was Eduardo. Yeah, that was probably poor taste. But yes, Eduardo, you did get it before that though, so I well done, Lee with 2, Demian with 1.
Yeah, and if you would like to 2-foot cancer in a disgusting way, go to goonersvcancer.com and donate now.
Exactly.
That's
We're all here. We're all here for a good cause. So even if I do things the wrong way, no, it is. It
That
was
was
not.
a game. That was a game changer that day. That's the closest since last season we come to winning the league.
It really was. Now I don't know if people were guessing Jesus or if they were like, Jesus, Mike, what the hell are you doing? Yeah, it seemed like a better idea at the time I came up with it than it does right now, to be perfectly honest with you. So I apologize for that. This is number 4.
I'm going to say Thierry Henry.
You're on mute, Mike.
Oh yeah, it is not Thierry Henry.
I thought it was a carpet floor, but now I can see the shorts.
Yeah, I can't even tell what I'm looking at on this one.
It's his leg, and that's a pair of shorts there, isn't it? Vieira.
Okay, not Vieira.
I got nothing on this one yet.
Okay, second picture. Any guesses?
It's that kid. It's throwing my lack of knowledge for a whirlwind. Let me think.
So, is this? I'll
Okay.
say Pepe.
It is not Pepe.
Sanya.
It is not
That's a good
Sanya.
shout.
It is not Bakary Sanya.
Is it Song?
It is not Song. So we're going to go to the next one. Again, this one might give it away.
Gallus.
William Gallas, of course.
Lee, yes, Lee has got it.
He got it. Yeah, we should have known. It's sitting down. Yeah.
Something just happened with your mic. I mean,
Hold on.
can you unplug it and replug it in or something like that? Yeah, that's definitely his mic.
Oh,
So, yeah, I didn't even think about this when I picked these pictures, but yeah, we have two pictures from the exact same game.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but we got an echo.
Okay, horrible. Hold on a second. Sorry.
That's all right. Sorry. So who's enjoying this game?
Oh, I think this is a great game. I love it.
This is, I mean, it's. I was delirious last night when I, or not even last night, 2 nights ago. The last time I was getting ready to go to bed, when I came up with these pictures, and I think Andy is right. When I come up with a game, it's just awful. But here is the next one. Do we want to? Demian, are you good?
I'm here. I don't know if you guys can hear
Perfect.
me.
Yeah,
Yep.
we're
Okay.
all good.
we're all
Perfect.
back in. Okay, perfect. Thank
Great.
you. Number 5. Any guesses?
Ramsey.
So,
Not Ramsey.
so I feel like this one's in here to trick us a little bit because it's not. I think this is a different shade. I don't think it was the yellow away shirt. I think it's a keeper kit.
Yeah. I'm
So
going to say
I'm-
Burn Leno.
Untucked. I was going to say Leno as well.
Oh, no, you call Leno. I'm sorry, interrupt.
No, all good.
All right.
Puma glove. I think he was here in the Puma time.
Chesney.
Not Chesney.
Wow.
Wow.
You guys were close.
The keeper kit. Wait, hold on. Okay. I think I see what you've done here. Looking at the top of that, this is a spoof on Burnt Leno, is it not? Yeah.
Yeah.
This one is Bird Leno, and I'm so happy that Owen's in the chat because Owen loves himself some Bird Leno.
Brilliant. Well done. Well
Yeah.
done.
I mean, respect.
Bird Leno. We had like 5 of these, and for some reason,
Okay.
this was like Daniel Robert. This was his favorite thing that we ever did was Bird Leno. But yeah, Bird Leno is the 5th one. So now we've got 2 more to go. This is a tough one, but at some point during the podcast, this person's name did come up. So at some point in the last 22 and a half hours, this person's name came up. First picture.
I mean, that's the Dennis Bergkamp testimonial. I'm going to say Dennis Bergkamp.
It's not Dennis Bergkamp.
I mean,
Any other guesses?
Trying to think what random name could have come up in the podcast. I'm trying to think back who was on and who they would have mentioned. I guess Podolski. I don't know.
Not Podolski.
Mikhail.
Should we move on?
huh.
Ooh, is it Nicholas Bentner?
Not Bentner. I'd be surprised if anyone got it off this.
I think that might be Robin Van Persie.
It is not Robin Van Persie. We've got some guesses in here which I can put up because they're wrong. It's Aditya says Pires. We've got Ryan saying Flemini. We've got Dean saying Mustafi. We've got Andy saying Alex Kleb.
Do you know who I think that is?
Silva.
Do you know? Can I have another go?
Yeah, well, yeah, everyone's gone, so you can have another go.
Giroud.
It is not Giroud. Here's the next one. You get an ear and a wrist.
I mean, that day and that hairstyle, let's see. No tattoos. Is that Hector Bellerin?
It is not Hector Bellerin.
Oh, he didn't even play that match.
We've got Cazorla, we've got Chamberlain, we've got Walcott, we've got RVP, we've got Gibbs, we've got Ox, none of which are correct.
There's only one. There's only one I can think of now.
And
Should we go again? Can I go again?
yeah,
The only one I can think of is Ramsey.
it is not Ramsey. All right, this one, we're going to get some face here. So prepare for some face.
By the way, for everybody in the chat, just so you know, this is very high stakes, very high pressure. I'm sure it's easy at home when you're not on global television.
Global yeah, in front of literally fives and fives of people.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't even, it's not even registering.
Is anybody getting that in the chat? Are they or not? That's incredible. I don't know.
I'm not.
If I answer that, it may or may not give it away. So, and we'll just go to the next one here to move this along.
Oh, hold on. Is it Jeremy Aliadier?
It absolutely is, and props to Tom Sable who got it, the first one in the chat to get it. But yes, it is Jeremy Aliadier.
All right. It only took me
Wow.
7 tries.
Brilliant. Thanks. I never got that. I would never have got that.
That's a tough one because that's going about as far back in the 20-year window as we're able to go. So
He looks taxidermied. He looks like
more so than Bird Leno.
yes. He looks like a Madame Tussauds, wax figure of Jeremy Aliadier.
Well, he is the one and only Jeremy.
Right.
So we've got somehow we've done 6, and I have it as 3-2. Lee with 3, Demian with 2. So I've clearly missed one. And just for fun, I'm going to give that one that I somehow forgot to award to Jared, just to give him an opportunity to not come in so last. But yes, this is the full picture here that we're dealing with. And the final one before we mercifully end this bit, and I can begin taking direct messages from Andy telling me how dumb this is.
I guess I got to get my guess in early on this one.
Yeah.
Is this one Alexis Sanchez?
It is not Alexis Sanchez.
Is that Kieran Gibbs?
Wow, great
Wow. Wow.
That's a great goal.
Let's go.
I almost feel like
well done.
I got to give the tiebreaker to Demian for getting that one so early. So,
Thank you.
That was impressive.
Cheers.
the champion of the game is Demian. Congratulations on your maiden appearance. I just want to say James would have gotten those all in the first one. He's sitting there, he's watching the replay of this at 1:00 in the morning, and screaming that he knew this was Bern Leno. So what a game that was. I mean, just so exciting. Yeah, that's true.
Nice.
How do I get rid of this? Hold on. So with the rest of the time we have here, let's go back and kind of, I mean, we can talk about Arsenal, our current season prediction. We can talk about the women's team, which, by the way, I will be seeing all of them. Now, someone asked in the chat, will you be in DC over the next 2 weeks? I happen to know that the answer is no. We will miss you, but we're going to enjoy it. It's a monumental change, a debut American tour for the women's team, and I'm really, really looking forward to it. And I'm glad that they're coming to my hometown.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, I'm really happy that you get to go. I actually, and I'm not revealed by this game. I'm not a connoisseur of all things Arsenal or history of Arsenal, but I'm pretty sure there has been a women's team that has gone to or has come over to the U.S. many years ago. I'm not positive though. But yeah, I mean, I think it's the women's team is going through a lot of changes and a lot of things. You know, for us that are fans of the women's team, some of us are basically pro. Just to give a really quick rundown, you're basically pro Jonas staying or Jonas in, Jonas out. I happen to be very much a Jonas out person. And part of sort of my way of quote unquote protesting, so to speak, is by not investing money and going to these matches, for example. I know it's kind of counterintuitive and counterproductive, and it's just kind of my way of doing it. But I think anybody and everybody that's an Arsenal fan should watch the girls. We have a world-class squad. We have players that are captains of their national teams, that are trailblazers, that are historic players that happen to play at Arsenal, and some new players as well. I'm not a person, let me put it this way. I grew up dreaming of going to London and going to matches surrounded by people like elite judges, for example. I work really hard to try to save as much money as I can to make my Arsenal be the best experience possible. And I personally don't think that a tour of America, whether it's the men's or the women's team, is worthy of me spending hundreds of dollars. I much rather spend $100 to $300 more and go to London and watch a game there. That's just what I feel. And that's among the reasons why I'm not going to the game in DC. I've seen them play against Chelsea, so I don't necessarily want to see them play against Chelsea again if I'm going to spend X amount of money traveling. So that's just me, you know what I mean? I don't expect anybody to agree. I live in LA. I could have driven to go see Man United against Arsenal at the SoFi or whatever, but that's not my intention, was to spend any more money or a lot of money in that. I have contacts at the club, but it's not something that if I'm gonna send that email to get a hookup, it's not gonna be at the SoFi Stadium where there's literally no stakes at the match, and I want the real experience. I want the Emirates experience. So anyway, that's my rant about that. But if anybody is interested in knowing about the women's team and you don't know where to start, you don't know anything about them, I'm giving selfish, self-centered promotion. I write a blog every single day called That Arsenal. You can go to thatarsenalwomenblog.com. I write about anything and everything related to the Arsenal women. And a lot of social stuff, a lot of sort of social political sort of activism type stuff as it relates to the women's team, things that they do, things that I appreciate about them.
Is it that Arsenal blog or that Arsenal women blog?
That Arsenal women blog.
Okay.
And there's also that Arsenal women podcast, which I haven't done in a while, since the club decided that was a good idea and the direction to go to give for free to Man City Viviana Miedema, the best forward the team has ever had. So it kind of pissed me off so much, and I went through a period of still going through a period of anger and disillusionment and so many things, anxiety and so on and so forth. But never a dull day in the life of an Arsenal fan, an Arsenal women fan, Arsenal men fan. So again, if anybody has a question, anybody wants to get into the team, if you don't know where to watch, if you don't know who the players are, we have a beautiful group of players that are unbelievably talented that I think are not getting to the level they should be getting because of the manager. because of some transfer policies, because of some acquisitions and some things of that nature. Obviously, there has been a plague of ACL injuries in the past year and a half that has been absolutely brutal. 5 or 6 players have had ACL injuries, and some of the recovering players were sold or sent out on loan. So it's been a really tricky sort of last couple of years, and I think this offseason and this season coming up is the most important we've had in many years. So again, if anybody wants to know or wants to talk about that, I'm always here. And if you're in DC and if you're able to go and see a Beth Mead, a Leah Williamson that have won the Euros, Leah Williamson captaining the Lionesses. And by the way, since we're somewhat in the topic, and I'm curious to know what Lee and Jared think, and of course you, Mike, as well. Like when watching England play, I always felt that I wish that Gareth Southgate would call up Serena Wigman, or have Saka call Beth Mead, or have Declan Rice call Leah Williamson, or whatever, position by position, it doesn't matter, and pick their brain as what it is like to win a major trophy, to win a Euros, to perform in that high stake and actually win the damn thing. But anyway, that's just kind of posting that question because I'm interested to know what you guys think in general.
Can we that is a good question, and I want to try to get to that, but a couple things that have to be done all at once before we get to that answer. First of all, I want to mention that both you, Lee, and Dan Potts were generous enough to essentially share your channels and your audience with us by allowing us to simulcast on your channel. So this show is not only going out on the Gooners podcast, it's also going out on Football 12th Man and Lee Judges TV. We have people in there, and apparently, as we've learned through this process, if you are watching it from there, you are commenting in the chat, and we are not seeing it. And so we do not want to to make it sound like or seem like we're ignoring you. The best way, look, it's all the same group, where it's all going to the same cause. If you want to participate rather than just not watch, then please follow the link on the screen, because if you join through this, you'll be part of the Gooners pod stream, and that's the chat that we can see. I apologize, but StreamYard doesn't merge them together, and if they do, I don't know how to do it. So you can go to this link, rejoin us, same show, same bat show, same bat channel, but we'll be able to see you, hear you, and respond to you. So thank you for that. Thank you, Lee, and thank you, Dan, for that. And we are going to add in a good friend of the podcast who I have not seen or talked to in a long time, so it's always wonderful to see you. Welcome back to the pod, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Good to see you.
Been well.
Doing Ryan.
How you doing, Leo? I'm not bad. Yourself?
I'm very good, thank you. Very good.
Yeah, good. Hi, guys.
How you doing, man?
Good to see you.
We are. We've just finished a horrendous game that I am so glad you didn't have to become identified with participating. And I know you played before, and I had better judgment of the pictures I used, I think, last time than this year. But
it's late. It's
good to see you again.
Not late, but you've been doing it for a while now, right? How many hours left?
This is the beginning of hour 23.
Okay.
Out of 27. So yeah, we're in that stage where I'm looking for my final wind and my final kick. So
Yeah.
We had a question posed by Demian, but I'm going to put it off for one more thing, which is our drawing, our 5 p.m. UK drawing, which is a certificate good for 4 Legends Stadium tours. If you win this and have absolutely no plans or capability to use them, I mean, now this is obviously a prize that you have to either be in or around London or be planning to travel to London for. But when I notify you that you've won, let me know, and we will sort things out in another way. So, but 4 Legend tours donated by Arsenal Football Club. We have a second set of these donated by Perry Groves. It's going to be administered in the next couple hours. But let's draw for the winner. And then we'll get back to the conversation at hand. The winner of 4. Oop. Have to maximize the screen here. Oh, good old hour 23. Okay, here we go. The winner of 4 free Emirates Stadium Legends Tours. You can choose between, generally speaking, it's Charlie George, Harry Groves, or Nigel Winterburn. The winner is Darren Kozlek. Darren is located in Houston, Texas. So we're going to have to talk to Darren, find out if he or somebody he'd love to bestow the gift on is planning on traveling over. And if so, you've won 4 Legends Tours, which is probably about 120-pound value, maybe 150-pound value. So it's no small prize. We hope that you can use it. Thank you, Darren, for not your first not your first time donating to the pod, and I appreciate it. Not your first win either. So I'm a mess right now. So Demian, you had a question, and I'm going to just shut up and let you guys run the show for a little while. How about that?
No, I don't even know if it was much of a question. I was just wondering if you guys are England fans, right? To take it a little bit aside from Arsenal for a second, and you're watching them play another final, and the women have won it at Wembley, regardless of where it was. They won it. They're champions, European champions. Wouldn't you want the manager to call their female counterpart? Wouldn't you want some of the players calling them or picking their brain and sort of letting what we perceive as their guard down and their pride down or whatever, and calling a woman and asking them, like, how do you do this shit? You did it. Please tell me how to do it. And I'm a firm believer that had they done that, both the manager and the players, I actually believe that they could have won it. And I was curious to know your takes.
Do you know for a fact that they didn't? I mean,
No.
I trust. I tend to believe and agree with what you're saying, but maybe they didn't, and it just wasn't made public. But
let me put it this way: from what I know, they have not been in contact for this particular question or this particular phone call type of situation. And I'm not saying they're wrong to not do that. I'm just curious if you guys think like me or not, that they could have or should have called them or whatever.
I'll answer that. I mean, I mean, look, there are certain things that are different, and boy, this could be a slippery slope. And I don't want to go down the slippery slope, but I think I can safely say that there are differences between sports of different genders, but one thing that is not different is the mentality and the what it takes inside your mind to win. The way the sport is played might be different. The level maybe is there are differences. I'm not saying they're exactly the same, but winning and being a champion, I think, does translate. And to Demian's point, I think in that regard, you would call people who had that same experience playing the exact same sport that you did. Why not? Why not do that? I tend to agree with you that it's a good idea. Did I sense hesitation to answer the question from anyone else?
No, I think if you was a tennis player or something, if I was a tennis player coming through, I would definitely ask Steffi Graf how she got through.
Sure.
I was going to say Agassi and Graf. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I actually saw an interview with Andre Agassi, and he was saying that he the one thing that he admired that he never had was her mental strength to get through in games. So that would be a question. I just think with the football, looking at it from they were just a better team. Spain were better than us, and sometimes it doesn't matter if you got the preparation, mental strength. If the team's better than you, they're going to beat you. And I think that Spain, don't forget, beat the women in the World Cup as well. It's just Spain have got that thing over everybody at the moment. Even in I don't know if you watched the Olympic final. It looked like France are going to finally get over the line, and then all of a sudden, Spain pop up with a bit of magic and win that as well. So I can listen. I think for different sports, it can be a very, very good thing. I think in tennis, for instance, I've got a lot of admiration for the way that the girls play the game, and I actually, dare I say, enjoy the women's tennis a bit more than the men's at the moment because I think there's more competition. You know, like I watched a tennis game. I think it was the American girl. You guys will know about Keys when she was definitely going to win against the Italian girl at Wimbledon, and then got injured, and ended up losing. It was like I really felt sorry for a lot, but that happens, and I think it's a good point. Going back to what you said about the manager at Arsenal, I'm with you on that. I think Arsenal can do a lot better.
Sure.
And what they're doing with the game. I look at them last season. They frustrated me a little bit watching. I haven't got the same. What's the word? When I'm watching the Arsenal men, I'm a little bit more zoned in. I'm a little bit more watching the game a little bit more for the women. If they lose, I'm not going to lose no sleep over it. But I want them to win. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And there was a couple of games last season, particularly the game against Spurs. You know what I mean? Come on, you can't lose to them, and they ended up losing that 1-0, and that really ultimately cost them the league. And that, I think, is down to mentality and down to management, because when you look at the players that Arsenal have got, and I know a couple of them are coming back from long-term injuries, but I did, they lost to Liverpool first game of the season. Unexpected. They lost to teams that the Chelseas and the Manchester Cities were winning. You was going to lose, could lose to Manchester City, could lose to Chelsea. You're always going to get those games where they're going to take points off each other. But if you have a look at it, Chelsea and particularly Manchester City weren't going to lose to Spurs, and I think that Chelsea I think won about 5 or 6-0 against one of these teams, and we're struggling to get a goal, and you look at the players that we've got, and I don't understand the transfer of letting one of your best players. I know she's had a bad injury.
No, she had a bad injury, but I'm with. I mean, it's like if I don't know if Declan Rice has you can think of him as one of the most important players or the most important player, or however you want. But I share that opinion with you, Lee. And to go back to my question really quickly, I obviously this is not me trying to be controversial or forcing this feminist issue. That's not my point. I was just curious if I'm the only one that thought, hey, maybe make a phone call. That was basically it.
Yeah, I mean, I think winning is a universal language, and so if they didn't do that, I think they're probably missing a trick. We talked briefly about the men's team, the England team, and I'm interested, obviously, because we're talking to two people who grew up presumably supporting the men's the Three Lions and Ryan and Lee. I mean, is that fair to say, Ryan? I mean, are you as into international football and the national team as you are kind of to Arsenal and club?
No, I'm not. I have to be honest. I'm not. I always want England to win and do well, but it's nothing like how I want Arsenal to do. Just never hit the same way, really. But having said that, I do feel a bit more invested in them in recent years. I don't know if that's because of just I quite like the players. I think it's a very diverse set of players. Like, I don't know if that helps as well. Like, there's quite a few who are similar background to me, like Jamaican and Caribbean background, but English born. So I don't know if that's why. But yeah, lately I have been more into it. I feel in that last tournament, I just don't think we played particularly well. If I'm being honest, I would say that was the main. Like, sometimes football is quite simple like that, and it just wasn't even really more other than against Holland for like half an hour. There wasn't even that many spells of where we played good football. I think we just wanted to just keep getting through, and eventually we just came up against the better side. I don't really think.
I mean, unless you just love, stalemates and defensive football. I mean, it was one of the least impressive runs to the 87th minute of a final since maybe Greece.
Yeah.
I don't mean to say that Greece's was unimpressive, because it was impressive from a defensive standpoint. but just, I mean, it wasn't swashbuckling football, and I mean,
No.
it wasn't even what we saw in the World Cup.
No.
You know, or not the World Cup, but the last Euros.
Yeah, no, it wasn't, and that's why it'd be interesting to see. You know, I know Lee Carsley's come in. I've not watched loads of the under-21s, but from accounts I've heard, he actually does have his teams playing very attractive football. So that's probably going to suit. You know, I think when, you know, back in 2018 and 2021, maybe we didn't have the players to play that style. So I think we were, as fans, more accepting of just, you know, getting through and like seeing. But I think now, especially with the technical quality in the side, I think more is expected, you know. So kind of excited to see where that goes with Lee Carsley, at least initially.
Now, you met Lee Carsley yesterday, right, Lee? I mean, did you have a chance to talk to him at all, or was he?
Yeah. Just said hello and just said, like, you know, rest Saka and rest the Rice for the two up and coming friendlies. So that's it. You know what I mean? Like,
did you get a sense that he's going to be the long-term guy, or did he just seem like a placeholder for you?
No, they never said nothing like that. You know, it wasn't the time and the place to do it. Like, you know what I mean? Also,
yeah, that's a good one.
So it was just nice to just see him there and supporting Kevin, which was great. And you know, I wished him well, you know, of all that. But I've not got that vested interest in England like I do Arsenal, and that's how it is. You know, fun enough, the first England game I ever watched was when Ryan's dad David played his first game at Wembley. Like, it was, I can't even remember who they played, 0-0, crap game, and I thought, like, what a waste of money, like, you know what I mean? But a few of us went because like David was playing that day, like, you know what I mean? And that was it, like, you know. And what Ryan says there is, I've been interested in England over the last few. I have got more interested because there's more Arsenal players in it. That's how I feel, you know. Like, how can I support an England team with 6 Spurs players in it the other year? Like, I couldn't do it, you know what I mean? And
speaking of which,
that was actually calling it England, not Spurs. Remember that? Like, I said, oh, come on.
The funniest thing I think I've ever seen on AFTV was your live watches of the last Euro tournament, and just like there was this one, I forget, I don't know where you were. You guys were like sitting outside in like a pub's beer garden, and you know the camera's basically kind of at table level, and Lee's sitting there, and Kane scores a goal. The entire place goes crazy, and Lee's like he refused. He refused to cheer for Kane. Like he really committed to the bit, and because you did express that you did want England to win, but that you were not going to cheer if Harry Kane
100%. I blame my dad for that. My dad was the same. Very, like, you know, I'm very patriotic when it comes to cricket. You know, like, going to go to the cricket next week. Like, love me cricket. Love England to do well. Like, you know, rugby and whatever. But with football, it's tribal. It's like, I can't help it. Great conversation. It wasn't just Harry Kane I'd done this with. I'd done it when in Euro '96 when Teddy Sheringham scored, and I, you know, had the good fortune to meet Teddy Sheringham, like, and he actually said to me, "Why don't you cheer Harry Kane? You know, what's going on? Why don't you cheer Harry Kane's goals?" And I said, "Well, I never cheered your goals." Like, you know what I mean? Like, and he said, "Well, why is that?" So I said, "Because you're Spurs." And he went, "Oh, well, that's because you're a CU," you know, and that's what he said to me, like, you know, so in a joking way. But like, I've had players, I'm not going to mention players, come up to me, Arsenal players, and have gone like, "Oh, mate, you're right on it." You know, some don't. You know what I mean? I'll be really honest. Kevin couldn't get his head around it. He couldn't get his head around it. And I used to say to Kevin, like, you know, England treated you badly. You know what I mean? Like, you never got capped or whatever. Like, you know, you should be with me on this, you know, come to the dark side. But he never would, like, you know what I mean? He never would. And you speak to a lot of the players, they've got massive passion to play for England. And so I get it, you know what I mean? But for me, you know, listen, people ask this silly question, right? And I think it's the most silliest question ever, right? What would you prefer to win? Arsenal to win the Premier League? Or England to win the World Cup? I'm telling you now, like, Arsenal to win the Carabao Cup or England to win the World Cup. I want that Carabao Cup in you know what I mean, in February, running around Wembley. That's how I feel, you know. It's all Arsenal for me, and that's how it is. I follow Arsenal all around the country, not for him to win the league because of England over a six game tournament. No. I want England to win, and listen, I was disappointed as the next man that we didn't. And I'll tell you what, when we got that equal and Cole Palmer scored that hit. Now he's a Chelsea man. I don't really like Chelsea that much, but I got infused in the situation. I honestly, genuinely, going mad around my mate's house that night. We're going to win this, and I was excited, thinking, England are going to win a trophy in my lifetime. You know what I mean? So I did get excited for it, and then it was taken away again.
It's funny that even all of us from different areas all I think universally prefer club football over country. Obviously, being an American, it's an even easier choice for us because our team, it's when you watch a lot of Premier League and all the top leagues, you get used to seeing great football, good football, okay football. And where the U.S. men's national team is on that list is definitely towards the latter part of that statement. And I'm sure Mike does, but as Lee said, when England has a lot of Arsenal players on it, it increases everyone's interest. I find myself watching England football as much or more than I watch the U.S. men's national team, not just because of the quality of football overall, but because there is the connection to Arsenal. And I want to see Saka play well. I want to see Rice play well, hopefully in more limited minutes in the future. But I want to see those guys be successful. One thing that did stick out to me that, I'll just throw it out to the group that I'm sure Mike and I, we've probably talked about this a number of times in chat. When I watch England play, you've got Rice, you've got Saka. You just came off the season where you watch Arsenal just pour in set-piece goals. They're pouring in corners. They're leading the league and all of those things. And then you get those same players on the England squad, and Phil Foden's on every corner. And I like Phil Foden very much, and I think he's a phenomenal player. But when you've just watched a season's worth of those guys putting dangerous balls into the box that have resulted in goals and been successful, how do you not let either one of those guys touch a ball when it comes to a set piece or a corner at any point? It just seems like the logical thing to do. And as an Arsenal fan too, it's frustrating because we all feel like our boys can contribute and they can make something happen. And continually we saw them unsuccessful on those set pieces when you've got those two very adept players at it, just kind of sitting there unused. So for me, that was one of the biggest frustrations. I know there's a long list of things people disliked about Southgate or were frustrated in the performances he would get out of the talent he has. But for me, that was one very specific thing that just seemed to constantly stick out, that you've got weapons there and you're just not putting them in play in a place where they're very, very dangerous and can help you out.
And that's why I think people, I was surprised in kind of preparing for the podcast. Some of the guests that we have on have spent a lot of time writing and covering the English national team. Henry Winter, for example, and a few of the other journalists that we had on. And I was kind of researching the things that they had written about the English national team and about Gareth Southgate, and almost to a man, they basically recognized that Gareth Southgate was probably in a no-win situation, probably was time to go, but that you absolutely had to look at his run with England as a success. And I think the reason that so many people don't, despite the results, his results essentially, getting to a semi of a World Cup, getting to two finals back-to-back in Euros. There has not been a period of 6 years or 7 years, or whatever it is, where the results have been that good for England since winning the World Cup in 1966, and a semifinal in 1990, but it wasn't that wasn't surrounded by anything. They didn't even make the World Cup in 1994. So, the results were so good. I thought he might be the first coach to win the Euros and be sacked the next day because he just was showing by his inflexibility. I felt like they won despite him. They got to the final despite him rather than because of him, for the exact reasons that you just mentioned.
That just goes back to the expectation with the talent that you have as far as a manager. Because I think if 10 years ago you said we're going to have an England manager comes in that does make a World Cup quarterfinal, makes 2 Euro finals, people would say that's a success. But then you look at the just overwhelming England has a super talented squad right now. They've got depth in a lot of positions. They've got a ton of guys who are super skillful, world-class players. So with that comes the expectation that you're going to get over the hump and win those things. Now, is that fair to Southgate? Maybe yes, maybe no. But when you've got the talent in front of you that he has, people's expectations are going to be extraordinarily high, as they should be, because they've seen in club football what those guys are capable of.
No one wants to waste a golden generation, and that kind of feels like, I mean, to me, and maybe the English people can verify whether this is the case, but it almost feels like that at least the first golden generation, the one that included like it or not, Harry Kane, and guys of his age group, is passing us by, and we've got this opportunity now, and yes, I use we, because I've supported the Three Lions for since 1990, and I get very invested. Jared, you know that in our chat, Andy and I are always, it's coming home. We're devastated that England didn't win, but it's just like there's one more golden generation coming through right now, with Saka, Foden, Rice, Bellingham. I mean, my God, these players. If that's squandered, then I don't know when England will ever win anything, and that's why is Lee Carsley really that guy? I don't know.
If I can interrupt for a second, and Ryan, I'll shut up so you can talk about things that are
It's
way
not
more interesting
interrupting,
than what
but
we
it's
said.
Not at all, man. Not
but
at all.
I maybe this is sort of the musician in me, but I always look at football and sport in general as art, and with art, there's many things that surround that, right? There's a sense of belonging, there's expression, there's improvisation, there's empathy, all these things. And none of those things to me are binary, or equate or can equate to binary things. So this notion that success is binary, that it has to be only with trophies, like I understand the factual aspect of either you win a trophy or if you don't win the championship, you're a failure, or this, like, Andy Goldstein talks about this all the time, and I reject it, because it's not that simple, and it's not that, to me, it's not that you can't reduce it to one person in one opportunity and one thing, because maybe Gareth did everything right and everything was perfect, and let's just say that there was a keeper that made, Pickford made this horrible blunder, and they ended up going up, penalties or whatever, a red card or whatever, and the whole arc of the journey and the success was defined not by Gareth Southgate, but let's just say, hypothetically speaking, by some freak foul in a penalty or whatever. It cannot be seen as somebody just failed because they didn't win on paper, when there's so many things, that are part of the equation. Like I always talk about this in similar terms. When people ask me who's my favorite player, the best footballer I've ever seen, I don't give a crap. I always say Dennis Bergkamp. He's the greatest footballer I have ever seen. Everything about him was better than anybody I have ever seen. Is he better than Cristiano Ronaldo? To me, he is, right? Is he better than Messi? To me, I'd rather watch Bergkamp highlights than watch Messi play. Don't get me wrong, I love Messi, and this is somewhat hyperbole, but he never won a Champions League, right? And you have, I don't know, Bruno Valverde that has won, I don't know, 4 Champions Leagues already. Is he a better player than Dennis Bergkamp? So this notion of judging Southgate so harshly on these things, like it reeks of lack of gratitude a lot of the times. The way people, all you had to do was watch TalkSport, and I watch TalkSport all damn day. It's pathetic. That's all I do. My wife knows every single fucking show on that station, and you would watch these people just shit on Gareth Southgate, like he freaking stole their life savings. And then he wins one match through a magic goal or a penalty or whatever. And then he's the guy. We're all in. He's magical. What a masterpiece. All these subs and all this other stuff. So the notion of success and all this other stuff, I think people need to sort of sit with it themselves and think about what it is that how do they define success? How do they define failure? What are things that are synonymous with those words, and how does that apply to the team that you support and all these things? And I think it's a conversation worth having, because it can be very, very harsh And the good thing about for Gareth Southgate is that the news cycle is so quick that, yeah, we all knew that this would be terrible if he loses, and we all knew that a couple of days later everybody was going to be like, oh, look, a squirrel, the season's about to start, and then he'll be fine, you know.
Is that
So
just
anyway.
a function of tournament football? I mean, it's like you're judged really. I mean, yeah, there's friendlies throughout the year. There's 2 in September. There's 2 in October. There's 2 in November. There's 2 in March. But like, I mean, you're judged based on such small sample size. And when you talk about competitive games, you've got somewhere between 3 and 6 or 7 games every 2 years, every 2 summers that really matter. I mean, there's such fine margins. Because you're not proving it over 50 games in a 3-dimensional football season like you would in club football. It's kind of a strange thing to me. You know.
Yeah, and that's kind of the universal in sports and competition. And I think if something major, there's a big swing, as Damien was alluding to, a red card, something that goes against you. You may have played well, good enough to win, something goes against you. I think in the short term, people see that. But it's the unfortunate part of sports and competition is in the long term, when people look back, they don't look into it that deeply. They say, did the team win? Did the team lose? Did they get it done? Did they get the trophy? And I think that's, kind of unfortunately Southgate's legacy, because he had what would be considered a successful career in terms of results in a lot of ways. But it's the same right now, to bring it back around to Arsenal. When you look at Mikel Arteta, the talent he's put together and the quality of football we see, it's a team that's good enough to win. It's a team that's good enough to win the league. It's a team that's good enough to be in a Champions League final. The talent's there, the style of play, the way they perform, it all pushes that direction. And I think if 4 years from now, Arsenal hasn't won one of those things, hasn't won a Premier League, hasn't won a Champions League, that's going to be the narrative in a lot of ways, is that Mikel Arteta got them very close, but couldn't get them over the hump. And a lot of people will say that's unfair, and I understand that, and I kind of sympathize with that, but that's the nature of sport and competition at the highest level is, are you the guy that can get the wins versus somebody who's very good? And like I said, it's unfair, but that's the way it gets thought about, especially as time goes on and those memories of it are less fresh. We all right now, I think, are enjoying our football as Arsenal fans. I mean, when you turn it on, not only are the performances in terms of results there, but it's an entertaining brand of football. It's dominant, it's controlling, it's everything that Arsenal fans wanted for the last 10 years. We're seeing it now. And even with that, there's going to be that same narrative with Arteta. If we don't win a trophy, if people are going to say, it was another one who improved us but couldn't get it done. And it's kind of sad, but it's just the way sports is at the highest level, unfortunately.
But at least we are not winning games in spite of Mikel Arteta. We actually, I think it's pretty clear we're winning games in large part, not in totality, but in large part because of Arteta. And
agree.
That's what makes me feel still good.
I had a fascinating conversation with David Hillier yesterday about winning and losing games and whatever. And he come up with a point which, I've it's been on my mind for all day really. He turned around and said, you think of all of Arsenal's history, forget about the Premier League, just think about the Division 1. So how long has Arsenal been going? 120 years, like, you know what I mean? Just think of all the players that have come through the door at Arsenal in that time. Arsenal won the league 10 times. So out of all those players that have come through the doors of Arsenal, probably about, he was saying, that quote, probably 250 players have won a championship medal. And you think about it, how difficult that is to do, you know what I mean? Like all the teams and everything like that. So every season that you play, say if there's 20 teams in it, 19 of those teams and all those players are not going to win because there's only one team that can win. And I think it's not just black and white that you don't win the league, you fail. There's so more into it than that. The last 2 years, we won the FA Cup 3-4 years ago when I can't remember, it might be even longer.
4 years ago.
And also when we beat Chelsea the time before. Fantastic, great day out and all that, and I'm not saying it wasn't. But there was a sense of disappointment that, we ain't going to win the league. Next season it's going to be the same. These last 2 years, we've not won anything, but I'm buzzing for Saturday. Can't wait to get to Saturday, because I feel that we've got a chance of winning the league, got a chance of winning games. There was games 2, 3, 4 years ago, and all for those when you'd be travelling to Liverpool, travelling to Man City, travelling to Man United, travelling wherever, and thinking, well, let's hope we don't get beaten too many today. Like, you know, I went to Man United last season knowing, you know, see Ryan, we're going there to win that game. And walking away going, yeah, that is what I've got. So the defining of winning, I get it, but these last 2 years, and it's hurt that we haven't won it. I wouldn't swap for. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's.
No, you've explained it. You've explained it well. I mean, we are. You know, look. If a lot more time goes by and we're continually, you know, bridesmaid and not the bride, then yeah, I mean, I could certainly understand that. But there are people that said, I just want to be competitive. I just want to be in the race in May, much less halfway through the game on the very final game of the season last season, which, you know, it ultimately wasn't in our control on the day. You know, and it's. We're performing at a level that we haven't been performing at. We are competing for the very, very top prizes and the top honors, and we have every reason to believe that we will get there. When we were just scraping by and getting fourth place, because that was absolutely the top end of the spectrum of what we could possibly hope for with the club we had, with the arrangement we had. Yeah, it was pretty discouraging because you knew you were settling, and you were settling for mediocrity because it was better than the alternative. But now we haven't won it yet, but we're still in the chase. There's still optimism. There's every reason to think that this year might be the year, and that's what's different. And Ryan, I mean, now that we've kind of switched back to Arsenal, I know you have a huge love of this club, and are very in tune with and we haven't had this conversation for at least a year or so. But I mean, is this the year? Are you feeling it? Are you optimistic, or are you are you like, well, I'll believe it when I see it?
No, I mean, I'm definitely optimistic. I think for what has to be in consideration as well is who we're up against. We don't. Last year, got 89 points, and I think we finished 16 wins out of the last 18. That's a phenomenal. No, against any other team, we win the league. So it's really hard to say at the start of the season, or do you think Arsenal are going to win the league, and say yes, because we know that there's a possibility that 94 points genuinely might not be enough. Like, it's not even. We're having to go to such levels to win this league, and Liverpool had it as well, to be fair. And I think they're another team that in another generation, they could have had 3 or 4 titles in the last 6 or 7 years, and we might end up being like that. I really hope we get at least one, because for someone like me, not turned 30 that long ago, like, it's when we won the league, I was like 12, 13, so maybe even younger. Like,
10, yeah. I'd
love to win the league as an adult, like, and celebrate it like that. That's more why I'm not actually too bothered about like, to say that we've achieved something, because I've loved watching the games the last 2 years. Like, you can't. We're going into games now expecting to win. Like, if I go to the odd one and see lead there, as you said, like, we more often or not win the game. Like, the memories, and actually just enjoying enjoying your weekends, from August to May, because of Arsenal, has happened mostly in the last 2 years. But I think I just want to celebrate one, like, celebrate the league, celebrate the Champions League, and then that, for me personally, that's more why I'd like to win winning a title, as opposed to like what the record books say. Like, obviously that would be nice, but I just think to celebrate the actual, that we've done it. But yeah, Mike, I think we can have another really good season, but whether that means winning the league or not, like I don't know. But I do think we've not lost anyone. Last year we lost Granite, so there was a period of adaptation. We're not going to have that this year. We've got we got Timber like a new signing. It sounded like Arsene there, but that generally is like a new signing because we've not seen him in one whole 90 minutes Premier League game. We've got Calafiori. I'm not going to lie. If in the last couple of weeks we could make one, and I don't think it should be just anyone. I think, but if there is one transformative attacking player that could come in, I would love for us to do it because I wouldn't want us to be like, God, could have we done a little bit more? But don't want that feeling of could have we. But I'd only get that if we go and bring in a top player. I don't think that when you look at how some of the young players have performed as well on the pre-season, you don't want to bring in just anybody. But I think if we could get one more at the end, like almost like an Ozil type, like where it's just come out the blue and they can go straight into the team and make an instant impact, I would be probably a slightly more confident. But as things stand, like just for the fact that I'm not really thinking at all about top four. Is that 2 years ago we'd have been like, if we can get in top four, I think now we're all sort of think that top four is a given, right? But it's such a difficult league. You shouldn't really be thinking that. Like, look at how much. I think I just saw. I don't know if this is right. I think I just saw Brighton have spent £150 million in this market. Like, I think someone just said, it's kind of close to. What other league is there where a mid-table club is doing that? What other league are we up against where a team like Man City have literally players who don't make their starting 11 who would get in the starting 11 for almost every other team in the world. Like it is really difficult. So, but just to be up there, I am happy with.
I'll tell you, Ryan makes a fantastic point there. It's something that I've not thought about, is that there was a bit of, when Granit Xhaka left last season, there was a bit of, we had to adapt a little bit. And I don't think we got it quite right until January when Havertz went up. So if we haven't we haven't really got to adapt, have we? Like the team that we're going into next season is going to be, I think we all know really 99% sure what that team's going to be. So that's a great point. Obviously, like Manchester City are probably in that same boat and have been for about 3 or 4 years. But like they've just lost.
I think it's fair to say, Lee, right? If Man City are at their normal level, it's going to be hard to win the league, right? Because that's 92 points.
Yeah,
this is where. We're not talking about mid-80s where that way it might be when Pep leaves it might go back down to that again, and so it's really so hard to say you got to win the league in those circumstances. Like
I'm with you. I totally agree.
Yeah,
and I think we've got. I know it sounds silly, but we have got to aim for 90 points or plus to this, because you've got to, as you quite rightly, you've got to expect that Man City are going to do that. So it's no good saying we're trying 89 points or 88 points and hope that Manchester City slip. We've got to say no. Look, they're going to get that. Can we get above it? And that's not easy. It's not easy.
Yeah, there's almost no margin for error now at the very top of the Premier League. Everybody's just so good, and it's, you see Liverpool go 50 games without losing a game at Anfield. The Etihad's such a difficult place. It's like I said, there's almost no margin for error, so it's just a extraordinarily difficult time to win the league. So it's great that we have a squad that's in that conversation. And I think all of us right now, if you said, is this team good enough to win a league? You'd say, yeah, that doesn't guarantee you anything, but they're certainly good enough. And that might be one of the benefits of not having as crazy of a summer in terms of new signings. I think when we watched the last preseason game, when we played Lyon, the team looked smothering, top form. We're all over them from the opening whistle. And, not having a ton of new signings come in is beneficial in that way, that this team's played together for the last, 2 years. Everybody knows what everybody else is doing. They're all marching to the beat of the same drum, and they're ready to hit the ground running match week 1, whereas teams who have made a lot of changes to their squad, maybe you don't have that continuity and it takes a couple weeks to build up. And when it comes down to the end of the season, you're talking 1 or 2 points to win the league. Potentially those 1 or 2 points that we don't drop, early in the season are the difference maker. So from that side, I think that's a positive of not making all the changes that sometimes we all want the big splash over the summer, but there are some benefits when that doesn't happen as well.
Are they singing from the same hymn sheet, Jared?
Sure, whatever you like.
Okay, perfect. That's what I like. Everyone knows that's what I like. I also like awarding prizes to people, and we're going to do the prize draw now. That doesn't mean the hour's over. We're gonna keep going after this. There are a couple of questions that kind of sprinkle us back into a couple different areas that we've covered over the past hour or so. But I do want to introduce our next prize. This is something that is being donated for the 3rd straight year, and I want to thank our friend Vivek from San Jose, California, from the Silicon Valley Gooners. Boy, it just got really quiet. Oh, I think that's
Damien dropped off.
Yeah, I think his hotel room has some background noise, so not sure what happened there. Oh, he said be right back. So yeah, we'll draw the winner, and then one of the questions is actually for Damien. So what we're giving away is it's called a disc plate, and if you don't know what a disc plate is, it is a metal poster essentially. So it's like a poster that you can hang on your wall, but it's not paper. It's not a photo. It's actually a piece of metal, shiny and that sort of thing. And I have 4 different examples. If you go to displayt.com, DISPLAT, putting that up on your wall doesn't suck. Especially when it's it's a nice, cool, like thick metallic piece of art there. They've got crests, they've got players, they've got state, things like this. So this is kind of another piece of art. We've been highlighting a lot of art. This is a unique thing that Vivek loves and loves to donate to the cause. So you can win one of your choice. Basically, you'll go on display.com and choose. And let's pick the winner. This is the 23rd prize out of 27 that we will be giving away. So, and if you want to be involved in the last 4 prize draws, please go to goonersvcancer.com and make a donation. And the winner of the disc plate, compliments of Vivek. Dean Christian has won a disc plate. We know Dean. Dean's a great guy from Texas, and congratulations, Dean. Thank you for your generosity. Congratulations on your win. And I will be in touch with you, Dean, about getting that disc plate to you. And thank you for the support of Gooners v Cancer. I'm going to go to the remaining questions here. One of them is not a question, but rather a statement that was made at the very beginning of the podcast. And despite the way this was written, I think the sentiment is very good. And I'll translate it to saying essentially his mother was just placed into remission from breast cancer.
Fantastic.
Fantastic to hear. I mean, obviously, people having a resolution to their fight with cancer that results in them being fully recovered is the best possible outcome. And cancer research and the charities that raise money for try to find a cure. It isn't just an effort to find the cure and that's when it'll be done. It's also allowed people to survive things that years ago would not have necessarily been able to be survived. So congratulations to Greenie Man and yeah, very interestingly put. But a nice story nonetheless. So Demian, we have a question for you from Tammy Steele, the Chief Life Officer of the Highbury squad.
Tammy,
what do we think of our new signing?
Well, I don't really know much about her. She's
What's her name?
speaking about Rosa Kafaji. She's a Swedish international. She's a forward, and I was really excited to have her at the club in tandem with other forwards that are, begging for rotation. And the manager is very stubborn and keeps picking a player over others over and over. Lee, that follow, that Caitlin Ford plays every single match for some reason, and this guy doesn't rotate her. But anyway, I was hoping that Rosa would be a great addition, and I think she is. But we sold another player, Chloe Lacasse. We just sent her to Utah. So I was it's like the high of like, okay, great, we have this player that's going to be a great part of the rotation, and the other player is gone. So I'm excited. I think she's a no nonsense type of player. She has bite, she has aggression, she has hunger, and she has something to prove in a big club like Arsenal. She comes from Häcken in Sweden, so I'm excited to see what she's about, and very excited.
And what position? My internet flaked out. So if you said what position she plays, I wasn't. Quite
She's
sure.
a forward. She can play along all the forward line.
And was she signed in time that she'll be with the club for the tour? Are we going to see her on Sunday? And
they literally just put out the club squad, so I have to check it out and see and let you know on real time. But let's see. You guys can talk amongst yourself. But yeah, she's traveling. Rosa Kafaji's traveling. Yeah.
Perfect. So we'll get to see Arsenal's newest edition in DC on Sunday. I just wanted to give some props to Ryan Fletcher. He's in the chat. Ryan, a huge advocate and very knowledgeable about the women's game as well as the men's game. And BX wanted to credit Ryan for getting more into the women's side of games. He's got some really good players, just not the right manager, which tends to seem to be the common thought amongst
I think and sorry to get too in the weeds, but this happens with the men's team as well. I think some people that are sort of adjacent to the club, some content creators in the Arsenal women landscape, they're close to the club and they don't feel like they can express what a lot of us feel. So there's this cuddled, very protective thing. But the reality is that most people that I speak to, I get dozens of messages, sometimes from a blog or a podcast, that they all want a new manager. And very few people defend him. But they just happen to be people with a voice or with a contact with a club or whatever. So it's just an interesting thing. If you want some tea, if you want some drama, if you want some silliness and your life is boring like mine sometimes when I'm not on tour, trust me, this is an interesting space to keep an eye on.
And good to see you, Louis. I know Louis a fantastic guy. I'm hoping that what you mean by that is good to be in the show, in the chat. And there's a comma missing in that sentence. I just want to say that, but it's good. But if you know Louis, he may very well have meant to not have that comment. Right? Love Louis. So thanks for joining us, and it's not too late, Louis, or anyone else who's here, to go to goonersbeatcancer.com and maybe win a prize, but certainly win the prize of knowing that you're helping to find a cure for cancer. And Jared's got to bring up a topic that it came up a lot in the first 5 or 6 hours of this podcast, maybe first 8 hours of the podcast, but not much since then, since we've kind of gone through some different types of subjects. So Jared, bring something up that we can definitely spend the next 10 minutes on.
Yeah, and before we do that, I would say as far as the way the pod's going so far, it's now over $5,400 US raised just for this podcast. So thank you, everyone. Incredible. Greatly appreciate it.
It's going to be close as to whether we reach our goal. Our goal was to exceed last year's record, which I believe was somewhere in the neighborhood of about $6,800. We want to do $7,500. I'd love if we can do it. I'm perfectly happy if we don't, because it's been a great run. But you still have an opportunity to go to goonersbeatcancer.com. And thanks for that update, Jared. And thanks for the. I think we have. I've got some stats on this. We have 123 people who have donated $5,588. Actually,
Fantastic. And yeah, every year Gooners or Cancer has raised more money than the year before. And I think every year the Podathons raise more money than the year before. So it's continued to grow. Awesome to see. So just wanted to give that a mention and a huge thank you to everyone who's been involved both on the show with us over the last 20 something hours, who's sharing the content around, who's donating, who's in the chat. Greatly appreciated for everybody. And the way we were going to round out this hour, just to get the opinions of these three, we were just talking about the newest signing of the ladies team. So we wanted to drop a quick moment for Calafiori of the men's team. We saw him make his debut at the Emirates in our last preseason game. And I'd be interested to see what everyone thinks of him, what you think his role will be. And the one that I haven't heard as much talk about that sort of interests me more is, do you think he is going to be a left back, or he's going to be more cover in the left center half position, as we have a slew of games this season from all the competitions that hopefully we'll be advancing in all of them. But we'll throw it around. Lee, we'll start with you. Give us your quick thoughts. I know it's limited what we've seen of him thus far for Arsenal, but what are your early thoughts on Calafiori, and where do you think we can expect him this season?
Well, I don't like him, if I'll be honest. I'll be really honest. I don't like him. He's got too much hair. You know what I mean? Looks like, all the women have gone mad over him. And
Lee's feeling threatened. Lee's manhood is feeling threatened, right?
Feeling threatened, right? So, listen, I think he's going to be. Looks a very, very good player. If I've been really, if you talk about it as a fan, if you'd have said to me, where do we need strengthening, or where we don't need strengthening, it was probably like, well, we need strengthening midfield up front. Mm-hmm. Ryan alluded to earlier on about forward. Defensively, I thought we was very, very sound. And I'm going to say this: Shinchenko has had a fantastic pre-season. Really come back, really looking strong, really looking good. And I think that has made like, where is Ricardo going to play now? So, but he made his debut the other day, and he looked good. And I've got a few Italian friends, and they've said that he's fantastic for Italy. I didn't really know too much about him before we signed him, if I'll be really honest.
Are your Italian friends Giuliano and
Giuliano and
Hagiccio and
Joey, my mate Joey? I swear his name ain't really Joey. I think it's not like, you know what I mean? So Antonio. Yeah. Listen, I'm going to be really honest. I don't know if you guys knew that much about him. I didn't, but what I've seen of him, he looks really, really good. Impressed by his. I think the way he talks and everything like that, and I do like these players with the PR, and put on his socials that the going to the Arsenal and all that. Straight away, you sort of like him just because of that. Do you know what I mean? He's sort of he's my guy now, So I think that's very, very clever. Yeah, look, listen, it's a good, strong squad signing. If I'll be really honest, if that's the only signing we make, I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think we all kind of expect one more. Whether I'm not sure if it'll be a big splash versus someone like Marino, who's been kind of the constant rumor over the last probably 4 or 6 weeks. But I'm with you. I would very much like to see one more. That's probably linked a little bit to Nketiah leaving potentially, but Calafiori, I was with you. I didn't see a lot of them. I don't watch a ton of Italian football, so up until the Euros, I didn't really know anything about him, but I thought he had a very confident debut. He looked comfortable. He looked like he was up for it. The one thing that stood out to me, if I was going to pick out one, call it a negative, was I'm very curious to see how quick he's going to be, how much pace he has, because the one instance that stuck out to me is when they play a ball through, Jorginho misjudged it, and we have a guy through on goal. It didn't seem like he had the same closing speed as a Kivi or a Saliba or even a Gabriel at times. Now he's brand new. Maybe I don't know what his fitness level's like. That may be a complete misread based off one situation, but that was kind of one of the things that made me think maybe he is going to play more center half than left back just for the speed factor. But again, that's one small pick out of what I thought was an overall really good performance. When you see him, and maybe you have more knowledge of him prior than Lee or I do, Ryan, do you think he's going to? Is he a first 11 guy, or is he a versatile squad depth player like we see a lot of our players end up being?
Yeah, no, I would say it's hard to say that he'd be the first 11 based on the fact that I think his strongest position is left centre back, and obviously we got one of the best in the world in Gabriel. I do personally think he is an upgrade on Kirill, who I'm not totally convinced on, and I think Calafiori will prove to be, probably play a similar amount of minutes, because Kirill was pretty involved in the end. I know Timber was injured. I think he'll play. But I think a key thing as well that Lee said is I do expect to see more of Zinchenko this season. I think he wasn't on it last year, but I still personally think at home against teams that sit back, he is the best option for me in terms of breaking those teams down. Now, if you're talking about a big Champions League game, against Bayern, for example, it's a completely different scene. He'd have to be in outstanding form, and us as a team would have to be in a really good moment to keep him in there. I think it's good that we've got different options. I would have not had him as a priority signing, but the fact that we definitely, some people I've seen say stuff like, "Oh, just signed him on the back of a good World Cup." There's no way that would have been the case. He would have been on the radar way before that, and they'd probably seen it as a good opportunity. And the fact that an Italian defender really wanted to come to Arsenal, leave that league. No doubt Juve would have been in for him, and some of the other Milan clubs at some point might have, but he's come and said he wants to come and play for us. I'm totally with Lee. I think it's a good signing, but what we do the rest of the next 2 weeks will shape for me how good, because he wasn't the priority.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair take. And we hate to cut these off abruptly, but we are at the top of the hour, and we have a guest backstage ready to come on who I know everybody's excited to see. And I would remind you to stick around to the end of next hour, because it's 2 phenomenal prizes that are going to be given away. And Mike, with that, I will turn it over to you. We can make a transition and bring on a guest that I know everyone looks forward to. And no, I am not talking about you, Andy or Owen. You are on mute, sir. Still on mute, Mikey. All right. Well, with that, while he gets.
Oh man, yeah, we are an hour 25. Sorry, Jared. You such a smooth transition, and then I went and messed it up. We're going to move 2 in, and we're going to move 3 in and 2 out right now. So Lee, appreciate you joining us for the last couple of hours.
Had a great time, Lord. Take care, guys. And
if you are free between 8 and 10 p.m. tonight, please. I mean, it's when really our community gets back together again and just kind of goes through the last 2 hours. It's always been my favorite part of every podcast. And so if you are free, please come back and join us. I know, Demian, you can't do that based on your gig, but thank you guys so much. Good to see you again. And Ryan, will you stick around for a little bit?
Yeah,
of course.
I'm off to football now, but listen, fantastic work you do, guys. Keep it going.
All right, man. Take care, bud.
Yeah, guys.
All right, so yeah, I'm glad I didn't do the whole segment on mute, but this is the part of the podcast where I am starting to get the second wind, but we're going to start stacking the podcast because I want there to be more opportunity for me not to have to come up with topics, and I will try to sit back a little bit and let some other people do it, but. We'll start in order of importance, from least to most. We're going to start with with Andy. Welcome back, Andy. Andy, Ryan, long time that you haven't seen each other.
Yeah, how are you, mate?
Hey, I'm good, man. And yourself?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks.
Good to see you, man.
And then I know that you have personally enjoyed some beverages with, some hugs with Owen. Good to have you back on. You feeling strong?
I always knew I was better than Andy in your eyes. Do you want to know what? I'm not even joking here. I'm not even taking the mick. I was genuinely going to come on here and complain about being tired from being up for a while last night, and then I realized probably not the best thing to do.
Don't do that. But last and most, it is, as always, my absolute pleasure and honor to welcome in somebody who I think 4 out of the 5 of us call Uncle Smudge. Maybe it's just one of us, but Alan Smith, welcome back to the podcast.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
No, there's only
Maybe
one
Ryan
person
next
there
year.
that calls me Uncle. I am the Uncle Smudge too.
You are.
You okay, everyone? You all right, Ryan?
Yeah, all good. Yourself?
Good. All good, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to complain about being tired, given what Mike and the boys have done. But I did get up at 4:00 this morning in Warsaw because I did the Super Cup last night. So it's been a long day.
And you're now back in the UK, and
Yes,
making
I had
time.
to get an early flight. I did a thing for the League Managers Association this afternoon at Silverstone, actually. Tony Adams was there, so it was nice to see Tone. Yeah, so it's been busy, but good.
You didn't want to drag me along for this hour on the podcast. We were originally, by the way, in case people are looking at the agenda and they're saying, hey, this hour was supposed to be a combo hour with Alan Smith and Perry Groves. That was in fact the case, but I did learn an hour or so ago Perry was called to do Talk Sport at the same time, and as he rightly pointed out, couldn't say no, mate, because they're my employer.
You don't pay him, do you? Yeah,
no, I don't. And in fact, I pay him so little. It always shocks me that, and same with you. That it shocks me that you continue to agree to do this for me. But yeah. So
the invoices are mounting up. Don't worry about it.
So we're substituting one Perry for the Jared, Owen, Ryan, and Andy combo.
See, the thing is, though, I can actually get into the Tollington just by recognition alone.
Yeah, Perry. Have Andy or Alan? Have you heard this story? Have I told this story to you 4 times yet?
I'm not sure.
He's told it to everyone he knows. He'll tell it to you if you walk past him on the street.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you offline sometimes because I want to dispel the rumor that I'm actually really into myself. So how have you been, Alan?
I want to ask Alan after the match yesterday. Is there anyone who can stop Real Madrid? They just look
exactly. Yeah, that's
scary.
That's what I was thinking. And Mbappe looks like he's been there 2 years already, and he's only been training 7 days with them. And they've all taken to him, got round him, looked really pleased when he scored. So I mean, he's just another very strong string to the bow. They are the team to beat. There's no question. They're just magnificent. So we'll see. I mean, Jude Bellingham, by the way, for England fans, he was back to how he was playing last season for Real, not how he was playing for England. He was sensational.
What do you think will happen with Rodrigo, Uncle Smudge? Like, that's my only question there. Like,
well,
he's a top player, and
he is.
I can't see where he fits in at the moment.
Well, he kind of started on the right. Mbappe was through the middle. He was on the right, Vinicius on the left, and Bellingham just behind. So,
that's insane.
I wouldn't imagine that he's going to leave the club. I think he'll still play a big part.
Wow, okay.
I mean, that's in the order of prime Neymar, Messi, and who was the third? Was it Suarez? All playing together. I mean, but they didn't have a Jude Bellingham behind them. I'm sure they probably had an Iniesta playing behind them. But I mean, that's insane. We haven't seen that in a while. That
Mbappe goal, like the movement 3 to 10 seconds before that went in, of just him finding space, going around, it was just insane. He's absolutely insane.
It looks so seamless. They're just so talented in attack. I mean,
the crazy part of that, I didn't even know the score because that game was going on when Andy was on for the first 3 hours of the podcast, and he was complaining that after how many minutes? 4 minutes that Mbappe hadn't scored a hat trick.
It went over like a lead balloon. Like no one, it was just like I think Owen in the chat, someone in the chat found it funny.
That's
a comedian only needs one laugh. That's all they need.
Yeah, that's all we need.
Yeah.
Basically, I was just gonna say, Mike. So I had actually prepared like a fun game for Alan and Perry and stuff like that there, which we'll come to later because I think I was gonna throw a few questions out. But is there anything you want to get out of the way before I start throwing it up? Because it basically works for a round table anyway.
I did. I do want to just bring one thing up and let's get the kind of the emotional part out of the way first, and then we can move into into some fun. It's always better to end on a high note. But Alan, I know that when we did our tribute show about a month or so ago for your ex-teammate and friend Kevin Campbell, you had given us a real nice memory and a video to play on that, but we haven't really had a chance to chat face to face about it and about Kevin and we've now heard from from two of his very closest friends in the current day, non-player friends, non-teammates, but just friends from a unique perspective in Sophie Nicolau and Lee Judges. And we've heard about how yesterday was, but so they've spoken to him as a person after his career, him as an advocate, as a friend, as just an everyman and a caring individual, and how wonderful and special yesterday was. But you have the ability to speak to him as a teammate, and I hope that you'll take a moment to just kind of share your thoughts on Kevin, what it was like to play with him, and and how he was as a teammate.
Yeah, I mean, it's different when you've seen somebody from being a young boy and you've seen them come through from the youth team, and we'd heard about this lad, that he was a successful youth team under Pat Rice. They won the FA Youth Cup, and heard about this lad emerging, big, powerful striker. And I tell the tale about when he used to come over to the first team pitch, and George would get him up against Tony Adams and Stevie Bold, and they would dread it on the days that he did come over because he was such a handful. But it was obvious that he was going to be coming over quite soon for permanent. And when he did join the lads, he slotted in straight away. You could see that he was ambitious, he determined to make a name for himself in the game, but he was obviously quite raw when he came over. But George was a very good coach of strikers. He was obviously one himself, and we did a lot of work as attackers, me, Merce, Kev, Righty when he came later. I mean, Rocky, of course, in those early days when Kev came across, Brian Marwood, and he slipped into it all. He wasn't out of place, and really did emerge in that 1991 season when we won the league, losing only one game. But off the pitch, he was just a bundle of fun. That big smiley, laughy face, that was Kev. Always optimistic, really. Always optimistic, even if things weren't going for him on the pitch. He was a great person to be around. I never forget he got into the first team. He was earning better money, and he bought a lovely Mercedes coupe. I mean, Rocky had one, didn't he? And I'll never forget when he came home to our house and he had those seat belts that came out. And I bought one about 2 years later because I just loved them. And then Kev bought one as well. But he was as pleased as punch with that because it was a signal that he was getting on in the game. And he certainly did that. When going on, obviously what he did at Everton was fantastic. First black player to captain the side. But I still, sitting here talking about him, I still can't believe he's gone. And in some ways, it's still the same with Rocky and Alan Miller as well. It's just incredible. So, and it seemed to happen. So I know it didn't happen quickly because he was obviously in hospital for a long time, and then he came out, and then he went back in, and things seemed to happen quickly then. But it's still hard to fathom that he has gone.
The one thing that always struck me when I saw him is like, this guy is built to last. I mean, he's dapper. He carries himself like a really well put together person, and obviously we know how special he was, but you just never would have expected him, and that's the terrible thing about life and illness, as many of us can attest to personally, and with our families, is it doesn't discriminate between people who you think would be strong versus people. I mean, it's just absurd. And then you've got these 94-year-old people still smoking 2 packs a day. I mean, life is just weird sometimes.
Yeah, I know. There's no rhyme, no reason. But I was gutted I wasn't at the funeral today because I was in Warsaw, and I saw Tony Adams, saw Tone today at this LMA function, and he was telling me about it. And the lads on the 89 WhatsApp group were talking about it today. I don't know if you've already spoken to anybody that was at the funeral, but
yeah, Lee and Sophie both. They
yes,
told me it was really a very, very special. It was made very clear very early on at the church that it was going to be a celebration of his life and not not a mourning because that's what Kevin would have wanted, and there's no question about that. That's what Kevin would have wanted. He would have wanted to literally gone around to make sure everybody was okay while he was the one who passed away. And I'm sure he was looking over, and it just sounds like everyone left there feeling good, which is what you want in a celebration of somebody's life in that situation, as tough as it can be.
No, that's right. He was always positive.
And Kevin always talked about, that there was back in the 80s in that club, kind of a generational thing. And by generational, I mean people who came into the club in the early 80s versus the mid 80s versus the late 80s. And, there were just a series of role models, Paul Davis, Ryan, your dad. Kevin spoke so highly of both of them and the impact that they had on him. And there's a movie and a saying called "Pay It Forward," and I feel like that was kind of the mantra of this club. In addition to being hard and grizzled and George Graham type of characters, there was a goodness to this team, and people paid it forward. They didn't. And obviously I'm not speaking from knowledge. Alan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there was everyone wanted the next generation of players in these 2-year generations that seem to kind of happen as players keep coming through.
Yeah.
So you have every opportunity to succeed and give them the guidance and the hand on their shoulder. And I just think that's so special because that's not always.
It was the big reason why I signed for the club because, I saw Tony and Rocky and Mickey and, Merce coming through the ranks, and it was obviously a club aside going places, but it was great that Davo spoke yesterday because they called him Pops as the father figure. He was the first one to come through. Came from South London, similar part of the world. To Rocky and Kev and the like, Mickey, and he was the trailblazer that people, all the lads, looked up to. So it was great that he was there to say some fine words. I hear.
Yeah. Special day, and I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. And like you said, it's still kind of hard to believe. I mean, my whole family knows what he meant to me, and frankly, what he meant to them. He met every single one of them, and I'm very thankful for that. At separate times too, and I can't believe it, but we all have to move on and keep them in our memories. But I did just want to kind of get your point of view, and I appreciate you sharing that with us. And I want to share one really cool thing, 2 really cool things, and then Owen, I'm gonna hand it over to you because I have a habit of asking people to prepare stuff and then just talking through the entire time and not letting them do it. But one thing is, this podcast has gone on for so long that a guest in the first hour joined us, wrote an article, printed the article, and it's now out and able to be looked at. This is Henry Winter on his Substack discussing the football governance, and if you look at the second paragraph, he was very kind to give us a little bit of publicity, but he was able to work in the Podathon to everything. So thank you to Henry for that. Thank you to the Arsenal Supporters Trust, which is getting ready to have their meeting tonight. But I wanted to thank Henry for that, and to Akio for making me aware of it. And Alan, did I ever show you? I know I showed you the photo that I took in 1990 that I was going to have made into an original commission piece of art for the Highbury flat. Did I ever show you the final result?
Yeah, You showed me the painting. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay, yeah. It
Because you
just
were asking me to identify some of the players, weren't you?
well, yeah, well that was the photo that and we were not quite sure. Who, I mean, you're the one in the dead middle of there, having just scored a goal against Crystal Palace, but we weren't quite sure who the person on the left was. And I think with your help, we've identified that it was Brian Marwood.
Right. Okay.
I
You
think
can
that's
tell
what,
if you. He had a big arse, so if you just, you can
yes,
always tell.
and Perry's in there somewhere on the right, but I wasn't sure if I had showed you the finished product, but it's hanging over the couch in our Highbury flat.
Does looks good. Yes, nice that.
It's fantastic. So with that, Owen, take us. Let's see what you've prepared for us today.
Yeah, that I was just going to say. Finally, everybody's going to be extremely disappointed in the lack of preparation in this. But listen, Alan, this was supposed to be for Perry and yourself. This is something that a lot of modern footballers do with a lot of the media outlets and stuff. So I thought it might be funny to sort of cast your mind back to that '89 squad specifically. So basically, it's 6 questions, quick fire. Who was the best and worst trainer in that group?
The best, apart from me,
You wouldn't say that.
Rocky was the best. Yeah, he was the best. Always fancied it. The worst, Nigel Winterburn. He wasn't awful, but he was the last in and the first out. So
He sounds like my
gives you
soul
an
animal.
indication of it. Yeah.
Yeah. The next one, the best and worst fashion sense. It was a dodgy time for fashion, as it.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't want to make this the Rocky show, but what a dresser that boy was. Yeah, he loved his clothes. He was always down the shops buying a new outfit. So yeah, he wins it hands down. But the worst, Tony Adams. Tone was a shocker. Back when he was a cheeky Essex chappie, he had this leather kind of hoodie. We'd never really seen it before, but he was proud as punch of it. But yeah, he was a dodgy dress. I mean, some might think he is now with the colourful suits. He had this bright yellow shirt on today, but I think he looks cool these days with those suits.
Yeah, he's like a fine wine, Mr. Adams.
He is.
The worst hairstyle.
John Lukic always.
I was going to say that. I was hoping that you would say that.
Lukey always had a bit of a funny hairline there and that, and it was a bit Serbian because that's where he's from in it, I think. So you go to Serbia and they've all got haircuts like that.
The mullets were a thing back then, and they're starting to make a bit of a comeback now. As you can tell, I'm not really going to go for that myself, but yeah, so perfect time. Look, this is a weird one because football, obviously, back then, whilst there was money around, it's nowhere near the extremities of today's game. But who was the most flashy? Who was the most materialistic player?
We weren't earning big money then, so I don't know if anybody had the ability to be. But again, you see, Rocky, he had that lovely car. I wouldn't say he was materialistic, but he had all the gear. He always smelt lovely. We all looked up to him as a bit of a fashion guru. So yeah, he was the man.
Jesus, Rocky's getting some praise here.
He is a bit, and but rightly so. Yeah.
Is this just because I'm here?
No, I was going to say, Ryan, you didn't take after your dad's dress sense anyway.
No, not at all.
No, Ryan,
my sisters would agree as well.
I love the man. I love the man. The biggest character in the dressing room, Alan.
Got to be Rocky. No.
It's just an '89 team, isn't it? So
yeah. Brian Marwood. Brian Marwood came in and he had loads of jokes that he'd learned off one of his old teammates at Hull, and they kind of caught on. So he was always quite lively, and like me, him, and Dicko, we were a bit of a trio for a time because we lived quite close together. And Brian, he had a good sense of humour, and he was always cracking jokes. Yeah, and what a season he had. Such a shame he got injured for the 26th of May, but he was brilliant for me. Great cross with the ball.
Yeah, I'd say you weren't short of a few characters in that squad. Anyway, This is a good one. I'd like an explanation as to this because, as I said, when I think of that 89 squad, there is a lot of characters in it, but the most likely to be the Prime Minister.
No. Oh, it's me, I think, isn't it?
No. Present company excluded.
Well, Prime Minister. It's not going to be Merce, that's for certain.
No, see, that's what I was thinking. Parry and Merce and stuff. You're sort of
Where's
split
kind
for
of
choice.
well, I mean, if look, if Boris Johnson can do it,
Well, that's true. Yeah. I mean, maybe Tony. You know, I mean, what Tony's achieved with Sporting Chance is incredible. You know, absolutely superb work he does. So he's shown I mean, he was always a leader. Tony. He was a leader when he was 19 years of age, and you know, he was acting like the captain then. 2 years before he was given the armband. So he's, in terms of leadership qualities, he would be the top man.
Good stuff. They're good stuff. I would like to see that someday. Tony Adams walking out of 10 Downing Street.
Yeah, in an orange suit.
That's what I was just going to say, in one of his dodgy suits.
Yes, yeah.
he does have a certain
Two foot's the
gravitas.
Prime Minister from another country.
What's that?
Just 2 foot's the Prime Minister from another country.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't take any prisoners. Yeah, don't mess with
It's
us.
a different negotiation tactic, but it's effective nonetheless.
It's the kind of stern leadership we need.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the end of the messing about. We'll open this up to more of a roundtable discussion, but obviously, Alan, as you're a guest, we'll start with you. Just a little bit of a preview of the season, what your thoughts are of the season coming up and stuff like that. How do we go into this season and overcome City? Obviously, we've heard of these marginal gains, and it was 2 points last time round, and I think this is the second time now we've been twice the bridesmaid. We don't want to be the bride this time. How do we make
getting married in 4 weeks? So we see.
I know this is stuck in my head, man. This wedding nonsense, it's doing my head in. But how do we overcome City this year? How do we bridge that gap?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. Will City be the same? Will they drop off? I was hoping they were going to drop off last season. You always wonder about their appetite. Those lads that have won it consistently, can they go again? But as long as Pep's there, I think they probably can. So we just need to be better. A lot of people have said we've got to go to City and beat them. And I know we took 4 points out of 6 out of them, and that's as well as we've done. But if we can go up there and beat them, that puts doubt in their minds, a doubt that probably didn't exist last season, because they've got this aura about them. They're used to winning, and we really need to do something that's going to make them doubt themselves. So we hardly put a foot wrong. You can look back at obviously Aston Villa and that, but 89 points is a fine total. So yeah, beat them home and away, and we've got a great chance.
Yeah, it's
Who's
equipment
going
malfunctions here.
to land the plane when you're wearing those, Owen?
Good one, Andy. So we're saying about marginal gains, man. We've seen Ricardo Calafiori come in at left back. We're still waiting to see maybe that Mikel Merino deal get over the line. When you look at our squad, are the concerns for you? We talked about those marginal gains, the juggernaut that City is, the squad depth that they have. Where are the deficiencies that we need to address?
I think if I would have to say one, I would say that there's just, if Saka was to get not even just injured, but a bit burnt out, I still don't think there's anyone. Not saying anyone can do what Saka does. You're not going to get 2 of those in the squad, but I just think the dynamics of the change of the side change so much. Whether that be Vieira out there, he's not really a winger. Then Gabriel Jesus or Martinelli, they're like right-footed right wingers, which means you kind of have to. They kind of go down the line, put crosses in. I know they can. Jesus especially has played there before, but I think they both prefer to play off the left. For me, it's kind of why I asked Uncle Smudge a bit about Rodrigo at the start, because I just think that's the one thing where we could be missing someone is that right wing. I really did think that we would have made that a priority this window, having, previously gone for other players who have played there and not got them and not really done anything. So for me, that would be the big worry. That is like, I think we should be looking at someone who can, it's hard to say replace Saka, but at least like come in for him.
Well, this is it, right, isn't it? I mean, you say Rodrigo, he's not going to come from Real Madrid to be Saka's understudy, is he?
No.
I mean, that's why Trossard was such a brilliant signing, wasn't he? You know, of the quality, but he's
great as well. It's just I just feel all of the players we have in that attacking space, other than Saka, would prefer to play off the left, as opposed to on that right. And I always feel like, even like when Saka had to come off a couple of times because of injury or whatever last season, just never felt like we were right, and that would be my big worry, because we played almost every minute of the World Cup, so had 3 weeks rest. I've got no doubt he's going to start again on Saturday. We've been so lucky that he hasn't really had a proper injury, has he, since 2020?
No.
And it's just that's my main concern, really. I think other than that, defensively, fantastic. Midfield looks like Marino will come in, and we've also got the two Nwaneri and Miles Lewis-Skelly, who I'm not expecting them to get loads of minutes, but they're there. As I said, on the left, there's a lot. I still think, maybe in an ideal world, we could get a 25-goal striker, but when I think like Havertz, Martinelli, Jesus, and Trossard, Saka as well, I do think there is enough goals. So that's just probably my biggest worry, is that right-hand side.
91 goals last season. I mean, you can't argue that we didn't have enough firepower last season. That wasn't ultimately directly what cost us the league, but I agree with you that the drop off from Saka is really the one area on the pitch that we have remaining where you could have the same downgrade in quality that we had when Saliba got hurt and we had to throw Rob Holding in there. And that's, Reece Nelson, is he that guy? Is Martinelli moved over from left to right that guy? We don't really know a ton of what we can do with Jesus on the right. I think that could be helpful. But yeah, it's difficult because whoever comes into that position, whoever's bought for that position, or who's ever eventually groomed for that position is either going to be a big step down, or is going to be someone who wouldn't come here to be a second, bench player.
See, I have a similar concern that you guys do with Odegaard that you do to Saka, in that he's such an integral part of the team. And it's not that the entire structure is built around him, but he's so pivotal to everything we do, not just with the ball, but without it. He's sort of the tip of the spear in what's a very effective Arsenal press. And if you take him out, it's how are the adjustments made? Because there's no way you can put someone in that's going to do what he does. And in a similar way, you're not going to find a player out there that's good enough to do what he does that wants to come to Arsenal and sit behind him, right? Because anybody who's good enough to do that is going to be a featuring player for the squad they're in. So I think we've got a couple of areas where that's a similar concern, and it's yet to be seen. We worry about it because we haven't seen it. I'm sure Mikel Arteta has a contingency plan for what's going to happen if Saka misses significant time, if Odegaard would miss significant time. I think with Odegaard, we're going to see a little bit more of a structural change than we would with Saka. But I'm sure there's a plan in place. So as much as I'm nervous about it, we may have something in the tank that if that happens, where we can kind of seamlessly transition and still be almost as effective as we are now.
Yeah, there's no replacing like for like that has Odegaard. There's not many in world football of his sort and talent, but there are certain players like that. You just think, well, if he's not available, you go in another direction, as you suggested. Man City, they can't get a replacement for Rodri, can they? Then they're not as strong without him in the team. So that just shows you certain players are irreplaceable. And you need a bit of luck with injuries, and we got it last year, didn't we? We got it, but just wasn't quite enough.
Alan, see
that gets pushed around quite a bit, but I don't see him leaving Barcelona to again be a backup. It just doesn't.
But that's what he is at Barcelona, you would say, and he doesn't really have much of a chance. But Alan, that's funny. What I was going to ask you, as somebody who obviously commentates on a lot of Premier League games and stuff like that, we talked about Leandro Trossard there. who was an alternative to Mihajlo Mudryk. Before that, Martin Odegaard as well was an alternative to Emi Buendia. So it isn't always the big fancy thing.
Those words actually go in the order that you just said them. That's unbelievable. An alternative, a consolation prize to Emi Buendia.
Yeah. But when you look throughout the Premier League, is there any sort of those players maybe under the radar of everybody that you identify as somebody that you would like to come in as one of those squad players, if you would?
What, coming to Arsenal from another Premier League team?
Yeah. So similar to the likes of the way Liverpool did with Jota, the way people did with Leandro Trossard, ones that maybe people would automatically look at as underwhelming, but that you think, someone like who is it, Matoma from Brighton.
Well, I was going to say Brighton. I mean, there's Evan Ferguson. He's a very promising young centre forward, isn't he? Who's got a lot to offer. Had 1 or 2 injuries last season, but who knows what the new manager's going to do with him and the rest of them. But yeah, I mean, you've got to have faith in our recruitment team, haven't you? They've not let us down over the last couple of years. So if there's somebody to be got, you'd hope that they'd be able to get him. And with Marino coming in, he's not an out-and-out centre forward. What would you say he is? More of a 10?
Mikel Moreno, an 8. Yeah, a box to box.
So, I mean, whether Arteta, is still looking for a centre forward, I don't know. Sometimes you don't hear about things with Arsenal, and they just do it. But I just wonder if we're going to have any. Is Eddie Nketiah, Reece Nelson, are they going to leave the club? I don't know what the situation is with those two. Is it going to free up a bit of money?
That's a weird one, Ryan, isn't it? The Eddie Nketiah to Marseille thing. 27 million.
He's dead now too.
Yeah, dead now as well. Which listen, I think that if it had been the case of Arsenal held out and made that money up front from another Premier League club, but I think it was something like 25 million to 27 million was on the table from Marseille, and Arsenal have stood firm. People have said that we need to be more stern with our sales. What's your opinion? Is it good that we've stood firm for a reputation, or is it a mistake not to take the cash?
I think there's, could see both sides. Me personally, I think I wouldn't be surprised. There's still 2 weeks left. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a feeling that there might be some other Premier League clubs who are going to come in for that similar amount of money, or possibly even more. And therefore, if you've got that, it's quite late in the window now for us to turn down, not great money, but fairly decent money from what we're being told, close to 25 million. If that's accurate as well, by the way, because if that's 25 million, but it's, 15 million pounds and then 10 million in add-ons, it might not be, as straightforward as people are thinking. But I think we'll get the offer for Eddie, and I actually think both Eddie and Reece should go, because I was looking at it about a week ago. Eddie played that last game he played was the 90 minutes against Fulham last year on New Year's Eve. Awful performance from the team. I think Arsene. I think Mikel has lost, not even lost faith in him, but maybe lost faith in how the team performs. Because after that, he got so few minutes. And then Reece did play against Luton and didn't do loads, and hasn't really been seen much at all since. And I think just for both of them, I think that they've almost done their jobs. As you look at someone like Eddie. He's got, how many other forwards have come through at a top club in England and played the minutes he has and given the moments he has.
He's 25 too. I always forget that
he's 25. Like it just feels like for him, it's the right time to move on. And I think for Reece as well, like
he could very well be where Solanke was 2 seasons ago in his career.
Absolutely. And there is, I think personally, there is Eddie, it's got such a hard job, I think, because like you say, like he played that 90 minutes against Fulham. That's it for him. If he plays poorly, I think he actually needs to go to a team where he can have a quiet game and know that next 2-3 weeks he'll still be playing, because he's been. It's really hard to say how good Eddie is, because he's had such few runs in the side. But my gut feeling is he probably isn't good enough for Arsenal to be, the number one. But I think he's definitely a Premier League player.
I wouldn't be selling him for 27 though, Ryan, would you? I mean, if you went to Marseille, I could see him being a 25 goal a season man. I know the French league's not the same, but for 27, I think, and of his age, I think that would be cheap. I'm not surprised Arsenal are not impressed with that figure.
No.
See, I think the problem as well is with the Premier League. There's such a monopoly now that unless you're selling within the league, you can basically half your valuation, because the other clubs around Europe just don't have the money that the Premier League clubs have. And even that's one to shoot back to yourself, Alan, with this PSR and FFP and everything. We're sort of starting to see the transfer market slow down in a sense, starting to see valuations for players come down in a sense. But the movement between clubs seems to be slowing as well. Do you think that this is good for football, or is it hindering football? Do you think that these restrictions being tightened is a good thing?
Yeah, it's both in a way. In a way, you feel it's a pity that clubs that can afford to splash the cash aren't allowed to. You think of Newcastle. They must be so frustrated that they can't go on at a pace that they wanted to at the start. But then you look at Chelsea selling all the youth team players. I mean, it's just carnage down there, isn't it? They're going one way and spending as free as you like by selling those homegrown players, which is such a shame. But yeah, I don't know. I can see the thinking behind it in terms of not allowing the likes of Man City and Newcastle to just go out there and buy everything. They want to keep an equality to the league, but it's certainly stunted the transfer market, hasn't it? At the moment, these clubs are having to be very creative in the buying and selling. But it puts an onus on coaching, which I'm not against at all. Good coaches will make decent players better, and I'm all for that.
And one of the interesting things when we're talking about it specifically in Nketiah, the same people that always have the critique that Arsenal doesn't sell well and we don't get enough for our players are the exact same group of people who say, what are they doing? They're crazy to not take 25 million for Eddie Nketiah. So you can't have it both ways. If you want us to be a team that, quote, sells well in your eyes, you can't just cater to the demands of the other team in every negotiation. If your demand is that we sell better, you have to be okay with the idea that when we draw a hard line, we're going to stand by that. And there are going to be times that the sale doesn't go through. But as I said, you can't have it both ways. And I'm in agreement with Ryan. I think there is a path to another Premier League club for Eddie. If Tony would happen to leave Brentford late in the window, which isn't impossible, I don't think super likely, that would be a destination. And I still think Crystal Palace is a place that would probably hold some interest. So I don't think, would I have loved for him to go for 30 plus to Marseille? Absolutely. I think that's a win for everybody, them included. We've seen what Lacazette did when he moved from the Premier League back to the French league. He could, as Alan said, he could score a bag of goals there. But I think you need to temper your expectations in terms of saying that we should get the most, but also we should turn around and cater to the demands of the buying team, because you can't have it both ways. So no matter what the team does, there's always going to be critics, as there is. That's just the nature of football and football fandom. But I'm in agreement with Ryan. I think there's still a potential path for a Premier League move for Eddie.
People look too narrowly at, you want 30 and you're refusing to sell them for 27. Well, A, you don't know how the deal was being structured, but more importantly, it's not about that 3 million euro. It's about the next sale and the sale after that and the sale after that, and frankly the reputation as either being the fish at the table. If you don't know who the fish is at the poker table, then the mark is at the poker table, then you're the mark. We've been that for so long, and I think we're successfully getting out from under that. And there will be the time. I mean, not selling Ainsley Maitland-Niles to Wolves, mistake, because we didn't sell him over. We did not sell him over drawing a hard line on valuation. We didn't sell. Presumably we didn't sell him because we wanted him to play for us, and then he just didn't, and we destroyed the value. But in this case, it's about It's about saying, we're shifting the narrative. We're now the ones holding the cards, and we're willing to walk away from a deal rather than be the ones who concede.
Who would you guys think? Who's better for you, Balogun or Nketiah?
Nketiah. I don't even think it's that close.
Right,
I was hugely in favor of selling Balogun when we sold him.
And we sold him.
We got as much as we
just
did.
for apples to oranges. We sold him for $35 million.
Yeah.
Right. So
with no historical precedent of Premier League.
One good season, right? Yeah, in the French league. And so if he's worth 35, I think we're right to stand for 30 to 35 for Eddie, if not more. And if he doesn't get moved in this transfer window, well then he's not going to be doesn't seem as though he's a player who's going to disrupt. Hey, I want to be in the starting 11 and throw his toys out of the pram. I think that it's a good signing. So it'd be good to hold on to him if we don't pick someone else up.
Do you not think there's almost like, I know you can only do this to a certain extent, but there's a duty of care within the club to facilitate within reason the players move, the likes of someone like Eddie who signed that deal, likely being promised a certain role or a certain amount of opportunities, like you guys have said, that he just hasn't gotten. Do you not think the club maybe owe it to him to help facilitate what he wants as well at this stage in his career?
Alan, are there actual certainty or guarantees when a player is signed? I mean, does the manager say to a player, you're going to be, do they give promises? I mean, I'm assuming if you're an Mbappe, there's a promise, but,
Well, he doesn't have to be told, does he? But
right.
no, of course, before Eddie signed his extension, his contract, he would have had a good chat with the manager, and Eddie would want you to have known what Arteta, the boss, what kind of plans he had for the striker. So the words were clearly fairly encouraging. And also, if you sign this and then if we get a good offer, I'll consider it. So, it'd be interesting if Arsenal are prepared to sell Eddie to another Premier League club, whether they would feel, we could come back to bite us. But if he was to go to somewhere like Palace, as one of you said there, I could well see that. That would probably be his level, and I could see him being successful there. But of course, Palace aren't going to really trouble us up the top end of the table. It sounds to me like he's the type of lad that the club, the manager would want to do right for. Not hold him back now. He's 25. He wants to get on with his career. And I would imagine as long as the price is right, they would wish him farewell with their best wishes. So let's hope he gets what he wants, because I think his talent deserves it.
And it's almost sad that you have to point this out as a compliment to the player, but in this day and age, because it's the way it should be. But you haven't heard him making comments into the media. You haven't heard him agitating. You haven't heard him saying anything negative about the club to try to force a move. And as far as we know, he wants to stay here and fight for his spot. Although clearly dropping down to third or fourth choice behind, Jesus, a healthy Jesus, Havertz, and possibly one more, option in the nine. So, we don't know whether he really wants to leave or not, but it's perfectly reasonable to assume that, at the age of 25, he's going to want to be the number one guy someplace. And I would agree with all the sentiments that he could probably very well be that at the Premier League level with, a Fulham or maybe even a Palace or something.
I actually think
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to let you go on. I was going to say, I think it's a credit to him as a character as well, as a 25-year-old English striker, that he was willing to take the step to go to Marseille. I think that takes a lot of confidence within himself to do that as well. So,
and the reason that Arteta loves him is, he is a professionalism. His training is apparently, got him to the point where he was. He was so, he's so impressed Arteta in training. So, the guy who's no longer a kid has been a model professional. So, he's the type of guy, just like ESR, maybe a little bit different, but you wish them nothing but the best if they're going to leave, and you want to see them get that move for their own well-being, in addition to what it allows us to do going forward.
Yeah, I just I'm wondering, is our lack of movement in the transfer window waiting on a deal for Eddie to leave first, or do we not have to worry about that? Because I think if that's the case, then they will, push comes to shove, maybe make a move a day or two before the window shuts, so we can bring in, because I think we do have one or two areas on the pitch that we need depth. Right wing probably being the most, because I don't think Reece Nelson's going to be the guy.
We don't have to sell first. It's not a cat, and again, we're just because of the length of this podcast, we're starting to double back on some themes that we had earlier, but probably a whole different set of people watching for the most part. We don't have to sell first. It's not a cash flow issue, but I do think we're not going to, make a number of different splashes in the market, spend a lot of money without it having a high level of confidence that we'll be able to move players on before the end of the deadline. So it's not a matter of, like our wallet is empty and we have to replenish it before we can then spend money on somebody. But, I think there's a plan in place for how many people and what type of people we want to have on our squad by the end of the transfer window. And, what order it happens in is less important than kind of having the confidence that it'll happen.
Yeah.
My guess.
Probably the last topic, boys, is it's funny because over this past couple of seasons, we've constantly been looking up at City, trying to figure out how we're going to catch them. Is there any teams trailing behind that you think could be a concern for us this season? I think we've got this feeling in our head that we're almost just automatically assured second place in the league at this point. But sometimes we can take that for granted. Is there anyone, Ryan, that you're concerned about?
I would expect us to get top two. The only thing I would say is about Chelsea, as much as crazy as it is, there's some top players there. Like, especially if they go and get Osimhen, and you think they've got them, they've got Cole Palmer, they got Pedro Neto, they've got Enzo Fernandez, they got Moises Caicedo. I mean, we as a club, Mudryk, who knows what's going to happen, but we have a club as Arsenal. We've been linked with some of these players not that long ago and been quite excited, But I know a lot of people were excited about maybe Neto and Caicedo. So I don't think they will, because just of the harmony and how difficult it was. But in terms of the players, for me, they're the ones where it'd be like, well, is it that, like, if it started to click, you'd be like, is it that surprising when you got, £200 million midfielders in Caicedo and Enzo and, Palmer, maybe Neto off the bench, like Cucurella left back of the Euros, Colwill with the reputation he has, like, the players are there, but I wouldn't expect it this season anyway.
The only thing, is that there's going to be a lot of unhappy players every week on that training ground.
That's why.
There?
That's what it means. The harmony
and that permeates through the squad. That's why. I mean, that's why I think you've seen players play well below their station. You've seen the value of those players that they purchased being hundreds of millions of pounds lower than the amount that they've spent on those players.
Oh, absolutely.
They're just. How could you be settled and happy? I mean, it's a miracle, and it's a testament probably to Cole Palmer's his professionalism and his drive that he somehow escaped the virus that's going on there. But I can completely understand why very talented players have come there and just not been what they are, because what is your day? I mean, we saw how upset Mudryk looked when he got there. We've seen what's happened to Caicedo, certainly performing well below his capabilities. And it just can't be a happy place to be.
Nah.
We're looking around saying, what formation are we playing? A 0-3-8?
But even they've got players like Romeo Lavia is another that they have, who was one of the best prospects in England, and he's just completely gone under the radar.
Lukaku still plays for them.
I mean, it's almost like they purchased some players just so they had them and another team wouldn't get them, right? And
Yeah, I don't know if Boley understands. They're not bobblehead dolls. Like you don't have a collection, and you're like, look at my collection.
So, Alan, as a player, when you're in that environment, like, what does it look like for you personally? Like, if whether you're at home or whether at the training pitch, and you're seeing these transfers come in, and you're just like, what are we? Do the players talk about it, or is it kind of like it's a business, right? You have to fight for your spot, but when you see a second, third, fourth player coming in your position, you almost have to be like, what are we doing here?
Oh, well, I mean, this is unprecedented. It's never happened in world football, I don't think, what's going on at Stamford Bridge. So, I mean, I can only imagine what the lads talk about between themselves in the dressing room. And as you say, if you're a striker, then another striker comes in, and then another one comes in. You must be thinking, well, what plans has the manager got for me? And by the way, whilst we're on about the manager, Maresca, I mean, to say the jury's out, is a bit of an understatement. He's not handled himself particularly well over pre-season, and he's a very young manager in terms of experience. So you wonder, is he up to the job? Will he be able to handle all those different players? Pochettino was getting a grip of it, but I think he got fed up, and so it was half and half as to why he left. But yeah, I mean, never mind about all the players. Is the man at the top, the gaffer? Can he harness them all, keep them all happy? I mean, it's almost an impossible job. So there'll be sort of whispering going on in the corners of the dressing room from Monday to Friday about if they're not picked. Oh, this gaffer doesn't know what he's doing. That player's not performing, but I still can't get in the team. So that can spread. The word virus was mentioned, and it can quickly spread in a dressing room, and it's certainly counterproductive if it does.
Is that something, Alan, that would interest you or put you off as a player? The fact that these players are being handed contracts to 2050. You hit the ball, you hit the back of the net with the ball once, and you're handed a 10-year extension. Is that something that would attract you or would kind of freak you out as a player?
If you're a mercenary, I think it would be.
Gives you stability, right?
You're thinking, you're thinking about the money. If you're offered that, aren't you? First and foremost, the money comes before. Well, where's this club going? Are we going to win silverware? That's secondary, really. I think to most players that they're trying to look after themselves, and that's why everyone is signing. Pure and simple. They might be accepting that I'm not going to play every week. They won't be happy about it, but they've got those big long contracts. So how that's going to pan out in the next 3 or 4 years, I do not know, because we've not been here before.
What was because maybe I just missed it, but with Pochettino leaving kind of weirdly out of the blue, did they ever give a reason behind that? Because we kind of headed into the Euros, so I felt like
that was
I think it was the fact that he's not gonna, and it's almost playing out now, because I think it was that he was probably going to be given players. You take a look at this Neto situation, right, with Jorge Mendes. So it looks like he's facilitated that signing for them off the basis that you do me a favor and bring João Felix from Atletico Madrid. And I can imagine Pochettino's gone, well, if that's the line we're going down, then no. Because
so it's more of him not getting to choose what he believes makes the squad strong.
Ultimately, I think if they once you start kind of cozying up to agents like that, we've kind of done it ourselves, haven't we? With when we probably brought a few questionable players in around, and you realise they were all attached to a similar agent. And if you're basically making recruitment decisions not based on what you need, but more based on like who and what I can imagine Pochettino dipped out from that.
I actually read that Pochettino was quoted saying that the little boy inside him always wanted to coach the U.S. men's national team. And,
I mean,
you have to let that guy go when that's the case.
I think Emma Hayes is going to do that, Mike, after she's done the women. She's moving on to it.
Yeah, that's crazy. The last two Chelsea coaches are now coaching the American men and women. I never actually thought about that.
That what you don't know, Mike, is that Todd Bowley owns the U.S. Soccer Association, as you call it here. The whole like They literally announced that at like 11 p.m. last night. There was no. What a weird way to announce your new manager to a country.
Yeah, I mean, why would you make that announcement during the Podathon? Like it's like trying to bury the news like on a Friday night. That you know, that's when you don't make big announcements.
Speaking of the Podathon, getting near the top of the hour, if you want to do one of the more epic giveaways, now is probably the perfect time while we still got Alan here.
Yes, and Alan, I am always very, very cautious of taking your generosity for granted. But you know, in year 6 of offering this particular prize, am I okay in saying that we can continue the once a year tradition of doing signed kits?
Yes, of course, Mike. Yeah, no problem.
Beautiful. So there are a number of people around the world who have had the pleasure of receiving a signed retro kit, whether the '89 kit, the '94 kit, signed by Alan Smith with a personalized message of their choice on it. And you know, I'm very happy to have allowed those things to be spread around, but I really owe it all to Alan for being generous and agreeing to do that and being so you know, consistent with your generosity. So that is the prize that we're going to give away right now, is a Alan Smith signed retro kit with your specific personalized message on there. And let me go ahead and get this running. We have a randomizer that we use. The winner. Now, if you have won a jersey already, then you are ineligible for this. I just have to make sure that, you know, if the wrong name comes up, we're going to have to redraw. I've set those rules at the top of the podcast. So the winner of an Alan Smith signed retro shirt is
Jared from the Gooners podcast.
Yeah, that definitely is not going to be.
I could give almost every single prize I could possibly win here back. This might be the exception.
All right, let's try to get this done again. It's not working. Computer, you're embarrassing me in front of Alan.
Whatever happened to picking it out of a hat, Mike? I don't know.
We spent thousands on this wheel, Alan. Thousands.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, that was quick. Gary Howell.
Gary
is, you know, a deserving and one. Well, they're all deserving. Everyone who won has donated, but Gary is a great guy. Very happy that Gary has won the Alan Smith signed kit. So congratulations, Gary. I know he's won prizes before. I don't know if this is one of them, but the only thing better, if he has won before, the only thing better than winning an Alan Smith signed retro shirt is winning 2 over the years. But Gary, thanks for your generosity. And when it comes to generosity, Alan, you've been the man who has absolutely shown up for Gooners versus Cancer and for me personally. And it's always good to see you when we're in the same place at the same time. You are actually the one thing that made that game against Fulham on New Year's Eve.
Oh, yeah.
Better.
Yeah.
You know, the ability to get to see you and introduce Mark to you and Jake to see you. I mean, that did kind of put a happy ending on a miserable afternoon, but but it's always a pleasure. And Alan, you know, I normally ask, where can we find you on Twitter? What are you going to be up to? But we all know. And thanks for doing what you do. And for
mate. No, well, I mean, you're the man doing all the hard graft and raising all the money. So congratulations, Mike. Keep it going. I'm only too happy to help.
Well, I truly appreciate it. Alan, take care. Be well. Give my best to the family.
Will do. Roy, I'll see you next Saturday, yeah?
Yeah, I will do.
Okay,
Yeah.
they're all coming round. They're all coming round.
Beautiful. And Ryan, we're also, I think we're gonna say goodbye to you as well, Ryan. Is that?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well,
Okay.
I certainly appreciate both of your time. Thank you so much, and be
problem.
well.
Thanks,
All right,
guys.
chaps. All
Thank
the
you,
best.
everyone.
Take care.
Take care. And
Bye, guys.
Cheers,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thanks,
gentlemen.
All right.
You too. All right, Ryan. So, do we have? I don't want to overcrowd things, but do we? But we're going to bring Mikey in. You're going to head out, Jared.
Mike's stepping in. I'm on my way out. So
Okay.
Are you going to come back, Jared?
Yep, I'll be back for the last hour to join up with the whole crew.
Okay, beautiful. That'll be a great finish. So, Jared, thanks so much for for having my back and giving the show some modicum of professionalism as we go through the mid-20s of hours here. So, in fact, we've just hit the 24-hour mark. for the podcast. So yeah, been sitting here since 2:00 yesterday Eastern time, and it's now 2:00. So thank you, Jared. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yep.
Jesus. Oh yeah, thanks very much. Just get out.
See you, bitch.
Mikey, welcome back.
What's
And,
up?
God.
and I'm excited. I'm
go.
excited about this next guest because I mean, this is someone who obviously Sophie has had on the Highbury squad many times, spoken very highly of, and then I had the pleasure to meet last May in the lead up to the final game of the season. Met him at the Tollington, and we both enjoyed watching Martin watch himself on television, which is an underrated experience. But welcome to your duck breaking appearance on the Gooners pod and the Podathon, Mr. James Green from Sky Sports. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Thank you very much for having me.
Are you still Sky Sports? Or are you
Still Sky Sports? By the way, 24 hours. Do you know, I was telling my partner that she's like, "What podcast are you going on?" I'm saying like, "Oh, it's Gooners v Cancer. It's brilliant. They're doing 27 hours." She went, "Look, one thing you do not moan about you getting up early this morning and early tomorrow." So she gave me a proper warning. So no moaning from me how tired I am, because you must be 10 times that right now.
Did you make it appear as though like all of our podcasts were 27 hours, or just that this is like a unique thing? Like we do 27 hours and we do it daily.
It's a weekly thing. It's going just unrolling. Each of us have 27 hours. It's just a rolling.
We're working our way up to a 168-hour Podathon.
I'm very impressed. But yes, no, I'm still with Sky. I'm busy. It's been a busy week with the start of the Premier League season, of course, about to get underway. I've had the pleasure of speaking to Mikel on the weekend, the displeasure of speaking to Ange on Friday. I'm kind of joking, obviously, sort of not.
And when you told him that, he said, "Mate."
Mate, yeah, I've already upset him last year, so we're trying to be on his best behaviour as possible. But Marco Silva yesterday, and I was down in Brighton with their new manager today, 31-year-old Fabian Hertzler.
It's insane.
Unbelievable.
Insane.
It's insane. Do you know, he walked into the room and genuinely, I just looked at this young lad. I'm like, you must be a player. You must be a player. Like, I'm shaking his hand and I'm thinking, this just doesn't feel right. You know, you imagine either football managers being successful and Spanish with wonderful hair, or they're old, grey, balding, proper English lads. And this guy, just this German young lad, 31, but my God, as soon as he started talking, incredibly impressive.
He's
31. I was about to ask, like, what's his confidence like when he walks into the room? Like, do you feel him there, or is it?
How many players on the squad are older than him?
Quite a few. You've got James Milner, who's over 7 years older.
He's 47 years old.
If we checked his passport and birth certificate, maybe he's still going, what guy he is. But no, he walks into the room. I wouldn't necessarily say he's got like the aura like some managers have, but it's just how he speaks. And you think, how have you got a head on your shoulders like that at such a young age? And I mean, this is a huge, huge challenge. You know, managing in the Premier League is hard enough. Doing it as a 31-year-old, youngest ever in a permanent position, is unbelievable. So,
And Brighton don't really get any appointments like that wrong, really, do they?
Trying to think the last time that they got one wrong, and they're always spot on.
Yeah,
I mean, Roberto Martinez did a good job. Chris Hughton did a good job. Obviously, Potter, De Zerbi. Yeah, it's incredible.
They got a pretty good hit rate, and they're getting tons of compensation for these guys as well from Chelsea every year. So.
Chelsea will be the first club in the Premier League to have two managers at the same time. It's going to be
that happened. Liverpool. Who did they have? Liverpool in the mid 2000s had. I'll look it up. I'll come back to it. Go on ahead. Sorry.
Good story.
There's nothing better in this world than listening.
Let
me just say, there's nothing better than listening to Rob Ford pull this "Coming to America" thing out with 137 years old. Absolutely love it. Thank you, Rob.
James, who's the manager that you dread going to interview? Not based off of that, but just the fear, because they have that aura or personality where you're like, if I say the wrong thing, I'm going to get barked at, you know.
Good question.
And is he now managing in Turkey?
No. Do you know what? Well, I mean, yeah, he's. I mean, he's just entertaining. No, I would say. Oh, really good question. Pep's got the aura that you. It's just something about you want to impress him, and it's not necessarily saying you're going to like, you know, kiss his ass and ask just
It's a man
questions.
crush. It's a man crush, James.
There's just something there, isn't there? It's Pep,
Oh,
and you're like, oh God, just know my name.
Say my name.
I know, and he hasn't said it yet, so it's really disappointing. But no, I think Ange is genuinely, Ange is someone, he's got this flip side to him, and he's flipped on quite a few journalists in the only 12 months he's been at the club. So he's one that's got a switch, and if you word a question wrong, he will just go at you straight away. David Moyes was always tricky, and again, he could give you this death stare. And bear in mind, when we're on a press conference, we're always at the front, and we're so close to these managers. If they're looking at you and they're giving you a death stare, you're feeling every inch of it, and yeah, it can be challenging.
We know that all too well because Mike put.
I was about to ask this exact question.
So Mike put his phone up at the press conference and forgot that an alarm was about to go off. And Unai Emery didn't really give him the death stare, but Granit Xhaka like looked at you.
This is in LA the day before the Bayern Munich game, and you know, I was on this diet where at 6 p.m. every day I had to eat soup. I love Owen.
I'm still getting them alarms every day.
That's hilarious. Somehow our iCloud got merged, and every day at 11 p.m. I think or 8 p.m. Ireland time or Northern Ireland time, he got eat soup because I had these little like soup mixes that I had to do boil water and put it in there. And of course, this press conference began at 5:57 p.m. I forgot that I had this alarm on, and
just 2 days before, the level of professionalism, because we show up to the Arsenal match and Mike wore a suit, right? And then I didn't wear a suit. And then Mike's yelling at me because I'm not dressed appropriately. As we show up to the Arsenal Colorado Rapids game, some woman checks us in and she literally went, "Oh, you two are the podcast people," and just pointed to a door.
And what were we doing 45 minutes later?
Well, but when we walked in, we saw Benj, who we just met, but he was literally wearing like a stained ripped t-shirt and shorts, like he just got off of like
and like Birkenstocks. Like that was our first exposure to James Benj and why we fell in love with him immediately.
Yeah.
And let's just say he was much more approachable than the other two journalists in the room.
Yeah, I think I called one of them a C word, and you yelled at me for being unprofessional, but he was.
Well, yeah, he got a little cross at you, but we won't name who it was. But
he did get a little cross at me.
Yeah, let's just assume you called him crazy.
Does he work for my company?
Oh, he works in the Mirror.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah.
James like, it's
a very cross at Andy.
Yeah. He's a very cross person.
I
well played there, Andy.
But yeah, and so we go from being 2 out of 5 journalists breaking Josh Kroenke's first public comments in probably the history of Josh Kroenke in Arsenal to Granit Xhaka pretty much looking like he wanted to kill me because I interrupted his coach, who was so nice. He's like, "Whose phone is these?"
Because
and I'm like walking up there with like my balding head and like.
Well, no, you had those 2 handfuls of. You forgot your sweat towel, so you had 2 handfuls of.
I wasn't expecting to sweat until that happened, and it just started like.
He's walking up there, just like patching his head with these like. Rolls of like Kleenex from the toilet.
No, they were those brown paper towels that that you get from the dispenser.
The best thing is he sits back down next to me. He goes, "Never mention this to anyone ever."
And
usually those moments go viral.
Yeah,
he got so mad. He's like, "Mike, we give each other a lot of shit, but like, I'm insulted that you thought that I would tell you that." And then like the next day, I'm like, "Guys, guess what happened?"
Have
Did
you
it
any
on the-
embarrassing
on the
stories, James?
Oh, not like that. No, I mean, did
No?
he not come up with like his
Dream,
suit on
not
the
like
phone?
that.
I'm intrigued.
So, yeah,
Did he
well,
not come up with like, have your suit now?
No,
well,
it did,
this
yeah.
is really
And
quick.
then
If it was David Moyes, he would have been like, "Who in this room needs to eat soup?" But I mean,
That's-
it
and
was
that would've
Unai
been
Emery, so he had
brilliant.
no idea what it said.
Unai kind of just held it up saying, "Whose is this?" And like Mike ran up and grabbed it, and Xhaka just looked like he wanted a 2-foot Mike. The entire
Was it Unai or Arteta who like literally picked up a phone call from somebody? Or it was Mourinho, I think. Mourinho potentially were like, hello, no, he's in the middle of like a press conference.
Sophie's told the story that that she was in a press conference with David Beckham when he was with the Galaxy, and it wasn't her phone, but somebody's phone received a phone call. Beckham picked up the phone, answered it, said, "Hi, who's this?"
That's too convenient. That's
and the story she tells, and I have no reason to believe it's not true, but the story she tells is that he looked at the phone, and he was under contract with, I guess, Nokia or Samsung, and he's like, "This is an iPhone. I can't talk to you on this. Knock it up." But that's, I have absolutely no reason to doubt that Sophie's not the type to embellish a story like that if it didn't happen.
So now when there's like these tours that go through America, they're very specific with who goes into these press conferences, and that's because Mike and I fucked it up.
Like I said, it sounds like they need to be more specific. I think. Yeah.
Now, Mike, when you met Josh this past few weeks ago, did A, he remember you, or B, did you remind him about the conversation we had?
Oh, of course I remember. There was like this little gaggle around him. We noticed that he was there at the Rams training facility during this joint event, and I look over there and I'm like, "Oh shit, that's Josh!" And so I walk over, and Kate Lawrence, the comms director, is of course standing there right next to him, and I noticed that James Ollie's over there, McNicholas is over there, and I'm like, normally I would have been very, very, I mean, yes, I have the same media credentials that they do, but I didn't earn them. And so I would have been very kind of worried and scared to walk over there, a little intimidated, I guess is the word. But I knew I had the ability to be like, "Oh, Josh, good to see you again. It's been 5 years since our last chat," and I didn't expect him to remember like, "Oh, hey, I recognize you," especially because I was twice the size back then. But Kate, to her credit, and she's fantastic. She's like, "Oh yeah, you had that interview. We'll wait until he's done talking, and I'll make sure to introduce you. We'll get a picture." And so yeah, we I mean, obviously he remember. I said I was with that guy who was a Avs fan. I didn't actually bring you up, but yeah, he remembered it, and I wanted to make a point. And yeah, maybe I was kissing ass a little bit, but I mean I truly believe this. Everything he said and expressed in that conversation, which came hours after the "We Care Do You" thing came out. I mean, it was his comments were, and his gaggle that he gave in Denver were, in response to "We Care."
Because he wasn't going to respond to it. Remember?
No, we found out in the middle of the first half. Binai and Mark Ganello were basically like, we think Josh is actually going to come up and have a statement to make, and to their credit, they didn't be like, "Okay, John and Mark, you can come in. You two get the hell out," or James, but you two get the hell out of here, podcasters in a suit. So we got to play the part of journalism. We got, but everything he said in that press conference, though it seemed a bit outlandish and a bit pie in the sky, the last 5 years have borne it out. He's delivered on everything from an intent standpoint and a process standpoint. In the meantime, all of his other teams won championships, and the fact that he understood the difference between. And I'm not on their payroll, but at the time he pointed out the similarities.
Are you sure you're not on their payroll?
I'd like to be on their payroll. I would certainly.
How else can you afford a Dickie Bowl like that?
But
very nice.
But honestly, the similarities to trying to build a winning culture at football clubs or at sports clubs / American sports franchises, they understood that there were some similarities, but that there were also some differences. And honestly, I think he's lucked into a few things, because at the time he was extolling how they thought he had the right team around him, and that team was Unai Emery, Raul Sanllehi, so yeah, things changed from there. But After the ESL situation, I really think he started to get it, and so I wanted to tell him that we've kind of come full circle, and he made it very, very clear that the job wasn't done. They weren't pulling Barry Horowitz and patting themselves on the back.
They do have this strategy across their entire sports industry, which is employ a young up and coming coach. Why do you think they went down that Unai Emery and Raul Sanelli sort of avenue when it clearly wasn't their overall strategy? Like, how'd that happen?
You're asking James, right?
Anybody who can answer it for me.
I don't know if I can answer that really. I think you got to think that it was always going to be that first one after Arsenal was always going to be the hardest job of them all, and that wasn't a job for a new manager. I think in hindsight, I think however well Mikel's done over the last near 4 or 5 years, I think that would have still been too soon for him. Mm-hmm. And you've got to understand at that point, think about what the fan base was like at that point as well. There was this really separate fan base. The atmosphere was abysmal. And even Unai in the first season didn't do too bad, did he? Got us to a Europa League final. And that wasn't enough. I mean, we were dreadful. I was there in Azerbaijan. It was awful. But and
this is what that interview came on the heels of. I mean, it was weeks after Baku.
Yeah, and it was just such a horrendous performance. It was a horrendous night, quite frankly, in a beautiful city, I've got to say. But yeah, I think it was more of they needed to bring in.
Necessarily thought that, but
yeah, I loved it. But I think they needed to bring in someone with experience to be able to cope with the pressure of coming in after a manager like Arsene Wenger for all those years. So that's my thinking, and that's what I believe they did. And I believe that was actually, I still think that was the right decision. I think if you think about what Mikel's done since joining Arsenal now and the changes he's made now, the changes have been extreme, but over a certain period, I think it would have just put us so far back. I don't think we'd be in the position we are now if he had joined Arsenal after Arsenal left.
It was the appropriate level of naivety. I think that they thought that was the. I mean, I think they clearly believed that that Raul and Unai.
Raul was a disaster.
Absolutely.
Let's be real. Like,
thank God the gerbil got rid of him.
Yeah, we can say this, and I might be a journalist, etc., but I can be honest with my opinion if something wasn't right. I mean, his reign was utterly disastrous. I don't think
continues to be at the clubs that he's at.
Absolutely, I don't think Gazidis was a huge amount better either. So it's not been great. And then restructuring behind the scenes, I think, has actually probably been the bigger change. Getting the right people and personnel in place to make sure it's more streamlined, and decision making is all the way through from manager to owner, but it's like a seamless transition rather than the messy bit parts that it was certainly towards the end of Arsene Wenger and then the Unai Emery period. So,
but even the cultural awareness, James, has been fantastic. I think, like, you look at the Amazon Prime documentary, the sort of openness to take in the Louis Dunford song at the start again, like all these little tidbits have all added up to making the culture around the club different than it's ever been, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you're spot on. I mean, you only have to go to the Emirates now, right? And it's like a different place. It's just completely different. And look, all fans, and especially fans of big clubs, like fans of Arsenal, where we've been treated to some of the best times of our lives, you get spoiled. And so when things are great, the atmosphere is great. When things are not so good, we're very easy to just go straight at the players, straight on the team, straight on each other, as we've seen. But yeah, look, I hope this allows us, even in the future when things might not be as brilliant at times, because it's going to happen at some point, we're going to have a drop off. I don't know when that's going to be, but let's hope not too soon. It's just how we respond to that, and if we can keep that culture and the atmosphere created at the Emirates going. But yeah, you're right, and it's not just the work. Again, it's not just the work of the ones that we see on camera all the time. It's the people behind the scenes that are bringing together all of that. They're a big part of it. So it is a huge culture shift. It's a change, and it's let's be honest, it's bloody brilliant.
In hindsight, the I guess if you look at it, that Sanelli was the one at the club instead of Edu before they switched over. I think Edu in the All or Nothing documentary, actually, Owen mentioned when they asked him a question like, when did the project start? And I think he answered, if I recall correctly, with all due respect, starting from the departure of Unai. So they kind of said, okay, we're going to stop trying to hire 20, 30, 40, 20, 30 year olds to try to get us and force us into the Champions League. We're going to have to take a step back, realize that we're not that club right now and that we can't force relevancy into the world of football and just hit that top four. So they had to take a step back. But just in hindsight, all the reports were suggesting that potentially Mikel Arteta was going to be the guy that comes in the year Unai Emery came in. And just you kind of have to wonder if Sanelli was the guy that's working side by side with him. Would Arteta still be at the club right now if he had to endure the first 2 years? Because he was able to come into the club in a very specific squad situation where when they were bringing him in, they were telling him, hey, things aren't good. This is the squad. This is the locker room you're inheriting, right? That's a completely different perspective and project to manage other than to, hey, we're signing Socrates and he's really good at Dortmund and we expect you to make it to Champions League. Two completely different ways of thinking, two completely different locker rooms. And so I'm generally curious, like those first 2 years, if he was here, if he was the manager after Arsene Wenger, like would he have been allowed the time that he was allowed after Unai Emery came in? Like generally, talk about a sliding door moments in the history.
I was literally about to say sliding door moments. That's a sliding door moment right there.
It's so funny you mentioned Socrates. Like, fucking hell. Sorry, excuse my language.
I remember being happy about that, James.
I was so excited when we signed Stefan Lichtsteiner.
David Luiz, I remember convincing myself that was brilliant.
Me too. Yeah. I thought, genius. What a great
Rob Holden and David Luiz playing out from the back. This is going to be fantastic.
Unpopular opinion amongst many that I have, I still kind of like David Luiz. I don't think he was the worst of that bunch is my unpopular opinion.
What, 35 million Mustafi as well?
Oh, that was brutal.
It's quite incredible because this wasn't that long ago. You look at where we are now, the change has just been, it's been incredible. It's staggering. I was going to ask you, I assume you've seen it, but the interview of Edu with the Men in Blazers.
Yeah,
brilliant interview.
I mean, if you want to know about, the role he's taken on and how he's attacked the transfer window, what sort of players he's looking at, why Arsenal haven't received the transfer funds that maybe a lot of fans demand for their players, just tell them to watch that video, listen to the words that come out of his mouth, and you'll very quickly understand exactly why we've struggled to sell players and get money for them and why the change of recruitment has happened and how they go about it. And I think it's just a brilliant, 20 minutes or so interview. It's fantastic. And Edu, as always, the guy that I know, he's just so open. He's really open. If you ask him the right questions, he will answer them. And he's terrific. He's terrific inside the club internally, but also as almost like a PR magnet for Arsenal. He's brilliant. He handles the fans well. He handles the media well. He's brilliant for us. He, as well as Arteta, obviously keeping hold of him, we need to make sure Edu goes nowhere.
Yeah, they are such a good team.
I'm shocked with how. Oh, sorry, I'll let you go. I'm shocked with how open Edu is. I had the opportunity to hang out with him a little bit in LA 2 years ago, and he was just in the middle of the crowd, just talking to everybody. And no matter, and I actually, James, I have this thing where like, I actually like, oh, it's Edu. I don't want to bother him with Arsenal. So like I go the opposite direction. I'm like, hey, so a buddy of mine.
How's your family?
Do you watch WWE? I'm sure he's fucking excited.
How do you cook your steak? Like, do you like
literally like a good mate of mine, Kelly, like who he's part of like a cigar club. He's like, hey, ask him about cigars and what does he smoke, and I'm like trying to chat with him about that. But during that conversation, several people come up. And I'm in or around him, and there's people consistently asking him, and he's like so open, like it's a project, we're trying to do this, we're just so down to the ground. Is just absolutely amazing.
It's just this vision of Arsenal fans trying to talk to Edu about something that he's there to talk about, and then a random Mexican dude being like, "What cigars do you smoke?"
Yeah, 100%. That is 100% what happened, by the way.
And then they're like,
is that better, or is Andy and I screaming out to Callum Chambers and Freddie Lundberg, what do you like on your pizza? Is pineapple on pizza okay or not? In the bowels of
Come on, James, give me a vote of confidence here, James. Tell me,
James, you seem like a pretty professional guy, and so do you go to your press
you sure?
with a
alarm? We'll know.
Relative to us.
Okay, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you go to your interviews and press conferences with a binder full of questions, written on, like what children take to school on the
a 3-ring binder,
even written in crayon.
No, worse than that.
Boom.
I'm trying to. Hold on, I have one.
Good question.
Well, he's going somewhere with this.
No,
he had one of these. Oh, this is my dog Gooner, R.I.P. So Mike had one of these, right? Papers falling out. Players walk past, and I'm like, Mustafa, what's your question? And Mike just went, I didn't write a question for him. And because we had made the engaging, like, hey, we've got media passes on, he kind of came over like, oh, these guys want to talk to me. And hers, I pulled a hers. I just went, so you just had a baby. How are you sleeping? And he just looked at me like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
And then
that's quite a good question. I don't mind that. That's all right.
I mean, I just had a baby too, so I was like, all right, and and then
you go to the commonality and
there's nothing. There's nothing wrong with being different. And so how are you feeling about the new season?
Thank you. I really needed to hear that, James.
We're not going to ask the same questions that the Evening Standard is going to ask.
Absolutely. They love being asked different stuff. They love
it. I don't think Joe Willock loved what he heard from me, though.
What did you ask?
Mike? Well, Mike didn't ask Joe Willock anything. Mike yelled at him.
He made a statement.
Mike didn't mean to do this, but it came out
differently than what I meant to say.
It came out extremely aggressive and condescending, and he just yelled, "Ha! Good luck making the team." And that's what he yelled.
First of all, I didn't say "ha." What my intent was. Here's what was in my mind. It was Joe Willock is making the leap this season. He was basically Ethan. I mean, maybe not talent, but he was at the stage of his career where Wanyeri is right now.
He's going to break into the first team.
And what I meant was like
best
we're all rooting for you and like, good luck with the process of adjusting into the first team. And he was already past me, and I panicked, and I was like, good luck making the team.
It came out more like, good luck.
The only thing I could have said that would have made it worse is right at the end I could have added, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, you wanker.
That would have been the only thing I could have done.
I don't know if it would have been any worse, really.
I mean, that really. And on an evening where the two of us slept in the airport, sleeping in the airport was not the worst of not even in the top 5 worst moments of our evening. Like that's.
I will say the highlight for me was we met, and James, I don't know if you've been around the Kroenke bunch.
I haven't. No, they only let podcasters around the Kroenke. So.
We met. I got yelled at by John Cross and Josh Kroenke's lawyer. They both hated me. I don't remember the question. I asked him like a fan question. Like and then
no. What you asked him? I mean, we have the recording of it. I mean, search Gooners podcast Josh Kroenke. I mean, you can listen to the full audio. Not that you would waste your time with such a thing, but basically,
James is literally searching for it.
Challenge accepted.
He said, Andy says, his concept was, I live in Denver. I actually see Josh Kroenke kind of communicating with the Avalanche's supporter base pretty much, and yet they don't do that. This is the silent Stan and silent Josh situation right then. And does he care? And what you came out basically with, the concept was, do you think that one of the reasons you're more hesitant to kind of communicate about Arsenal is because the English press is just going to go ahead and twist your words into it, into whatever, and to make I've never seen a guy who wasn't necessarily in the best physical shape move as quickly as his attorney and kind of handler did. And he goes over and he's like, whoa, John, do you think that's a fair question?
Well,
I mean,
Do you think that's a fair question, John?
That was my reaction. I had to
calls
hit the
on
room
to see
with
you next
everyone.
Tuesday in front of him. And John, do you think that's a fair question? He just didn't want Josh to answer the question, and it was
of course. Yeah, I mean, do you hate that? I hate that when they're stopped. Like whether it's lawyers or whether it's like the communications team. Oh, don't answer that question. Don't answer. It's like, oh, come on, just let them be.
And it's always them. It's never the player or the person or the owner. It's always the
lawyer, the comms team. Yeah, stop talking. Don't answer that. No, we're not talking about that subject.
And then the next day we show up at the fan event in where was it, Marina Del Rey, and we walk past them, and they're all sitting. Yeah, the Four Seasons, and they're all sitting there at the table, and we walk in with our press passes. And they're like, "Wow, you guys get around." I think they thought they were done with us in Denver. Like this was cute, but the Make-A-Wish is only for one night.
James, there's plenty of normal journalists who, trust me, we're in press conferences and we're looking around going, Make-A-Wish, 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 Make-A-Wish. And then you probably go Make-A-Wish.
But by the end of the trip, we were legitimately asking the players if they thought pineapple was on pizza, right? Should it be on pizza?
Like it was okay to be on
And it was genius because they actually stopped to engage. And so it'd be like John Cross and then the guy from The Sun, I forget, was it Mark Irwin?
Mark Irwin.
And they would have their microphones out getting ready to ask them a serious question. And Mike and I'd be like, hey, does pineapple belong on pizza? And like they literally were stopping for 5 seconds, and that's what they got. And it was a yes or no. And Lundberg had the best response. He slow walked past us, looked over his shoulder and went, does this body look like it eats pizza? And then just walked off.
That is awesome.
It was fantastic.
And what makes this even weirder, James, as well, is that they did this all with a Guitar Hero microphone to record. They left that part out.
The trip I had Guitar Hero microphone. The trip I had Guitar Hero microphone was when I actually was in Orlando, and I actually got to ask questions of Matt Turner, Eddie Nketiah, Martin Odegaard, and Mikel Arteta, and they grabbed it from me and they started singing karaoke. It was amazing.
There's a level of professionalism. My idea this summer was to bring my 7-year-old. My idea this summer was to bring my 7-year-old with like a mini microphone, and I could have been like, "Hey, dude, there's Odegaard. He's your hero. Just go ask him a question." He'd be like, "Yeah, okay." And I don't think Mike was onto it, but I was like, that would have probably killed because
we actually ended up doing that. We just did it with Ryan Youngblood. They're like, who is this 7-year-old? We have to give him time. So
I did a series how many years ago? It must have been about 7 years ago, 6-7 years ago, and it was very much at the Arsene Wenger in or out stage. And we did a series called, oh my God, Young Talk or Kid Talk or something, and I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, literally asking young kids around 7, 6, no older than that really, and we'd ask them their opinions. And honestly, it was the best bit of content I've ever done because the answers by the kids were actually better than the adults. There was no swearing; they were actually quite sensible. But you obviously get the funniest responses from kids, and it's genius. So yes, there should be more of it. And
we'll do that next time, Mike. We'll just bring him with a mini mic and we'll have him interview because players will then like drop their guard a little bit more.
The social team love it.
How threatening could we possibly appear to be? I mean, like there's no intimidation.
You're yelling to players, "Good luck making the team." It's pretty threatening.
Yeah, I mean that is the last time I spoke to Joe Willock, and you know what? He didn't make the team. We sold him for a nice amount of money, but he didn't make the team. So, I won that. I played the long game with him.
I cannot wait until I get to interview Joe Willock this season. And I bring.
Do you remember in 2019?
I'm going to show him a picture of Magic Mike and go, "Do you remember this guy? That son of a bitch."
Could be like, yeah, a lot of therapy sessions because of that.
Yeah. That's that buck that destroyed my career.
on the interviewing aspect of things, James, do you ever like hit it off with the manager or a player where you just feel a little bit more at ease when you're approaching them to ask them a question? Like a few years ago when Olivier Giroud went to Milan, he got in like really good with a specific journalist where like he would celebrate goals with them, and like it went viral for a little bit, and the guy just like, it became a thing where Giroud recognized him and says like, dude, every time you're reporting on us, we win. And they just started getting along, and it kind of caught a lot of popularity, but it kind of made me wonder, like, do you have, you don't have to name no names, but you're like, hey, James, you're going to go cover this guy. And you're like, fuck. And then like versus going to another manager, like, dude, this guy has this specific like characteristic. He's like easygoing. So you just feel more at ease that you could maybe get away with asking slightly more challenging questions versus some questions where, oh, you know, we're not commenting on that right now. Like, you know, just questions that you already know they're going to get batted down.
Yeah. So any manager that remembers me and knows my name, then yes, that's a win. Even
it's
like
not that hard to remember, to be frank. I mean,
you know. Think that, but even David Moyes, at some point last season, there was one press conference in particular, and he said, "Hi, James, how are you?" And I was like, "Oh my God," because he never does it. And I was like, and then the next week I was back there. He was like, he didn't say anything.
I walked up to Granit Xhaka the following year. He's like, "Hi, phone wanker."
But no, look, it's look, ultimately our job as well as reporting and doing what we need to do with the links to TV, letting fans know what's going on. It is about building relationships, and it's about building trust. And the more and the closer you get with managers, and the more they trust you and you get to know them, the easier it is, as you say, to ask deeper questions, to get better responses. They're more inclined to talk to you if they know you a bit more personally, rather than someone that is very distant from them, isn't very engaging. So look, yeah, there definitely is 100%. Like, I thought I'd cracked Mikel last summer. We did 2 one-on-one interviews together over, actually maybe did 3 in really quite a short space of time. And I thought I had him. I thought, that's it. I've got him. We were talking about other stuff, and it was brilliant. And I thought, that's it. It's me and Mikel
James,
now.
you won't have him because you're a hair threat to him, and he sees that.
Yeah, he caught
on.
So
that's what it was.
I think that's what it is.
I wanted to actually ask this before, and now it's become relevant again. Andy, Mike, Owen, you'll know where I'm going with this, but
it's real hair.
Is Simon Collins now number 2 on the list?
I was just gonna say that's the reason he didn't remember you, because he only likes fat, balding, unattractive people like us. So yeah, Simon. Oh, that's a good battle.
I mean, number 1, Simon regrettably couldn't be on the. I mean, we have to have Simon and James on together and just kind of do.
All I'll say with Simon. How old is his profile picture?
Yeah, that is true.
Good point.
True.
Well played.
And he's gotten married, so maybe he's let himself go.
And I asked that because I remember the first time I met Simon in real life. That's all I'm saying.
James, is this an exclusive? You're saying that Simon's catfishing the journalist world?
I've met Simon a few times, and I didn't particularly
clearly catfishing the fans. I don't know. He's a good guy. I like.
He's awesome. A fantastic guy. Yeah, there's something about Arsenal journalists, and this is why I love talking to. I mean, I'm not like generalizing, but you almost can generalize, because there are 2 things that Arsenal, covering journalists have in common. You are either over 6'5", or you're just incredibly fun to be around.
They're not bad, the Arsenal lot. I actually agree with you. Yeah, I mean, you never. Everyone's different. You get some of the local journalists at some of the clubs, and they're a different breed, and it's quite amusing actually. And they get very, very annoyed at us broadcasters. But no, others are all right. But look, on that question of the managers, yeah, look, they're like an example. Like Rob Edwards, I got quite close with at Luton. I'm seeing him on Saturday as well. Really great guy, and he opens up quite a lot with me. We've done some brilliant interviews together. And I love when I get to go and see him. Marco Silva, I saw yesterday. Again, I love going to see Marco Silva because, again, we built a rapport over doing countless interviews. I was on the pitch when Fulham got promoted, interviewing him, and he was like celebrating. And it was, you build these special bonds through moments, key moments, whether it's something like that on the pitch or whether it's, with Rob. We had it with Tom Lockyer. I was covering that when he had his heart attack on the pitch. So you build these bonds over those moments. But it makes a difference, definitely. And you want to, as long as you're seeing someone that you've interviewed before, you're starting to build that relationship with, then it's fine. And throughout the season, you get to see most people multiple times, apart from Chelsea managers, of course, because they don't last very long. But
they don't last long enough to see them
do you think that's a choice that Mikel makes on purpose, is to keep the media distant? Do you think that he's actively trying to keep you at arm's length?
Yeah, I do. So first of all, he doesn't like the media side of things. He doesn't like it. That's number one. He just doesn't like it, doesn't enjoy doing it. So that's the first thing, where other managers don't necessarily come out and say that. He openly says he doesn't enjoy it. That's not his focus. He sees it as more of a distraction because it takes him away from doing what he really wants to do. And that's being on the training pitch, being at the tactics board, working with his team and working on.
Does he do a Marshawn Lynch though, where he starts the press conference by saying, "I'm just here so I don't get fined"? I mean, that was.
I mean, that's probably the only reason he does it. I mean, if you listen to some of his responses, you don't get much.
Have you ever seen that Marshawn Lynch? He's an American footballer. He gave an interview. He hated the press. He gave an interview that basically he answered 10 questions, and every single one he answered with, "I'm just here so I don't get fined." Like the question was like what did you make of the the play calling in the second half where you weren't featured as much? "I'm just here so I won't get fined." Like that was.
I mean, but that's it. But then it's part of the modern day job, right? Each manager, they have to manage the press, especially in the UK and in England. It's really important that they have to manage the press. That's just part of their job. He has to. I'd like to see him give us a little bit more, but I love him, so I can't criticize.
See now as well as maybe the boys less so, James, but you'll maybe understand this a bit more. The likes of like Tubes and Ange Golf Life have a lot of ex-footballers, and the Tom Lockyer on as well. Obviously, you are with a conventional media source now, but do you see that they're going to start to adapt to those types of more open, long contented formats? Because, like you said, the guards do drop, and you get far more information out of those people.
Yeah, 100%, and I love that. I love Tubes and what he does. He makes everybody feel very relaxed. He's not out to get you. And I think when you can take a player or manager or anybody in the media away from their normal environment of an interview, i.e. a giant camera sat down in a chair staring opposite each other, if you take them out of that and put them into a habitat where there's something different, a distraction like playing golf, you get the best out of them because they drop their guard, they relax. I mean, Declan Rice has done it, hasn't he, on Tube and Ange Golf Life, and he was great. Ramsdale did it as well. He was great. So, yeah, I think there's definitely those YouTube channels growing, and there's opportunities there. But mainstream media is still going to be there. Sky Sports pays billions of pounds for rights. They're still going to be at the forefront. Now, I would love, from our business side of things, I would love us to have the opportunity to try and do things a little bit differently and actually create content that is a bit different, that does take them away from that normal, boring one-on-one interview. But timings and everything, it's not always straightforward. But yeah, I agree with you. I think more should go that way because I love it. I love that sort of content.
And that was a conversation. That was a conversation we had in that 2019, maiden media voyage for Andy and I. I ended up seeing, that was a 4-city trip. The first one was Denver, then LA, then Charlotte, and then DC. And there was a fan event, and I ran into Vinay, who I met 10 days earlier.
Great guy.
And he is, and he took time with me, and he recognized me, and he said, come sit down. He was just like sitting there having a drink after the event. And he said, I'm interested in your point of view. Like, what would you, as a podcast, he's like, I'm sure I know the answer to this, but what would you like to see the club do differently? I said, honestly, you're right. I am going to say what you think I'm going to say, which is I really would love to see the club start to communicate with the fan base through non-traditional media, not to the exclusion of traditional media, because you obviously know where your bread is buttered, but, and there was every intention. We then, had conversations with the people who make those decisions, who has since left and been replaced by an absolutely wonderful human being. in Kate, but not to disparage her predecessor, but there was lip service, I think, being paid to the idea, and it never really happened. And I do think I'm starting to change that. And I again want to give our mutual friend and someone who we both adore, Sophie, credit for that, because she's the perfect hybrid of someone who is to a degree traditional media, but is really more kind of focused on how to grow non-traditional distribution of.
I totally agree with you, but do you, I guess question for all of you guys, do you think that you see that bond enough though from Arsenal, the link with the fans enough?
No, I think it's definitely
not enough to head in the right direction for sure.
No, and like they utilize.
Why is it heading in the right direction? What have you seen that's shown it's heading in the right direction?
When you look at people like definitely the preseason tour diaries and stuff like that, I think one of the best things they've done in a long time for the fan relations is taking someone like Fermi, who's been brilliant. We've seen Sharky as well, coming in and out as well, things like that. Those carpool sort of things. You can see they're making an active effort, and obviously, as you said, James, these are players with very busy schedules and only some amount of access that can be dished out. So I think there's a fine line between maybe expecting a bit too much and the club doing enough.
So it feels like listen to you say no at the moment, but pre-season, yes, I know pre-season is more relaxed, but we also know as fans pre-season's a few weeks, a month tops. Tours are a couple of weeks long. That's not many weeks out of a whole year where maybe you get in that side of them or that better access. So do you think?
Maybe I'm just being optimistic. Maybe I'm being optimistic because of the people that are involved now, and the gatekeepers are more empathetic. I guess we'll find out in a year or two whether they deliver on what they say they want, but they. I'm not sure that was the case when in 2019 we hadn't had the ESL disaster, we hadn't had COVID, and I put Smithy. I want to talk about this in just a second, but we hadn't had those things that absolutely blew up in the ownership's face for them to then learn from, and the worst thing you can do when something goes wrong is to not learn from it, and that at least is the credit that I give them, and so. It's not going to be overnight. Hey, our primary way of disseminating information is through, Lee Judge's TV. That's not going to happen overnight, but there is more access. I mean, look at this podcast. There are people, and I asked the club, because the club is a one club, one voice, and there's not a lot of interviews where you can end around and go straight to a chief photographer or the PA announcer or the hype man and all that. But with the right amount of trust in that outlet, those things are starting to happen, and it's kind of a partnership, not
agreed
on the payroll type of thing, but it's a partnership, and
it is, and I think it's definitely that, like with media such as yourselves, because you are part of the media. There is no doubt about it. Things have evolved, things have changed, and you should be recognized just as much as a broadcaster. The impact you can have, it can be just as big as a broadcaster as well. I think it is.
That means a lot coming from a broadcaster. Actually.
I agree. I think you guys have the knowledge. You're watching Arsenal week in, week out. You've got far more knowledge than a lot of journalists who maybe cover multiple sports, multiple teams. You've got the in-depth knowledge of what's going on within the club because it's your passion, it's your love, it's your drive. But I think where it comes with the trust is obviously, as we've seen a few years ago, that trust on fan channels, etc., was lost because of the language, the rhetoric that was used was so offensive that the club backed away, and I totally get that.
And it takes a long time to build that bridge.
It does, but I think there are ways in between that they could do more. Now, an example, look, I'm just coming up one little example now is when England were in the Euros, they do a thing called the Lion's Den, where after the game and every day they're literally having a couple of players sat down on a couch and having this real casual, laid-back chat. And I love that. And I loved how you got so much more of an insight because they trusted they trusted who they were with. They trusted the questions they were asked. They trusted that no one's trying to catch them out. I think I would love to see more of that. I don't think during the season we see enough of the players And that's actually mainstream media as well. Now, for example, I'll be at a mix zone. Unfortunately, Arsenal at times, it's very difficult to get any interviews at a mix zone. I don't think that's right. I think that every single game, there should be a certain amount of people who, either one or two players who come and speak to the media or those who are in attendance, because you need that. You need to hear from the players more. And again, I'd like to see throughout the season, might have been the club to do a little bit more of that. What that answer is, I don't know.
There's an interesting. I'm sorry. This is just so on topic. There's a expression we use. I'm on the board of Arsenal America, the supporters club, and so for the first time this past couple of years, I've really kind of had an inside view of how the club worked with the supporters club in America to plan the events surrounding the summer tour, and it's a different, unique approach, because they've gone from basically saying a week and a half before the event, here's what we have planned, get all your people to these events. Whereas, we've been trying to plan for 2 months where to have a party, where to do charity, where to do this. And then all of a sudden they come in out of left field. And what they've started to do, and this is happening for the women's visit to DC coming up.
Yeah, it's coming up.
They and I live in DC. That's where I'll be there on Saturday and Sunday next 2 weekends. But we have a saying in the board now calling the club is now meeting us where we are.
Good.
They're saying, what are you guys doing? And we will provide Frimmy, Sharky, Gunnersaurus, Theo, Gilberto, and we will meet the fans where they are, because you guys have a sense of where they are. And I think you can extend that to a gradual meeting us where we are from an information standpoint, because where the fans are is not necessarily, and I'm just picking this randomly, not necessarily reading the Mirror on the tube, but watching 5 different Arsenal podcasts and not necessarily getting the kind of access to the club. So I think that I would say, and I was naive enough to believe this 5 years ago, but I'm still naive enough to believe that the next 5 years, they will start meeting fans where they are informationally as well. And I think that'll be a huge step forward if they can do it.
I hope so, because obviously in America, you've got like NBA, for example, and I love the NBA. You've got current basketball players running their own podcasts. Paul George's podcast is fantastic, and I love what he does. And he brings current NBA players on there. And I love that. That to get that insight is, you just feel like you don't ever get it. I mean, I do a lot of events outside of Sky and live events. Now, when we have an ex-pro, it's great because the ex-pro can say what the fuck they like. And it's brilliant. It's raw and it's passionate. But obviously, if you then get a current player, they've got to be really careful. Now, I totally get that. And I totally get the repercussions of something going wrong, especially with the heightened media attention there is on Premier League football, etc. But there's got to be some sort of balance. And I would just love to hear voices of players more, because when we do hear them speak, their voices resonate with a lot of people and their words go a long way. And I'd love to see more of that.
So there's 2 things that my son watches over here. And the first one, because they're obviously owned by the Cronkies.
Oh, in America, sorry.
Red is sus.
No, there's the Colorado Avalanche, who are owned by the Cronkies. Every week they do a 10 to 15 minute episode on YouTube, and it's just called Peak All Access or something. And it's literally like a behind the scenes of that week. And it's like in the locker room when you're hearing the coaches give their little spiel, you're hearing the players talk, you're seeing them work out, how they travel, what they eat on the plane. My kid loves it because he gets to see the behind the scenes. But James, to your point, I don't know if you've ever listened to the podcast is called Spitting Chicklets, and it's an NHL podcast, but it's hosted by 2 former players. But the great thing about them is they're run through Barstool, and they get active players in the NHL to come on, but there is no filter. They literally, I don't know. And they get the biggest players in the league on there, and there's no filter. I mean, they talk about everything. And if something happened in the week prior, but it's absolutely amazing because you hear the best players in the world just talk. They don't care about there's, they obviously don't say too much, but they may drop the occasional swear, but you're just like, hey, they are genuinely curious to be on this show. We need more of that, right? But it was just 2 ex-players who sat down and said, we're not going to let big media companies run this. We're just doing it ourselves, and it's fantastic. But I would love to see Arsenal do something more on the lines of that Prime series, but on a more truncated scale of like weekly behind the scenes, and not just.
I think Lakers do it, don't they, as well? They do. I think it's like Access Lakers or something. Again, I'm a Laker fan.
A lot of the big clubs are doing it now.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be behind a paywall, in my opinion.
No.
That should be open to fans to see. You know, the fans are the ones who are paying the tickets. They're paying for all the shirts and everything. You've got to keep giving them something back. And that, to give them that access, that's something different. Did you see that? See how good Gabriel Jesus was at table tennis or something like that is actually, I think it's quite fascinating for fans to see them away from the football environment.
And that's why we bring the content of who likes pineapple on their pizza.
That's exactly.
Who said yes to that? Who said yes to pineapple on the pizza?
Monster did. That's who, James.
No, there's a guy in the chat. We're not going to mention him. Oh, okay, we will. He what did he just say? We're like to connect to Arsenal if you got to watch a video of it. You'd probably want them to have pineapple on their breakfast.
Andy felt more connected to me after watching a video of, or actually watching in real life me eat breakfast at his house.
So I think it was the third. Oh my goodness gracious!
To be fair, it depends what they're eating for breakfast. You know, if they've got something that surprises you, Dave.
5 fried eggs,
maybe,
and bacon.
I just think there's more. I think there's more to it than just watching them eat their breakfast.
Oh no, absolutely. So James, the first iteration of this, David donated a sum of money to have Mike and I eat pineapple on pizza for the first time. So we were in LA,
Venice Beach.
We're on Venice Beach, and
tens of dollars.
He donated a couple $100, I think, for us to do it, which was, and surprisingly, it was actually pretty good. I would never do it. I would never pay for it, but because he bought us,
absolutely betrayed me on this. You were
I was like, it's not bad.
So adamant that I mean, like I was just kind of supporting you in this whole thing, and you're like, I will never do this, and you know, yes, I mean, we will essentially compromise any morals that we have for an appropriate donation.
Mike threw the piece of pizza at Joe Willock and yelled,
"This is the real Pizzagate." It was Mike and Joe Willock. Forget Fabregas and Alex Ferguson.
Yeah.
Eating a Hawaiian pizza, pineapple and ham is kind of like using wet wipes after you go to the toilet. Nobody really likes to admit that they do it and that they enjoy it, but it's low key great.
That's a good analogy for sure. So James, where do you think this whole, because you're kind of tied into the media?
You're kind of tied into the media.
No, well, this goes to the question. We obviously have like the 115 breaches out there. You don't hear about it too much. So are you guys not reporting on that until something is finalized, or is it like you're just waiting for it to kind of start?
I think
you're breaking up, Andy.
A connection problem, right?
You're breaking up, Andy.
Look, ultimately, the fact is, at the moment, there's nothing to report.
Right.
There actually isn't anything to report until the court goes through its processes, because then, bear in mind, it's a legal matter now. Right. So
speculation does nobody any good. That's our job as podcasters, with absolutely nothing, no credibility or anything.
You can't do that as a broadcaster. There are rules that we have to abide by.
There aren't in America, just so you know.
You know what, James? I was going to ask you about that, because the things that I see certain stories, and getting into the badder ones, like the worst ones, the way they're handled in the UK versus and you say like there's nothing to report, and the US they don't care. They're like, they're going to come up with something, like some sort of headline. So the manner in which how the UK manages these headlines or non-stories, if you even want to call them a non-story, because everything is still in trial, versus what we would be getting as far as headlines here in America, it's night and day. And sometimes it just like blows my mind, the differences between there. I mean, another thing for me that always baffles me as far as how they manage things is, I feel like American owners and their sports, they're really, really good at squeezing money out of their fans, versus in the UK or in Europe in general, they have a little bit more control versus the pricing and the ticketing. Like I was looking at the tickets pricings of Copa America were almost triple those of the Euro final. And it's just amazing. Like I live in San Jose, and I just get a call from the San Jose Earthquakes, who have won
humble
4
brag
games
all around.
No, hear me out. 4 games out of 28, they're bottom of the barrel. They're about $200. They're $200 away, the best season ticket of a season ticket for to go watch Arsenal. And I'm saying like the difference between culture in America and many things revolving sport, headlines, news, pricing versus Europe. It's night and day. It just amazes me.
Yeah, it's mad. Look, I think ultimately, from my perspective, the company that I work for, we are broadcast partners with the Premier League.
Right.
So the clubs are technically kind of partners. We're in a partnership with them. It does us no good to piss them off.
Yeah.
And if we're reporting misinformation, they get pissed off. But if we're reporting misinformation on a legality level, then there's a different.
It's not even. I think it wasn't it after Princess Diana and the Madeleine McCann case. It's actually like the law now is pretty strict on what the media companies can actually report now. It isn't.
And I'm actually getting uncomfortable with where we're.
That's what I'm
thinking. I've learned to be very sensible when it comes to this, because this isn't the first.
See, us two down here don't have that freedom of speech thing. We don't have that.
Let me ask you a different question, and I don't want to talk about transfers, but what I do want to talk with you about is transfer deadline day.
Okay.
Now, how many times? Now, I'm going to be nearby, and I understand you may have an obligation that you have to do. But how many times have you stood on that roundabout in front of the Armory to record a piece on the final day of the transfer window? And has anybody ever approached you with anything?
Mike wants to approach you with a dildo like that guy a few years ago. He wants to go viral. I'm just putting it up.
Poor Alan Irvine.
He literally took that like a champ, though. Like he didn't break. That was professionalism.
Probably a completely distinguished career in that.
Until
he will always be remembered for that. And Geraint got attacked by Arsenal fans. He was there when he delivered the Ozil news. Yeah, and he got bombarded. And then very quickly after that ended, and then we have to do it behind closed doors at a training ground or within a stadium. So no, I haven't done Arsenal. The last two transfer window deadline days, I was down in Brighton. The January one was thrilling because they signed a 16 and a 17-year-old, and that was the biggest news of the day for Brighton. So that was shit, and I was there for 18 hours. And then last summer, they signed Ansu Fati on loan. That was it, and I was there again for another 18 hours. So,
are you like literally standing in that spot all day with the microphone, or
you hover,
just wait for Peter Odobwingie to roll up?
Yeah, you are looking to see who's turned up in the car.
I'd be like, I'm gonna be in the little one, or fucking call me when that bastard arrives.
The problem is you don't want to miss it. So last summer, for example, Ansu Fati gets announced just as we're sat down in a press room waiting for Roberto De Zerbi, and the club decide, this is the time we're going to announce the signing. So my only big moment on deadline day didn't even really come because they had done it and we couldn't even get live. So it was annoying. But I think deadline day is changing a bit. I think it's progressed a lot. There's been a few clubs. I think it was Fulham and Nottingham Forest in particular have done lots of business last minute, the last couple of windows from memory. But apart from that,
do you like the deadline day, James, when it's before the season starts? Do you prefer that?
Yeah.
We've only ever had that once, right? And that was the COVID.
I love that. It was good.
I hate going 3 weeks into the season.
Managers prefer it as well because they can get their squad sorted beforehand. That is their preference every single time, is getting deals done before the season so they can work on them in pre-season if possible, but at least get them in as early as possible. The fact it lingers in, it's a massive distraction. For me, obviously, it's for Sky, it's a big thing, transfers. And okay, understandably so. It's a news organisation that's sharing information and sharing live information from football clubs of players moving to and from, which is great. From a reporter's position, having to ask questions to managers where they're never really ever going to specifically talk about any players, yet if you don't ask that question, every single fan who's watching going, why is this numpty not asking him about, Moreno? Is Moreno coming? Well, if I ask that, what's Mikel going to say? He's not going to say anything.
We don't talk about players that don't
who are not part of our club. It's a standard blanket. So it's like it's a battle, and it's a battle that I must admit, as the window goes on, it becomes a bit of a struggle because I love football and I want to talk about football and I want to get into deep, proper conversations.
Is there any
arena
obligation?
around.
Is there any obligation or pressure, so to say, from your network to ask those type of questions, or it's just simply something that you see on like online? Because online, you know, I always think like what a thankless job it is to report about transfers, because like, hey, you're in talks, Arsenal in talks with Merino, and then you're like, but what about this guy? What about this guy? What about this guy? Or for fuck's sake, we already know that. And I'm like, why do people even post about these things? But to your point, James, where you said like, if a journalist doesn't ask like, hey, what's an update on Merino? I'm like, dude, I already know what Arteta is going to answer at this point, because he's never going to give you, oh, let me explain to you the breakdown of the transfer negotiation, right? So, but on your network and you know, are they saying, hey, you should ask too just for SNGs and engagement, or they're like, hey, don't waste your time on it, just ask whatever you want regarding football?
It's just trying to, you've got to cover it. Yeah, you have to. It's like you have to ask the question. So then it comes a point, okay, you know what the blanket response is going to be. So can you word a question in a way that might get a different response, but it's actually linked to that? For example, you know, with Arsenal, you know, Mikel, look, there's a couple of weeks left in the transfer window. Is there a part of your squad or an area of the pitch that you feel like maybe you're a little bit short on? And he might well go, he won't, but he may go, oh, maybe, you know, center of the park, or some managers will. And so, like, you know, Marco Silva very open with me the other day, yesterday, and he talked about, you know, they need defensive reinforcements. You know, we know they're in for some defenders anyway. So they lost João Paulinho. Are you equipped to cope without him, or do you need to replace him? Yeah, it's an area we are going to bring in a central midfielder. Now, that's quite open, and that's great. And for us, that's brilliant, because you're actually getting proper good information from him.
Bring back tally tax. Bring back tally tax.
Well, I was going to ask
302, 303, 304.
So, James, back in the day, like the transfer breaking would come when Sky had the yellow bar, right? Now, with the invention of like, well, it's still there. But my question for you is like, with Twitter, Fabrizio, it seems like social media get the wave now before Sky. Do you get it at the same time? Are you hearing it before, but you guys have to get all the media and stuff done? Or like, what's that difference in timing?
Yeah, great question. I think that is commonplace now that people are going on Twitter to see breaking news stories rather than switching on Sky and then look and see what Sky reports. Now, Sky have got to be accurate. You know, that's what we want to ensure we're doing. We don't want to put something out there that is inaccurate. So that often means that we might not necessarily be first to a story. Now, whether that's a good thing or not remains to be seen. I think there's times where we could be quicker and trust the information we get quicker. But I think there's other times where actually it is safer, it is more sensible if we take our time and are right. Because you go on social media, how many times are you seeing people posting about this player, that player, and they might be wrong. You know, Sophie's here now. Lovely to see you, Soph. We had a discussion
we know how uncomfortable you've been. We wanted you to feel a little bit more comfortable.
So we had
Hi, James. Hi, everyone.
My love. We had a discussion about a player, and I shared some information with Soph, and this link went viral. Now, that transfer never happened, never materialized. Now, it could, if I take things really personally, reflect really badly on me that I've shared information that hasn't happened. Now, the actual story was justified and the story was correct, but the situation changed and it didn't happen. So it's fine. But if I'm posting that on social media, being like, oh, this is definitely this, definitely that, it's a different story. You could be wrong all the time, but Sky can't do that. They have to be correct and trusted source of information. I think that carries a lot of weight.
Do you get frustrated that, like, with people with accounts like Fabrizio who seemingly are in the pockets of agents, you know, days or weeks before official announcements? Because like even him with the Arsenal news, I mean, he's like 2 weeks ahead of everyone else. You get like a little bit like, we wanted to break that, or is it just whatever?
I mean, me personally, no, because I just want to know when someone's signed. I'm not really that fussed about everything else. I just want to know the information. I think there'll be some people who get a bit agitated by it. I think Fabrizio's built an incredible business and he's done an amazing job, and you can't knock him for what he's done. Now, obviously, because of now he's built his profile up, he carries a lot of weight. So for agents, clubs, players, he's quite a valuable source to keep in their pockets because he's got a humongous following, and everybody knows when Fabrizio says something. Pretty much every single time he's getting it direct from source. So look, I don't get annoyed whether other people, whether Sky see it a little bit differently. I don't know. We have embraced Fabrizio Romano. We've had him on the shows before. We have journalists like David Ornstein come on and do our shows as well. So, you know, we respect everybody. We respect all the journalists and the work they do. I mean, some have better relationships than others. But some stories are, you got to think, there'll be some transfer stories or like a deal's been agreed. And if you watch on Twitter, it'll be like, dun, 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 and you've got all these journalists posting it out at the same time because they've received the information at exactly the same time on a blanket email that's sent to all the different contacts. So, you know,
or there
people
was
are
an embargo that is now just expired.
Exactly.
James, put it on your supporter cap, if you will. As far as transfers are reported, I kind of miss the days of not knowing anything. Like, just like the buildup kind of, and this is going to sound ridiculous because like I absolutely love Declan Rice, but like for 6 weeks, for 6 weeks, I'm like, for fuck's sake, I know, stop tweeting about it, dude. He's going to be an Arsenal player. Like, it kind of like there's no buildup or anticipation or surprise. Like you mentioned Ozil, right? When they announced him, how everybody just lost their heads around the reporter and they were like, everybody was losing it. Now it's like Fabrizio Romano, like I'm sure if you like go search Fabrizio Romano and Merino, you could find roughly 20 to 30, tweets from the last, conversations continue. And there's two things that's going to happen. Transfer doesn't happen and he's going to catch flack on reporting just reporting what he knows to be true, or it's going to happen and like there'll be the retweets and everything, but there's like almost a sigh of like, okay, fuck, finally the club did it. Can we move on to the next transfer? And I really feel like as a supporter, it just kills the buzz and the thrill of signing a really big player.
Yeah, I agree. I think only recently Aston Villa did some brilliant work last summer from memory, or maybe even the summer before. And all of a sudden it's like, where the hell did that come from? We had no idea. Nobody had a clue. Not one person, wasn't leaked, didn't go anywhere. All of a sudden,
the guy from Germany, was it like Leon Bailey or something like that?
It might have been. I feel like there was a few, and they just started announcing these transfers, and everyone was just like, "How have they kept that under wraps?" And it's brilliant. In today's age, it's very difficult, and it's hard to keep these stories under wraps. But he's done it. They
think we'll get another Sol Campbell, right, where he just walks out and. There it is. James, I wanted to ask you this before, and then I got a phone call. Yeah. We were talking about managers currently that you interview that maybe there's some nerve. What's the one manager that's now retired or is away from the game that you would love to be able to say like, oh, I'd love to be in a press conference with him?
Sir Alex, I think.
Yeah.
Sir Alex, for me, I would love to feel that pressure. I like being under pressure. I like the focus, the attention, but the pressure of an interview that often has a lot riding on it. I like feeling nervous going into that, having that, it's almost like pre-match nerves. And you sat there going, oh, God, right, I've got to make sure I word this right. Let's see what we can get of him. If there's a big story and you know that your questions can really unravel this story, I think Sir Alex would be exceptional. Scary, yes. But I think it'd be pretty special. Good question.
Good question. That's a great question. Yeah, I like that. Sophie, how you been? We brought you in, but and then we're all just hearing the sound of our own voice. How are you? Did you get some sleep?
I'm enjoying listening. After we spoke from this morning's session UK time. I'm at my cousin's house, okay, and I'm in like a room, and it's pretty hot here in England, And most houses don't have air conditioning, right? Which is fine because I don't have air conditioning. I love like natural, and there's a nice breeze coming through the window. But the sun was coming through the windows. So I shut the blinds when we were doing the show. And then when we finished the show, I went to put the blinds back up and I ripped the blind off the panel and it crashed down on my cousin's side tables. And he had this Buddha thing. And I'm suffering from a little like guilt. And
I told you not to ruin his house. And you didn't listen.
Luckily, his wife is just the coolest person on the planet. And she's like, oh, my God, you just did me a favor. I can hate those blinds. And
I was just going to say, so blame it on the Greek thing of smashing shit. That's it.
So that's literally what I've been doing. And I had a little nap, which I was bummed about because I was listening to the Lee section and I fell asleep, but that's only because I'm jet lagged and, you know, tired. And so I had a little nap on the couch. So I've kind of been like a bit of an old lady today, really, haven't I? But bored everyone to tears with that. Can you get those 5 minutes back?
We need to understand what's going on in the daily life of Sophie Nicolau on her travels. It's important. So just to kind of and by the way, James, I know we talked about 1 hour segments, but I mean, I knew after meeting you for 5 minutes in May that if we ever had a chat on the podcast, it was just going to be fun and it was going to go quickly. We have a few more people who are graduating to make their way in here, but I mean, I want to just ask you honestly, are you okay for a little while longer?
I've probably got 10 minutes before I get nagged by my much better half.
Well, I'm gonna push my luck and actually take you up on that. And if you have any questions that you want to ask James in the chat, please do.
James, are you going to be at the game on
I'm
Saturday?
not. No, I'm down in Portsmouth. I'm doing Portsmouth Luton. So
Okay.
I get to speak to Rob Edwards again, my friend Rob. So we were talking about that earlier.
Well,
so no, I'll kind of miss it. I'll certainly miss part of the first half. I will try desperately to watch the second half, I think, in a local pub in Portsmouth somewhere.
Well, that sounds like fun.
Interesting places, Pompey.
We're going to do the penultimate prize draw of the podcast, and I just want to thank everybody so far that has donated. Our current total fundraised for this campaign, this podcast Podathon, has been $5,893. We have about an hour and a half left. I would love to push this above 6,000, maybe even get to 6,500 if we can. So please, if you haven't donated already, please, we still have a prize drawing for a 2023-24 first team signed kit with certificate of authenticity directly from the club. And we would really appreciate the opportunity to give that to you. So let me just quickly add the last donation to here so that we give a chance for that person to win.
Has anyone been doing the drum roll for you since I've been gone?
No, the drum roll. I mean, you guys are hearing the drum roll when I do the.
Is it still there? No,
No,
I haven't heard one.
I haven't heard it once.
Are you serious? I'm hearing the drum roll. You are not hearing that?
I heard it on the first couple hours we did.
Oh my goodness, it's still there from years ago.
No, I'm not. I'm talking like when I spin this wheel that I've spun 26 times
Mike,
on this podcast. I'm hearing a drum roll.
The first like 2 or 3 we did, it drum rolled and then it stopped.
Oh my god, I have no idea. All right, so
that's the drum roll I know and love right there.
Oh, I'm hearing.
Was that a drum roll?
I'm gonna take a video and show you guys in the chat what I'm hearing.
It sounded like an airplane taking off.
It's right.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of drums those were, but
the end part does sound like.
Yeah, are those Boeing drums? All right, yeah. So the winner, and this is the second to last drawing, but we're drawing for, and he sends his apologies for a last minute schedule change I should say schedule change that caused him not to be able to make it. But we are still giving away a retro kit signed by the one and only Lee Dixon with a personal message within reason that you can dictate, and so that is going to be given out. And I'm going to take. I just need to prove to you that this has a drum roll. It's just not coming through. So here we go.
Nope.
Literally nothing, Mike.
I'm hearing it right now.
I hear like the board spinning just barely right now.
David Lieberman. Congratulations, David. I love me some David. Fun fact about David, and I'm sure he knows where I'm going with this. Do you remember about 3 or 4 months ago the picture that went viral on Twitter of the whiteboard in the Arsenal dressing room?
Yeah.
David is the person who took that picture and tweeted it out.
That's amazing.
And he might be in the chat right now. But David, congratulations. His name on here is Giant Cal Gunner. There he is.
Boom,
David.
Well played, David.
Generous as always, lucky as always, great guy as always. So congratulations, David. You can add this to your collection. And Russ is in the house. Thank you, Russ.
Hey, Russ.
And yeah, this we're almost there, guys. We've got an hour and 40 minutes left in this 2 hours, and this is the time when it gets really fun. So any final questions? We've got about 5 minutes left with James, and again, I can't tell you how enjoyable this hour. And
yeah, let's James, top 3 prediction. We've been getting it from most people this entire pod, so give us your top 3.
Andy, that's a much better question than what I was expecting from you, to be honest with you.
Hey, someone's got to be
set high fucking standards here.
That's basically do with Andy.
Hey, good luck making the press conference next week.
Imagine I feel like I've got to throw one of your questions in one day. Let's see what they say.
Just ask Mikel Arteta, eat soup.
Or just set an alarm on my phone and
love that.
I've told the David Beckham story and the Granit Xhaka story, Sophie, already in the past.
And Sophie, I think the person who did the David Beckham one, I think they did it deliberately.
You know, Mike, now I think back to the LA press conference.
So?
Both sat really far away
It
from
was my phone, though. It was my phone that rang.
I thought it was somebody else's phone. I said
it was my phone.
Okay, you didn't do it deliberately.
He was holding the phone,
and
he very cleverly said, I can't answer it. It's not a Samsung.
It's an Apple, isn't it? I love that.
Yeah.
Andy, your question, top 3.
Yeah.
Was that drum roll again?
Top 3 journalists. Not the top 3
correct answer for number 1 here, James.
Big part in here is not the color. It's I shouldn't have worn this color. There is something about Arsenal that of course we're going to be biased, but speaking to Mikel, speaking to people around the club, seeing them on Sunday, that first 20 minutes, I don't know if you watched the game on Sunday, I know it's a pre-season game, that first 20 minutes, they were unbelievable. The best I've ever seen them play. The intensity they played that first 20 minutes was just insane. They are hungry. You can tell there is something inside them this year. They've got a point to prove. They feel they had the opportunities the last 2 years, but they ain't going to let this one slip. There just feels something different about them.
Strong. They feel more mature, don't they?
They do. And you know, even listening to Mikel when he was asked about Declan Rice, Bukayo Saka haven't had too much time off. Are they going to be ready for the first opening fixture? He said they have to be, because that's the demands we have. But he said, but all I had to do was look in their eyes, and I could see the hunger in them and what they want. They want this. They are ready for this. And so look, I don't think we're going to have a better opportunity than this season. I'm kind of hoping what is going on off the field at Man City might act as a bit of a distraction for them. Let's see. Man City are going to be there. We know they're going to be there. So you've got to say they're going to be second. I think third could be interesting. Liverpool, I still think are probably the stronger out of the chasing pack. I think Chelsea, there's just so much going on with that football club. I think it might be a very similar situation for Chelsea. They might have a bit of a better start than they did last season, but I think they'll come better towards the end of the season. I hate to say it, don't hate me, but I think Tottenham are going to be better this year. I think Solanke's an exceptional signing. I think if they can keep their big two defenders fit and the majority of their squad fit, I think they'll be up there this season. I think they're probably lacking middle of the park. Don't cringe, Mike. I have to ask you.
No, it's about the question.
Oh, the question. They've only got 8 goalkeepers, so they need a couple more, I think. Do you know the best thing about the Chelsea stuff? All the stuff that's being tweeted out, the pictures of all the kids. There's hundreds of kids on the pitch, and it's just Chelsea's pre-season training.
Yeah, I said the Neymar in China thing is like that's literally the formation that they're playing. Is they didn't sign Neymar; they signed all the kids.
It's so
let's go around real quick. And James, if you can't answer this, don't. We will skip over you. But
and this will be where we let you go.
Yeah, who do we think the first manager to get sacked this season? I'll go first. I'm going to go with Ten Hag. I think United will be better, but I think they didn't fire him at the end of the season or in the summer because they've got something in the works elsewhere. So I'm going to go he will be the first manager fired. So who do you think?
I'm going to say Maresca.
Ooh.
Why would you take that?
Hers?
I think Ten Hag, and I think having Vanessa Roy as a second coach is going to facilitate that. I just think he's just going to slide into that job.
Then why would you have Ten Hag do the whole summer and the tour and
because they were going through that ownership buyout, the change. I just think that I don't know. James,
I don't think Vanessa Roy arrived at the beginning of the summer either, if I recall correct. I think. We had this discussion a little bit as managers. Like, if you start looking around, and this isn't if you fire Mikel Arteta, who are you going to hire thing? Let's look at Bayern Munich. They tried multiple candidates, and they ended up with Vincent Kompany. Now, props to Vincent Kompany. He had Burnley playing fantastic football, but you didn't relate Vincent Kompany from getting the team promoted to getting him, relegated to jumping to Bayern Munich. That's, at least on paper, seems like a very big jump. I just don't think there's like a loads of unemployed, big name, quality, well experienced managers out there. So I think the decision of keeping Erik ten Hag was like he won 2 cups, and they extended it probably just to keep him happy. But then Van Nistelrooy came through when he left. Was it Feyenoord? I think it was Feyenoord. Through, I think he had issues with part of the squad, if I'm not mistaken. But I just look at this like club legend thing. PR wise, I just think like if Erik ten Hag doesn't have them singing by a good tune, it's an easier decision to make now that they essentially, even if whatever Van Nistelrooy does, it's whatever. He's a club legend, respect him. It's not his squad, and I think they could cruise like that. So there's my conspiracy if you want.
Sophie, did you say who you thought it was going to be?
Maresca. I just think it's too much of a mess. And Chelsea's policy is a revolving door, and they'll have no qualms, no empathy about getting rid of someone like him. If they're 10 games in and it's not looking good, someone in the chat said Eddie Howe, and I think that's actually a really good shout.
That's I started because that's my answer. Okay, he's going to basically be the who was it? Who was the guy at Man City who they gave, they let him go for a little while, and then when it didn't work out, they started bringing in the
Pellegrini,
Mancini,
before those guys. Oh, it was Mark Hughes. Yeah, they're like, we'll try this whole English thing, and then we're going to go Italian, and we're going to go
Welsh, but it's all right.
My sister's British.
They're like right there, right?
I actually know that, and I just forgot for a moment. But yeah, James, did you give your answer yet?
I haven't. No, look, I think Maresca is funny, a funny shout. You're not the first person to say that, Soph. Speaking to a few Leicester fans that weren't particularly, weirdly enough, even though they won the league, they weren't that enamoured with Maresca, and said that he hasn't really got a plan B. So that might be interesting to see. Ten Hag, I completely agree with the fact of Van Nistelrooy now being a part of it. It kind of, you've got this man waiting in the wings. That one's definitely going to be interesting to watch. I mean, if they get off to a bad start, I struggle to see how he remains. But I've probably been struggling to see how he's remained for the last couple of years, really. My one, though, I think the first one sacked could be, again, if he gets off to a bad start, though, the fixtures they've got are pretty kind, but Nuno Espirito Santo.
That's a good shout.
I think if they get off to a bad start because they have got favourable opening few fixtures, I think the pressure will be on him. Bear in mind, last season, I think they 17th last year in the end, if I'm not mistaken. So they only just survived, so to speak. So I don't think they had a particularly good season. I don't think the owners will want to be touching relegation this year or going anywhere near that. I think a bad start for them. I think they might decide to make a change. But
when's your next one-on-one with him?
That'll be awesome. He's a lovely. Do you know what? He's a lovely guy. He's a lovely guy. But just
so you won't enjoy it, is what you're saying. But you know,
no, he's a lovely guy. I don't want to see anyone sacked. I don't want to see anyone sacked. I don't like it. I don't like having to go into a press conference and ask someone about potentially losing their job. I find it's uncomfortable. You have to do it. But it's not the nicest thing in the world. I mean, sometimes we've had it where they'll answer you back and go, would you like it if people were discussing your job? And I react and go, who's talking about me? Who is it?
What do you think we're going to be doing for the last hour and a half of this podcast?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Send it to my bosses. It's fine. But look, let's see. I don't know. But I think Ten Hag, Nuno, Maresca probably that. I think so. I'm not sure about Eddie Howe. I don't know. Could be. He's got a few nice fixtures at the start too. So,
yeah, I mean, I say that without looking at the fixture list whatsoever. I'm just thinking.
No, look, it could be. I mean, that's probably been the one. He had a brilliant first season. Last season, a little bit disappointing. Newcastle need that jump up again, but I don't know if they could get Mark Gahey from Palace. I think they look pretty strong this year. So without distraction European football, I think they could be tough this year actually.
Tell you what, we are.
I was just going to say, I'm surprised nobody picked the same one as me. Steve Cooper at Leicester. That they've got a history of being ruthless, and I think that as ownership and as a fan base, they will have the standards maybe that the others coming up maybe won't, of expecting to stay up, like demanding to stay up. But if he doesn't get off to a good start, they could pull the trigger on him quite quickly.
Maybe. We'll see.
Definitely. We'll put a tenner on it each, James.
Okay, let's do it.
Maresca or Cooper.
Let's do it.
And I'm not giving my tenner to charity.
I'm not going Maresca. I'm still sticking with Nuno. I'm still
no. Okay.
You don't need to, because as of this moment, I'm pretty sure the one and only David Ziegler has pushed us to this amount. $6,000 even raised for the Podathon. Thank you very much to everybody that's donated. It's 127 donations so far, and only 4,000 more to go in the next hour. No, I'm just kidding. Fantastic, and James, I can't tell you how much I appreciate this, even though I've tried 8 times in the past 5 minutes, but this will certainly not be the last time that we chat. Thank you, Sophie, for allowing me to name drop you when I saw James and not seem like a stalkerish kind of guy.
He's the star.
You didn't necessarily introduce him. You kind of did, because I sidled up to him with my relationship with Martin Whelan and said, "Oh, I know Sophie as well. I'm her friend." And he's like, "Oh, hey." But in any case, James,
I had quite a few drinks at that stage, I think. But still, I do that all the time, Sophie. When anyone mentions
I love James. James is not only one of the best out there, but he's one of the good guys, and has always been so supportive of Highbury squad, and just love talking football with him. And I'm so happy that he was able to come on. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
It absolutely is, and the word epic is something you like to use, and it certainly describes James. So on behalf of all of us, and on behalf,
they won't let you go now, James. They won't.
Right,
this lot.
Well, in the style of now, we don't know how to end a segment.
The trending word is aura now. He has aura about him. That's
James, you
the new
just have
Twitter
to
hop.
like, oh, my internet went out, and then just hang
I
up.
would say just turn
Just
your
ask me that
computer off.
question about Man City again. I'm gone.
I
No,
love
guys,
it.
honestly, I think you guys are brilliant, and what you're doing is incredible. Just doing something that might seem small to many is I know how hard it is, and to keep it going with the content you're talking about, the humor, the analysis, the stories, the knowledge, it's brilliant. And the fact you've been able to attract some of the guests you've had on is just sensational. So I wish you well. It's been a pleasure to be a part of it. Keep up the good work. Now I am going to go before my better half absolutely rips my head off.
Please say thank you to her, and remember
I will do.
not to tell her you're knackered, because you don't get
No,
to say that.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Like, honey, he's been on for
Thanks,
26
James.
hours.
Right,
thank you,
No
James.
using that one,
Right.
James.
Have a good one, Sophie. I'll see you soon.
Love you, mate. Take care.
Love you too. See you.
Later. Thank you.
Cheers,
All right, one more
Bye.
question. No, no, sorry.
By the way, just when he was saying, I couldn't squeeze it into the conversation because I didn't want to force it, but when he kept on saying that was extremely F-offish, kind of like keep people at bay, I kept on thinking about this. When people get too chummy, I like to call them by the wrong name. Just so they
That's a
know.
great feed.
I kept on thinking about that every time he was
I
saying
just,
that was
I
a
just
little
kept
send-off.
thinking, imagine him and Rob Edwards in the same room and how ugly I would look sat with them. It's
Look
like,
who I just snuck in here while you
oh,
had
Jesus
that,
Christ.
that meme up there.
It's Ryan
I feel-
Potts.
Hey,
Dan,
Ryan. Hey,
Dan,
Ryan.
don't sneak up on us like that. So,
Man, you know what?
before we get to Dan,
I didn't realize.
I've not found the right segue for this, but I just want to say last night, or I guess maybe it was like 4 days ago before the podcast started, I saw a tweet from Smithy and Welly. Welly obviously referring to Wellington, New Zealand, and he said at the time, I'm a Gooner with cancer, and so I support Gooners versus cancer, and I just, I want to say, obviously, I'm sure he's not the only person that's been personally affected. We've already seen a message from somebody whose mother was just ringing the bell for remission from breast cancer, and we know how much this affects everybody and how much this caused me to everybody. But I wanted to thank you and tell you that it's for family members of ours like you, and we've only just met, but you're the reason that we do this. My dad's the reason we do this. Everybody who knows somebody who's been personally affected, Mikey, we all are in the same boat together. And I appreciate you, you taking your time to comment and to communicate with us last night. And Dan, I want to thank you, as I thanked Lee before, and as I thank you a few times throughout the podcast for generously offering up your airwaves to bring more eyes and more ears to this cause. You've been simulcasting the last 19.5 hours of this podcast, starting at 2:30 a.m. And not only that, but back channeling through a number of people who I either don't know or, generally speaking, do not get along with, yet find absolute common ground in doing good things that help people. And I want to thank you for that. And, for all I know, you may have actually created an olive branch that changes the future. This may have been a sliding door moment.
He's the Essex Gandhi. That's what we call him. You don't.
I might now become a rat.
You've always been a rat at heart.
Who are you talking about, or is it? Do you want to talk in riddles?
No. On 2 or 3 occasions during this podcast, Lee Gunner ended a stream of his and sent every single person of the stream to come over here and lay their eyes on this. Now, I can't say statistically speaking whether it had a huge impact on donations or not, but I don't care. It was a wonderfully nice gesture.
Yeah.
It was peaceful. It was conciliatory. It was all for the right reasons. And
he meant it. Otherwise, he would never have done it, right?
I'm sorry.
He meant it. Otherwise, he would never.
Absolutely.
Have done it. And I think sometimes, each person has a personality on YouTube, and some people like it and some people don't. Some people like prawn cocktail crisps and some people like cheese and onion. But at times like this, for someone to do that when they don't have to, I think that's really cool.
Yeah. It means a lot to me, and I am not ashamed of basically, it's not selling out or anything. I will say, there are some things that are more important than grudges that come from anywhere, and
exactly.
And out of nowhere, 200 people come in saying Lee Gunner raid. Now I'm not a huge YouTuber, so I thought that was bad. I mean, the last time people came over and said Lee Gunner raid, it got really nasty after a while because and so I started to get a little tense about it. And what I was starting to say was, if you guys are here, and I figured it out. I'm like, Dan must have had something to do with this, and Dan wouldn't have set me up like that. So I'm like, I'm sure you guys are here for a good reason, and you're welcome to be here, and I appreciate that. But this is all to say thank you, Dan, for starting from months ago, asking me what you could do to help with this project and to get it in front of more people, and that's all I could ask.
Nah, come on, man. Listen, big up to all of you. Big up for everyone that's been part of this and that's enjoyed every minute of it. I've got to say, big up to you. I don't know how you've got to take those matchsticks out of your eyes. A few of you, let me tell you that. You must be absolutely knackered. But fair play to all of you, man. Because
there's a pattern. There's a pattern that develops during this thing where I'm fine. I'm excited. Then I get energized by like a really good stretch of guests, like when the UK wakes up. And then we get to the middle of the afternoon and it gets really, really, really rough. And I had a few hours today where that was the case. I mean, I won't say exactly which segments, and then about the last 3 or 4 hours when I can see the finish line and when, I mean, the fact that hour with James was so fun and interactive. I mean, who wouldn't have energy now? And I'm set to go for the last hour.
I still don't understand. Why the fuck did you change this to 27 hours? 20, everybody was impressed with 24.
No, there's a reason.
Overachiever. Prime time in UK, right, Mike?
2 prime time slots in the UK. I mean, I was like, Joe, I started at 6 and ended at 6. Do I started at 9 and ended at 9? I'm like, either way I do it, I'm missing a prime time dinner kind of drive time, whatever period. So I'm like, you know what? F it. I'll go from 6 to 9, or in this case, we went from 7 to 10. And you get 2 UK, drive time slots there if you want to use radio parlance. But that's why it's 27 hours, and you could actually get 3 primetime slots if we do 51 hours, and that's what the big surprise is next year. No,
Andy's gone for a sleep, man. I mean, he's done. He's finished out here. He's been out here a long time. But no, you've all done unbelievable as always, man. And big up to all of you. I spoke to a few people and I just said, look. It's a great cause. If you could redirect your audience, which is obviously something you can now do on YouTube, then please do. And I sent them the link. So I have got to say a huge thanks to Saeed, huge thanks to Lee Gunner, huge thanks to be honest, anybody that sent people over here.
Lee,
welcome.
Lee also simulcast. If you're on the Judges channel
Judges,
right now,
Judges and I said you could have our channels for the day. I hope that's done something to help. And anybody that I've known that were live sent it over. I text Lee and Lee, as in Lee Gunner, and he said straight away, absolutely, man. He's got people in his family he's lost of cancer. So he said 100%, and he sent everybody over, man. So he texted me back and he said, I think Mike is a bit shook. I don't think he understands what's happening. So I was like, trust me, he's all good.
My reaction did. I can understand that it might have appeared like I was panicking over, but it was about 5 seconds of like what's going on here, and then a realization that I was like, if you guys are here, to support this, then you're more than welcome. And there were like 2 people that were like, chill, we're here for good reason. And I'm like, I didn't freak out about it. It wasn't
it wouldn't be like Mike to get all angsty and
well, for a split second, I'm like, this would be the real wrong time to come over and like take over a podcast with like.
It was all love, man. It was all love.
And it occurred to me, I'm like, there's no way that Dan or frankly Lee would do that. And so I understood what it was from the start. And so
it was cool, man. It was quite funny earlier because obviously you guys been going some time now. I spent some of the day with my family. My sister was watching in the background and she's like, so who are these people? Because she's not seen everybody. And she says, there's somebody on here called Eoin. Who's Eoin? Does anybody know who that is?
For fuck's sake.
That would be Owen. I know Owen.
People nowadays just aren't cultured enough, Dan. That's what it is. Broaden our horizons.
I always like to share the story that I would tease Owen so much that his name was Ian. that I chose to name my son Ian, and because I would
You named him after Owen Wright, didn't you?
Yeah, Owen Wright. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I would bounce back between Owen and Ian so much that when my own son, who I chose the name for, I would occasionally call him Owen, because I'm so programmed to just go the opposite direction. My wife will look at me like, Owen, what do you? I'm like, Ian, dude, I'm sorry. Yeah, so that's gonna haunt me till the day I die too. So
and your son, yeah, he's gonna fucking love that.
It did make me laugh. I said, yeah, that would be Owen, not Eoin. But you know, Eoin is what his name is on the weekends. Do you know what I mean?
So are we gonna take this last bit of time to break down your performance on my stag do, Mike? Is that the thing? That I've got all the photographs and stuff here.
On the stag do? If we do that, I gotta have Rick come on with us then.
Nah, just fucking no chance. Not a chance. Mike went to Benidorm with me, Dan.
Okay, cool.
And I think he left a part of himself there.
I didn't do as much of myself there as Rick did, but no. I got to see what Spanish police like to do to English or English appearing travelers, and it wasn't good. It wasn't good.
Well, I'm glad you guys had fun, man. That sounds like a story and a half.
It was a heck of a lot of fun. I mean, it cost me 5 years of my life, but it was fortunately the last 5 years rather than the next 5 years. But yeah, that was a good time. We got an hour, 20 minutes left.
Having a good time.
There's Andy.
The one person that we haven't heard talk about Arsenal today is you, Dan. Arteta in?
Has that changed?
Man, what do you want to know? What do you want to know? Let's talk Arsenal, man. That's what we're here for.
Before we get into the sappiness that usually comprises the last 30 or 40 minutes of the podcast, we're 3 days away. What are we? 2 days away from the start of the season. Are you? I mean, are you feeling good about it? You feeling?
I mean, yeah. I feel good because I feel like we've got a great chance of going for the title again, but I don't think we've done enough, if I'm honest, so far in the transfer window. I don't think there's any Arsenal fan at the moment that can say this is an 8 or 9 out of 10 window. Having bought just Calafiori in, obviously David Raya has been bought in, but that was no big surprise. Looks like Merino is going to get done in the next, 48 hours, I suppose. But we've been saying that what seems like forever. But other than that, it doesn't look like we're that close to anybody else, man. And I still feel we need an attacker. And whether or not you believe that it's a Saka cover or a striker, we need somebody to come in, because there's a lot of discussion I've seen and a lot of debate over, do we need a right winger or do we need a striker or do we need both? I mean, I would argue that we need both personally, because I don't really see enough on the bench still that I can look at and see where we can get some of the impact to change the game from. I mean, Gabriel Jesus is a great shout. Obviously, Trossard or Martinelli. And then we start to dry up a little bit at the moment. So we definitely need something else other than 2 players from the bench, in my opinion, that can come on and have impact. I think we're definitely stacked defensively. I think if Tomiyasu can actually prove he's not made of biscuits or glass, then we've actually got a half a decent defender there. But the guy just seems injured the whole time. Other than him, we've got obviously Calafiori now and Timber to add to Gabriel and Saliba. In midfield, I'm hoping Merino is going to be enough. Obviously, from 1 year, he's going to come and be a big part of that now, in my opinion. But when I look at the actual kind of attacking options, I still feel we're a little bit short. And let's have it right, guys. If Nelson and Smith-Rowe and Eddie are all going, we've kind of got to replace them. We can't be using 3 players like that and just selling all 3 and going, actually, we're good. Havertz and Jesus.
Who do you see as those 4? I'm just playing devil's advocate here with you, Dan, because I actually agree with you completely there. But like, the market isn't really riddled with Pedro Neto went to Chelsea, and I know people were sort of a bit hesitant because of his injury record. There's talk of maybe Gyökeres, but the price is high. But the market's just a bit shit, if I'm being honest, isn't it?
It's horrendous, mate. And it's weird to take this back to England because everyone's always sick of that at the moment after the Euros. But I had a conversation with someone on my channel the other day, and it was like, where are the English strikers? Because everyone will shout Harry Kane and then Ivan Toney and Ollie Watkins, and then it will dry up very quickly. And it wasn't long ago that when we were growing up, Andy Cole and Ian Wright couldn't get into that England side because it was so stacked. Where the hell has all the talent gone? Like literally, you're telling me that Tammy Abraham, Solanke, and Calvert-Lewin are the ones behind that. We're in trouble, man, in terms of the talent, because it's gone. It's disappeared. And I look at the players of quality now. Where is Ollie Watkins, Ivan Toney, Tammy Abraham, Calvert-Lewin? Where are they in relation to the ones that we were growing up on? Are they better than a Les Ferdinand? Not for me. Are they better than a Crouchy or Defoe? Not for me. Are they? And these guys weren't even getting into the first team ahead of Owen, Rooney, Sheringham, Shearers. So like the talent pool was just completely gone off. So I think it's a really good question, Owen. But my point would be, there are still players out there that are better than Eddie and Nketiah. There are still an upgrade out there on Havertz and Jesus, in my opinion, in front of goal. And I think that we can look at a wide man coming in to be better than Nelson for Saka cover. So that was where I'd go with it from now. I mean, a lot of people have suggested that potentially if Odegaard and Saka were to get injured, we'd be in trouble, which is why I think personally Eze would be a great shout. I know it's a lot of money for a release clause of 60 million, but for me, if we're going to be paying 65 for Havertz, we kind of need to be saying it's a no-brainer not to go for Eze, in my opinion. And then up top, I think it's one of the victors, isn't it? Victor Gyökeres or Victor Osimhen, and it looks like Osimhen could be Chelsea bound. So maybe we're going to have to pull the plug and go, let's just put some money down on this Victor Gyökeres guy, who, by the way, got 58 GA in 50 games last season. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, bro. I'm not really a fan of going for a Boniface or somebody like that, because I don't really see they're a huge upgrade on Havertz or Jesus. I think for me, the players that have come in have got to give us that top quality, not, oh, in a few years he might be all right. So that's where I'm at, bro. I think two more after Marino in the kind of ilk of an Eze and Gyökeres. And I actually believe we'd have the squad ready to go and say two players in every position here. Arsenal got a great chance of going on all four fronts, because that's what we got to go for now, in my opinion, is looking at domestic cup seriously. None of these, like, oh, we're just going for one competition and throw our eggs in one basket. I think we've got to be serious about all four now.
I wish you could talk extemporaneously and make a point sometimes. I mean, like, you have to learn how to do that. I'm always amazed. Like there's not one or and I mean, do you stand in front of a mirror and practice what you just did, or does it just come naturally to you?
I know. I sit there every day looking at myself in the mirror, Mike. I know you do it as well, man.
No, I actually look at pictures of you, but yeah,
Love
I
that,
mean,
bro.
look, that's. There's a reason that you are doing what you do, but because I mean, obviously you do your research, but I mean, I just said and I'm
you have been here for 25 hours.
I don't know what you just said, but it was impressive.
So Sophie, just David Ziegler is in the live chat right now, and it says it feels like overall population of strikers, center forwards has dipped everywhere, not just in England. Do you think it's just kind of the evolution of football that, like, Pep Guardiola started playing like Cesc Fabregas as a false nine? Bernardo Silva was a false nine at one point, and we're getting away a little bit from the traditional big man. Like, my mind goes to Brazil, Ronaldo, Zlatan, and those are like some of the most iconic. And in this generation, essentially, we got Haaland. But there's not a whole lot of Haaland out there. You know, Dan mentioned Gyökeres, and yeah, his numbers are incredibly impressive. I'm always that guy that's extremely hesitant with what do you do in Portugal versus what you could do in England. But that big number 9, the traditional number 1, like Haaland is literally only exists in Manchester City, to the point where they had to change their system and just say, hey, just give him the ball type of striker. Do you see that that's a little bit more limited? Because I do look at some of the strikers around the world, like, Lewandowski, he's fits that mold. He's on his way out. But we did have that, I'm going to say, golden era around the 90s, early 2000s, where, Italy had a few, actually, inside Del Piero, Vieira. Brazil had, Ronaldo. Spain had Morientes, Raul. Those are all like massive big name strikers that you could pick out, right? In this, place in this current era, like, I don't feel like there's dominant names like that. I feel like there's substantially more big dominant wingers, and as far as names and marketability and the ones who are scoring the goals versus a traditional number 9. So I take what Dan's saying. I actually think it's a little bit more difficult to upgrade the striker position for Arsenal versus like a winger. Dan, I want 2 midfielders more than anything, more than a striker, to be completely honest. But how are you looking at the striker market in general, Sophie?
Jesus Christ, Mike, that was the longest question in the world.
All right, I got to get better. You've
No,
told
but
me
he was
before. I gotta-
making
It was all great points, but it was like question, statement, back it with fact, question. I love it.
That's the format. That's our format.
I
And
mean,
for
there
a
was
second language, it's even more impressive.
you know when
Oh my God, he's gone deaf.
Oh my.
Sorry.
Mike, I think you did great, and I loved your point. And you know what? There was a time where everyone was talking about the resurrection of the nine when Harry Kane was flying and on fire. But for me, you mentioned the player, and when I did the show with Tom, where he asked us all to make our dream signings or who would we sign, I actually suggested that as a second option, a player who can come on for 20 minutes in a game and a player who can help us in the Champions League. And I do not agree that he's over. I wanted us, with their financial situation and problems, to go get Robert Lewandowski. When you think about where we're at, we're not going to go and spend 100 million on a striker. It's just not going to happen. And I believe the club feel that when you break a record last season for most goals scored, that's not why we lost the league. We lost the league because we played shit against West Ham and we were crap against Fulham, and we lost to Aston Villa twice because we broke a duck and managed to actually beat City, beat Liverpool, and then get a point on the road against City and a point on the road against Liverpool. And I was talking to James Benge about it earlier, and he was saying, like, we had a brain fart moment in those games and it cost us the league. And it's not a case of bringing a prolific striker. Of course, there are very few that can get you 20 plus goals. But look how many goals Saka scored. Look what Trossard did last season, right? Martinelli's coming back. We need more goals from midfield. That's a weakness. But it's our efficiency in front of goal that was the issue, not the goals. If Trossard takes that chance against Aston Villa, is that a totally different game? So for me, I would rather we were looking at spending on someone like who can come in and back up Saka, who can also get goals. But I think our midfield need to score more goals, a la Gerrard, a la Lampard, a la Paul Scholes, those kinds of players. And I think we can score more goals from set pieces. Saliba, I think James from Arsblog was talking about how Gabriel's so good in the air and he can get those goals on set pieces. And Saliba, with his height and his physicality, could do better. And I totally agree with that. So you've got to look at the inches. Where are we going to make up the inches? How are we going to catch Manchester City and beat them, right? And I actually think Kai Havertz is going to be better this season. I think last year was a massive learning curve for him to come back from all the adversity and the shit that was thrown at him and to be one of our best players from January through May. I think that he's going to have a massive season. Gabriel Jesus may not get the goals, but having him in the team and what he brings to the side is huge. And a fit Jesus, as we've seen, is very important to this side. So I think you've got to look at the inches. In the left back position, we made up those inches with the signing of Calafiori. Timber's coming back. Zinchenko's hungry. And, I spoke to somebody close to the club and they said he's playing the way he is because he feels the heat on his back. He feels the competition and he's playing lights out in pre-season. That's what we need. The same as we've had with Trossard and Martinelli on that side of the flanks and stuff. It's the midfield. If we do not upgrade in the midfield, that will be our Achilles heel this season. You've got Saka, you've got Jesus, you've got Havertz, you've got Trossard, you've got Martinelli. We have firepower. Invest the money in the middle of the park. Invest that. That's what I think. And also, I know we have versatility, but right back, if Tommy Yasu's going to be injured and Ben White, not a lot of people are talking about that. Who's going to play right back? And I think there's a reason why Skelly and Waneri have been playing a lot in pre-season. It's a moment to kind of say we're going to give these kids an opportunity. They're good enough. I think they're good enough. And when you see two kids like running the Euros like we did for Germany and Spain, Why not give them a chance? So that's how I feel about the striker position.
I want to jump in real fast. Owen has to head to work, so I want to take the moment to exit him out and say thank you for everything with this. Dude, it's always a pleasure being with you. Mike's asleep. Poor guy. But Owen,
something on my phone. Sorry.
Dude, we love you, man, and be safe. And yeah, we'll see you and talk to you on Monday when we do our first pod for the season.
Yeah, definitely. Here, have a good one.
Big
Fair
up,
play,
man.
Mike.
I cannot
See
wait
you
for a
later.
month from now to be at your wedding to see you.
I can.
Finally consummate your relationship with your lovely fiance. With whom you have 2 kids.
It's well consummated. It's fine. I've consummated it many times in advance.
Consummated AF.
All right. See you guys.
Take care, bro.
Yeah, Mike, by the way, in 2 hours, we're having a preview podcast we expected you to be on.
Yeah. We're going to welcome in Jared. Welcome back. Albert. God, I owe you a text message from like weeks ago. I want to jump in because I echo what Soph is saying. Like, I don't care so much in what position we're buying. It's the depth and the areas of which we're buying, right? Like, if we bring in a striker, fantastic. But gone are the days where it's just a purebred striker. Remember when Holland went to City and the chat was, they're going to have to change how they play. He's not going to fit into the system. That wasn't the case at all, right? He changed a little bit. But for me, I look at it where I'm like, gone are the days where I think the strikers, kids now are growing up playing in those attacking midfield roles, seeing him on the wings. And so as long as we add depth, I'm totally happy with that. And I think Arteta and the team have earned the right to give us a couple like smaller signings because we know they're going to grow into it. Albert, how are you, my man?
I'm good, man. I'm back for the second stint, man. Yeah, no, it's great. Now, I have to big up Mike, man, for getting me on the same time as Peter Drury. I was smiling like a Cheshire cat, man. That was something else, man. No, it was an absolute pleasure.
Honestly, my favorite parts of, and I've said about 8 different things are my favorite parts of this, but it brings me so much joy to see you like a kid in a candy store with Peter Drury, based on what you've told me before, and equally to the hour with Harry, Jim, and Jim. I mean, last year I brought Harry on with Peter Drury, and I did that intentionally and hoped that it would mean a lot to Harry. And this year it was on with Jim Proudfoot and Jim Beglin, and I mean, it went fantastically. And he got a little bit of welcome advice and encouragement more than advice from Jim. And I love that because I'm so proud of Harry. It's weird for me to say that. I was like I'm his dad, but like I think he's done so well that. If some weird bald Jewish guy from 4,000 miles away can somehow introduce him to people that he otherwise, one of them he's met, the other he didn't. Why would I not want to do that? And fantastic. It was great content.
I have a funny story about Harry. I was at that Arsenal football camp a few weeks ago, and this dad overheard me and one of the coaches, the Arsenal coaches, talking about our pod. And he's like, "Oh, what's the name of your pod?" And I tell him, and he just turns to me and goes, "Do you know Harry?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know him." And he was like, "Really?" And I went, "Yeah." And he goes, "I was just listening to his show as I came in. He was going to the zoo with his kids. So we kind of like go our separate ways." And I pull out my phone. I text Harry. I was like, "Hey, how was the zoo?" And he was like, "It was good, man." I'm like exhausted or whatever. I'm like, "I just met this man randomly in Denver who is your biggest fan." And Harry's like, writing him a bunch of like voice messages and voice notes. I'm just like, how cool that like we're in the middle of Denver, and granted we're at an Arsenal football camp, but like one of his like biggest fans gets the moment to like have a little side conversation with Harry. It's like phenomenal.
The same thing happened at Tully. Like I can't remember when it was, if it was the last visit or one of them. It was some point during my like practically 3 months that I spent in London early this year, and I was at the Tollington. I forget what the circumstances were. I don't think it was a game day, but I run into somebody that's like, out of nowhere, he just starts talking about Arsenal Vision and Elliot and Clive. And I just, 5 seconds later, I got Elliot on FaceTime, and the guy's like, "Oh man, I love what you did." And unfortunately, the guy took like half an hour of Elliot's time. Like I wasn't looking for that, but like it's just, it's awesome that like that's the weird thing about our community is that like it's so interconnected that that's what brings me more joy is just like, you know, using these connections for, you know, to make someone's day or to do something like that. Cause ultimately it makes my day to do that. So
it was super appreciated. I've got to say, this is some serious sauce on this panel, man. I'm telling you, man. Because it's amazing. Soph there, Jared, Potsy, Mike. I've seen Mike once, I think. Met Mike once briefly. But no, man, it's good to be back on, man. The Steamed Company.
It's great to see everybody. So, Albert, Dan, you look like you've been on holiday. You got a good tan going.
I'd love to say I have,
Yeah,
bro.
are we
But
calling that a tan?
I got wind chapped, man, and today, and it's not a tan.
Where
bro,
were
trust
you?
me. The lighting looks good. Just in Essex, bro. Nowhere special, trust me. Just in Essex in England. So I can't claim to be. I wish I was in like the Maldives or somewhere lovely or Barbados, but
Essex Beach.
Essex Beach, fossil hunting with my nephew and niece. So it was nothing special, trust me.
We're hanging out in Essex with Fergus and Kevin Nolan.
I feel like every time I open Instagram, Judges is like on a beach in Dubai or somewhere fancy and nice.
He is always on holiday, man. He's always got a tan as Judges, you know. It's like sometimes he jumps on a stream and you think, wow, is that Judges or is it an extra from Benidorm? Like, what's happening? What's going on here, man? Like, real talk. But, I do love him.
He must have inserted him. I lost count how many pictures he inserted himself in yesterday. It became a running joke. It was so funny. Oh my God. There was this one.
You love the picture.
Huh?
Was it him? So was it him like just like dropping it, like, you know, photo bombing or what?
Well, no, he actually was like, all right, you know, let's get in here then. Hey, come on. I mean, it was hilarious. There was this one guy who was trying to take a picture with David Hillier, and you could tell he really just wanted a picture with David Hillier. And Judges is standing there. We're in the inside the Emirates, and the pitch is kind of like behind, and he's wanting that moment. And he's like, right then, let's do it. And he's putting his arm around this guy, and then he walks away, and the guy's like,
one more.
Yeah. It was. He's funny. He's.
What I'm getting from this is Cedric. The lead Judges is the Cedric Suarez of podcasters, where somehow he manages to get into the picture one way or another. Right? We saw more pictures of Cedric Suarez than last season or the year before, prior to them actually playing for us. So he always manages to squeeze himself in there.
You know, the great thing is people do come up to him a lot, and obviously when, you know, the AFTV, they've almost got 2 million subscribers. I mean, it's kind of insane, right? And but he's great with people. I mean, he really is great with people, and he's hilarious. And I just thought I'd share that with you guys because he's just funny.
Sophie, off the back of that, you're right, because when you came over a couple of years ago, I think when we beat United the day before, and Mike,
the 3-2 game.
Yeah, and Mike wouldn't get to tell us a location of where we went to meet up, but we understand why he did it. But I suppose we saw Judges, like people coming up to him. I said, Lee, this is ridiculous. This is Chinatown. people still bombing him. I thought this is crazy. I always say to Lee, I honestly don't mind taking pictures for you, mate, because I just get used to it now. I've been around him so many times. It's going to happen. Chinatown, Emirates, probably the new den, wherever I might see Judges. I'll always have to take a picture with him.
It's funny.
I used to like when troops would come over, like in Baltimore, he would come over and everyone was mobbing him, asking for pictures with him. And I would just stand there and I would walk up. I'd be like, yo, man, can I get a picture? And I would just hand him my phone and ask him to take a picture of me. Just like in front of like 5 people. They're like, you can't do that to this man. You know who he is? I'm like, yeah, I know who the fuck he is.
I know him very well, actually.
Seeing as we're handing out love and showing love, I think what Dan's doing with his channel and the work he's put in, and the amount of people that have engaged, and I'm really proud of everything that you're doing, Dan, and like the way you're growing the channel, and it's really, really beautiful to see. Like, and Albert is, you know, I used to say he was a new voice, but maybe not so new now. And I just think there's something for everyone in our community, and people kind of don't realize sometimes how hard it is to do this. and it's important. Like I say that Mike's channel in the States with those guys is kind of like one of the most undiscovered, most funny podcasts out there.
That might.
Hertzy. And so, the way everyone's come together, and I think what's really cool is how everyone supports each other.
That's what they want to see the last 45 minutes.
I'm going to take a nap.
They should have done that. He should have done that when he was asking his 5-minute question.
That's a good way. When they turn the microphone rolling off, their eyes. Music.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say, I just wanted to say that because, like, what you're doing with Gooners v Cancer, Mike, is you're bringing the community together, and I think our community is really strong. And there's some really good voices in the community that represent the club in their love for the club in many different ways. And I just think I just wanted to say well done to everybody.
Big up, Soph. Likewise to yourself, man. Likewise to yourself. I've got to say that I was driving back earlier. Judges was on playing a game, and Mark was showing him armpits of footballers and wondering why he didn't get it first time. This is incredible. This is an elbow of an Arsenal player. Go on. What?
Well,
you don't know it?
I mean, that's the first slide of 6. I mean, that.
Yeah, it was good. Then you get to see, instead of their armpit, you get to see their arm next.
Or you get to see their completely disconnected ankle. That probably didn't need to be one
fair,
of them.
I must say I did get Ali Adier though. I'm surprised no one else did, to be fair, but there we go. I think Demian did get it, I'm sure, but one of them did. But yeah. No, it was a good game, man. Good game. It was just kind of hard to watch that while I'm driving on the A12. Like, what's that? What's that? Oh, there's a car there.
Yeah, I didn't really mean for you to be watching it while driving on the A12. That wasn't.
No, it's probably a dangerous thing to do, man. So.
But so, Albert, what's up with your channel? As long as we're talking about channels and working hard on it, where have you? Let's say this time last year to this time this year. What's the experience been for you? What amount of time are you putting into it? This is obviously we have a contrast between Dan, who's you've gone full time, right?
Made the leap now, made the leap now, a couple of months ago now, so.
Yeah, and Albert, obviously this is a passion project that may be plus for you, and what is your envision? What do you envision? Because whatever it is that you're envisioning, I have no doubt you'll make it. So I just want to find out where we can expect your channel to be 2 years from now, because whatever you say it's going to be, it will be.
Mike, you're too kind. It's a great, it's a great question actually. I've not been asked that type of question because, Mike, I will get you on life stories. That'd be a blast. But I'm used to asking those kind of questions to other people. So never really thought about it getting asked a question much. You kind of put me on the spot, really. But look, I started this journey over 4 years ago. People did actually say to me, "Oh, you start a YouTube channel," and it wasn't that I was hesitant or I didn't want to do it. I just thought, I'll think about it. I'm not really sure, but obviously COVID happened and a lot of personal things for myself and many people throughout the last 4 years in particular. And I thought, you know what, let me just try it. And it's I have to have a big shout out to Potsy actually, because one thing I've always said doing this kind of thing, Mike, it's yes, you got to be consistent and do the content and believe in what you're saying, and but you got to network well, and you got to be lucky. And I think I still got the message in my DMs, Dan, when he messaged me. God, this has got to be over 2.5 years ago, probably. Senior channel, like the way you talk about Arsenal. Went on saying about Arsenal at the time, and like the opportunity I've got to meet other people and go on podcasts, and Sophie and Tom and yourself, Mike and Harry and judges, and yeah, it's been great. It's gone better than I thought it would be, to be honest with you. So it's just for me, I think coming into this season, sort of fast forwarding, I kind of mentioned it on Tom's channel about, I think, a week ago. Just not a major changes to the channel, but just kind of in terms of having set times. I might do a few more pre-records, because sometimes, you know what, Mike, you just got to sit down and take a chill pill and just kind of analyze, and just the most basic things sometimes. Get an A4 piece of paper, bullet point, and write down. It is that simple for me sometimes, in terms of how I started doing pre-records, doing lives, having a certain amount of time, because I think going into this season, I will obviously do live streams. That's my kind of bread and butter, which I like to do. And but I think obviously in terms of, because I have a proper job, my 9 to 5 job, you know, indulging myself in the beautiful people of Southeast London. I have to kind of work it around that, like most people do. But listen, I've had some amazing opportunities. Obviously doing Sky Sports, which was insane when I think about it now. My phone has never gone off the way it did, you know, after I did that. That was crazy. But I think for me, Mike, the kind of the humbling thing really was when I did that. Literally, when I finished, I went straight to work. So it's kind of a leveler to kind of not get too carried away. But I'm not that kind of person anyway. And like I said, I've had great opportunities to go on BBC Radio London and 5 Live. The 5 Live one was a bit of a bummer really, because when I did that was the Europa League game at home to Sporting Lisbon. And it's funny because I knew I was going on, but I was watching the game on my laptop, so I was a little bit of a lag behind. So I'm thinking before Martinelli's gone up to take the penalty, you know, they got BBC ringing. I'm thinking, oh, I think this has gone the way I don't think it's meant to go. So I thought, oh, but it's an interesting debut. But no, yeah, amazing opportunities, man. And listen, like I said, for me, networking, keep the consistency. I've had conversations with certain people, but Mike with YouTube, and it's about the availability and time. So hopefully I can get a few more in terms of the journalistic kind of people to come on. But again, that's just a time thing because these guys are busy guys, man. So
is this a kind of a passion project / hobby for you, or is this something that, I mean, are you, I mean, I'm probably putting you on the spot, but it's only because
of course you can, Mike.
I love what you know, I love your you know, your initiative by it and what you're doing. But I mean, are you looking to go the Dan route, or are you just enjoying what you're doing and not thinking that far ahead about it?
I think at the moment it's more the latter, but with a little bit of the likes of Potsy and Sofs and Ari and all my inspirations, and kind of wanting to kind of do it. So it's the people you surround yourself with, Mike. It's I've learned a lot in the 4 and a bit years, man. Who you call as friends, and that's not a term I use very, very loosely. I've said that publicly quite a few times, because it can be quite ruthless, the whole social media side of it. Combine that with the YouTube, like I said, you learn a lot. And I think I probably, if I'm going to be honest, Mike, in terms of when I started to how I look at it now, I am a lot more cautious of who I sort of interact with, and that's not even necessarily who I pod with. But I have to be like that because of certain things that have happened. I have to do that. I have to be like that.
I know what you're talking about, and you know, you gotta. It's a vicious world out there, and for the vast majority of the people I've met, we're all supportive of each other, and you know, but there are some things unfortunately that can happen, and you know.
Do you know what this reminds me a lot of, Mike? Was when Tom started his journey and he had a little group, Albert, like there was a text group, and I remember when he first went in and said, guys, I think I want to do this full time and not be a teacher, and every text was supportive and loving of just run, you got to go do it. Like, if this is your dream, your passion, so surround yourself with those people, and you know, don't be flexible with that, man, because you want the people in your corner like Tom, who's, I remember once he said to Mike, how do you get the guests you get? And Mike's answer was simple. I just ask. And Tom's like, really? And Mike's like, I just ask. That's all it is. It's just ask the question. And if they don't want to do it, they'll say no, you know? And well,
someone, it was earlier, I think it was Jim Proudfoot said something, you know, like, you know, it was Peter Drury said, you know, the first time you reached out to me, it was an introduction from Derek Ray, and I dropped Lee's name because I had Lee on before, and I'd had Lee on before because I had Amy Lawrence on before, and I had Amy Lawrence on before just out of complete luck and you know, coincidence. And you know, he said I checked with Lee, and Lee said you were going to take good care of me, and you know, now I've had Peter on 4 or 5 times. It's just, you treat people right and they'll treat you right, and you know, it's grown into this thing, and honestly, where it all started was your trip for the Leicester game where you just found yourself at 12 pins with Andy Nunn and Claude and Lee and Russ and that whole group, and you're like, when you come over next, you gotta meet these guys, and it just grew from there. I hate to give Andy Nunn credit, but he actually was kind of the hub of the wheel there for meeting so many of these people that were in that kind of podcasting world. And as much as he slags off podcasting, he usually slags off the things he actually has respect for deep down inside.
He's got a big heart, that guy.
Huge heart.
Does. He really does.
Huge heart, huge head.
Bigger beard.
Side clown, Pumplex. That was a crazy group of people. I mean, the people that were in that group, Lee, Troops, Tom, like that was like the Podcast Central group, and it just really grew into a lot of relationships. Some of them lasted, some of them didn't, but it's pretty cool.
Mike, great question though, Mike. I was thinking, cool. I haven't been asked that kind of question ever in my life since doing YouTube, to be honest. So
maybe. I mean, I can tell you what my strategy is. I just want to have fun, because the time I put into, and Sophie and I have had a lot of talks about this. Like, I mean, Sophie is so creative and has a vision for what she wants to do, and and I would love to I'd love to be a fly on the wall, occasionally being able to just be a part of that in any small way that I can, because I trust and am in awe of her. But I can't put the time and effort into this that you do, because it's taking away from something else that actually, feeds my family and allows me to live a life and provide for my family. I could never do that. But I have the incredible amount of respect for people who jump off that cliff like you did, Dan, like Tom did. And they literally say goodbye to something that's guaranteed and stable, and put trust in themselves to be able to build something. And Tom did that before getting a job in traditional journalism. He invested in himself, and ultimately I think he's going to end up where Charles Watts is right now, where he actually leaves traditional journalism to take a much more long-term thing in his own world, and because of the community that he's built. I mean, an unbelievable. I mean, I've had an entrepreneurial career, just in a very, very different way. And I love seeing other people really bet on themselves. And I have no doubt that's going to pay off for you guys. Not going to pay off for Mike Hurst, but it's going to pay off.
No, not at all. I'm the only podcaster that practically refuses to cover any transfer news. So when all the clicks and interactions are happening, I'm like, I'm going to take a month off of podcasting, because covering transfers is like my least favorite thing. So I got to tell you, I wouldn't be surprised, but I damn sure Sophie and Mike, you two lovely human beings, definitely support me, are always saying kind things about the channel. You guys are always introducing me as Mike, the guy that has a podcast called Not Another Arsenal Podcast. And
then Andy says, what's not another Arsenal?
What, you have a podcast? Thank you. On cue, Andy. And, by the third time I was introduced to Clive Palmer in the U.S. as Mike. By the way, he has a podcast, and I was like, no, Clive, it's not the podcast. I just have really good friends. Trust me on this one. But Sophie and Mike, you guys do your damn best, and I truly appreciate that. But yeah, the consistency base of it, Sophie, like you, like Tom, like I listen to Tom Canton every single day I'm driving to work, and like I could probably count on one hand the times that he said, hey, I'm really sorry, no 8 a.m. show. And it's just like the commitment that you have to stay that consistent every single flipping day. Like you said, Sophie, I think it's really slept on. I don't think a lot of people.
It's hard when you do it on your own as well. And, it takes.
And that's a talent. That's a talent that Dan, Sophie, and Tom have that I don't have that. I've said that a million times. I need between 1 and 8 co-hosts.
But also, Mike, what you said about you don't want to do transfer shows. The key to everything is really doing what you like to talk about, and that's from my point of view. And I could do a post-game show and it will have X amount of views, but I really want to talk about film and music on my channel too, because a lot of our listeners love film and music. And I just interviewed the director of like one of the biggest films on Netflix right now. And 300 people have watched it, but I don't care because I loved doing that, right?
Yeah.
Whereas I could do a transfer show and thousands of people will watch it. But it is an Arsenal channel, and that's why they're tuning in, right? They don't really, a lot of them don't care to see the film and whatever stuff. But for my core OG listeners, I know they love it, and I'll continue to do it, right? So you've got to do what you love, and you've got to talk about, of course, there are channels where they talk about things that are going to, be monetized, and that is part of the business, and there's nothing wrong with that. I just don't see anything wrong with that. As long as you're respectful, and as long as you talk about things in a there's no racism, misogyny, and any of that stuff. Anyone can run their channel how they wish.
And there's no obligation to watch it. You're not being forced to watch something you don't like any more than you are on television, where you have 100 different channels to choose from. What scene in Something About Mary does this comment from Mark remind you of? You're a movie person, so
the 7-minute abs or whatever.
7-minute abs.
Yeah. No, 6 minutes.
What if someone comes up with 6-minute abs? You can't do 6-minute abs. That doesn't make any sense.
This is class from Mark.
Before we continue on with the conversation, Dan, did you say if I read you, was it you in the comment that I don't want to keep you longer than you have to your prior commitments? You need to. No, wrong one, Mikey.
I didn't touch that. That wasn't me.
My hands are up here.
No, it's cool, man. Yeah, I've got to shoot. I've got to shoot for 9:30. But big up to all of you, man.
Andy, come on, man. Andy, stop it. Stop it.
I'm not doing it. Am I? No.
Yes, you are.
I'm not.
Right, so,
this is all you, sir.
I think Soap and Dan probably have to head. Let's do one, because I actually was wrong. The last prize drawing was not the second to last prize drawing. It was the third to last. The second to last one is a brand new 23-24 shirt. Can I draw this and then we'll say goodbye to the team?
Yeah, of course, man. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The new shirt looks good on you, Dan. What is that shirt? What is that Mercedes-Benz shirt you're wearing there?
Oh, this is the F1 Formula One shirt.
Yeah.
Dan, it's not your third job now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this ain't football. This is a Mercedes shirt. F1, my second sport, man. Yeah. Love F1.
It seems like 5 years ago, but we had a whole F1 discussion with Peter in like what, hour 3? I mean,
hour 2 or hour 3. That
seems like days and days and days ago. But literally,
let's see if your drum roll works this time.
It apparently doesn't work, but I'm telling you, there's a drum roll in my hand, and that's all.
Let's get your drum roll ready. And
you want mine? Okay, hold on one second. Hold on, kids. Hold on, everybody.
This is for a brand new kit of your choice. It can be the home kit, it can be the away kit, it can be the third kit, or it can be a Mercedes-Benz shirt off of Dan's back.
I really like the new.
Are you ready?
The new black goalkeeping kit's awesome.
And you know what? If that's the one you want, you can get that.
Cool, so.
You need it? I think we need it again.
Oh, great timing, sir.
That was good timing.
No. That's because of my drum roll.
Hold on. I'm not in the chat. I have to double check because they did win a prize earlier, and
they did.
It and it was it was the Dennis Bergkamp banknotes. So in fact, they are eligible to win this. So this is a new 24-25 kit won by Sean and frankly, Sean and Tiffany are two different people, as we know, even though they're as one when it comes to life. So let's just say Tiffany won the note and Sean won the jersey, or vice versa. Congratulations, and we may actually be seeing Tiffany sooner than you think. But congratulations, and again, thank you for the very generous donation that led to this massive victory.
My question for Tiffany, since she's in the chat, is who gets the kit?
Well,
she's in the chat. It sounds like she gets it to me.
That's a good
first to react. Fair play, man.
I was going to say something, but no. But with you guys, I should, because it's a kind of joke you crack. But I was like, oh, maybe I won't.
You're halfway there, Sophie.
You have to say it now, so
now it's worse if you don't.
Because now it would just be
one more time, and
now it would just be lame. Now it would just be lame. So
we're used to Mike's jokes, so we're good with the lame.
So Dan, I'm waiting for a moment to occur here. Let's, but you can't leave yet. So
Why?
You just can't quite yet. Just give me another minute. But Dan, you got to go.
Yeah, I've got to shoot, man. I'm really sorry. I wanted to do till the end, but I need to get off. But legends, all of you, big up to every single one of you. Big up to all of you that are watching and everyone that's donated. And keep doing what you're doing, Mike. It's absolute legendary. So, and well done, Tiff. Well done, Tiff. See you guys later.
Bye, Dan.
Take care.
Love you, mate. So yeah, this is the second quickest we've gotten a winner onto the stream, other than when Jared won while he was physically in the stream, I think. But welcome, Tiffany.
Hi.
Great to see you. Are you as punch drunk as I am right now, or just regular?
No, neither. I've been working all day. I was literally like streaming you and Taylor Swift on separate TVs.
Together again.
Because that's how exciting my day has been.
Tiffany, no one in the world has had the same tooth that you're the only person in the world who's done that.
Travis Kelce streams us all the time.
Totally.
So Tiffany, answer the question we're all wondering: who gets the kit?
I think Sean gets this one. I don't know.
Then you get to take.
I'm going to be really honest. Actually, I think Thorin is going to get. I think I'm going to get it for my son. I think I'm going to get it for my son. He really wants a new kit, and he was really excited about it. And we didn't get to get him one yet, so that would be amazing.
Well, there you go. I'm excited about that, and I'm
Wait,
very,
how old
very
is your
happy.
son? 21. He'll be 22 next month.
This news shocked the squaddies, by the way, when Tiffany talked, well, as they've labeled her, Gal Gadot, talked about her son and being.
And he's the younger of the two, isn't he?
The younger, yeah. Maddox is 25.
That's her younger son.
Yeah, squaddies were shocked. It takes a lot to shock them, and yeah.
Does it?
Mm-hmm.
I try as hard as I can, and then that goes when
whenever you take your pants off, that kind of happens. So
I did give him training worn shorts one time at a.
That's true, and I'm looking at a way to potentially have those as part of another raffle. With all my old kits and training worn shorts. And what's the first thing I did when you threw them at me in the Arsenal supporters clubhouse?
You put them on his head.
I mean, when you have a chance to douse yourself in Sead Kolasinek's body sweat, I mean, you have to take it, right?
I don't know. I mean, I won Chambers shorts and I did not put them on.
The crazy thing is, I because we're packing up our house, and seriously, Sophie, if you have to leave, I don't want to keep you tomorrow.
Yeah, I just asked him to make you stay so I could say hi myself.
Oh, hi! I love that.
Sorry for trapping you.
It's great to see you, and if anyone deserves a mega prize like that, it's definitely you.
Honestly, it's definitely my husband for putting up with me.
Both of you, such great people who are doing great things, and really, I was talking to Kate Laurence yesterday, and she was raving about you, and it was just really nice that people recognize. I know it can be chaotic and insane, but the fact that they recognize the hard work that you guys and you, Tiffany, put in is really beautiful. And do you know who I ran into? Do you remember Sue? Did you deal with Sue?
Yes, of course.
So was talking to Sue, and it was really lovely to see her. And she was raving about Arsenal America and that she misses you guys, but not the chaos, is what she told me.
So really, really quick story on that. Sue was actually the head of that department when I first worked with Kate on the 2019 tour. And they introduced me to Vinay and Raul and all of this stuff. And I worked with them a lot in LA. And then now I've been working with Kate ever since then, as she has, full credit, climbed up the ranks, best person to possibly do it, and now is the director of communications. But when I saw her on this trip, she brought me hair products because I had a video conference with, this is the girliest story. I had a video conference with her a couple months ago just about the tour and about communications and what's coming up with Arsenal and whatever. And every time she's fabulous hair. And every time I see her, I say something about it. And she said, you know what, I'm going to bring you some hair products. And I was like, oh yeah, okay. No, she did. Not only did she, but while we were in Philly, she messaged me on WhatsApp and said, hey, I still have the hair products. Can you come up to the suite before we get on the buses after? And I was like, you mean like the suite?
I might be able to fit that in.
Yeah, I might be able to do that.
So she says, come to suite 49.
49.
So I go up there and the woman says, I literally got through like 6 points of security that never should have happened. And I guess I just have an honest face. And I get up there and I'm like, I have nothing but a WhatsApp message from Kate that says, come to suite 49. So I get up there and the woman says, well, you wouldn't know the suite number any other way. Like it's all of a cluster up there. And so they just let us in. And yeah. Oh, those hair products have done wonders for Sean's hair. There you go.
I love that.
Switch them. But honestly, they were amazing. And I've ordered the entire line since that. So he can also blame her for my Amazon bill while he's busy using my hair products. Yeah, so it was just really lovely. And on that tour, I also got to have a very long conversation with Richard Garlick. He was also in the suite when we were invited up there with his family. So we met everybody and just had a really lovely conversation and got to tell them how much it meant to me and to the supporters that they really followed the lead that we've been like pushing for years now, in that you meet the supporters where they are, right? If you have these exclusive little events, you don't get enough of our supporters in there. You don't get enough engagement. Look, we've got 25% of your buy from the whole entire business right now. Like, come and meet us, come and help us expand this and be a part of the family. And they did that this year and very nearly nailed it. I would say there's a couple of things we could improve on, but everything was fantastic. And he really brought that in and wanted that. And he said, here's what we're trying to do. And I said, what you don't understand is that you're doing it. I think that it's hard for someone like a managing director to see a big picture and want to instill it and then not see it when it's already happening, because the steps were already there. And so I was like, I understand that this is what you want. I'm telling you, it's what you got. Like, this is what's happening. We have very few things to improve on for this tour. So he was really lovely, was very open to feedback. You know, Kate was, of course, as well. And I've talked to her a couple of times since then, but yeah, she's my favorite person. Don't tell Mark Brundle.
No, I won't. But I'll keep it to myself.
It's obviously up there too. I can't say that.
Yeah. I'm seeing that. I have to go, you guys, and I'm so happy I stayed to see you as well, Tiffany. Love always seeing my brother Albert. Hertzy, you know how I feel about you. Jared, that might be the best bow tie, this bow tie Thursday, this Dickie bow Thursday. Very chic, very cool. And Andy, you need to podcast more often because you're really fucking funny.
Thank you.
I don't
That was hilarious that how you said that.
I don't have a bow tie, but I probably could have worn Mickey mini ears that have bows on them.
So
Mickey
I'm
bow
assuming
Thursday.
the joke that you were gonna say was the one you said.
Yes.
Timing was perfect.
Thank you.
Well played.
Thank you. It was worth. Yes. And Magic Mike, once again, tip my hat off to you. Well done for another insane podathon. What you do is amazing, and you do it with such ease. You make it look easy, and it's not. It's really bloody hard putting this together. And you've raised, once again, an insane amount of money. And once we go back live on Highbury Squad, we'll keep it going so people can keep donating. And we'll make our contributions as well. And however we can keep it rolling, we will. And just to let everyone know, we're also going to start doing stuff for the Kevin Campbell Foundation over at Highbury Squad. And I'm really excited for that. One of the beautiful things about our community is, yes, talking about football, but it's also doing things that brings the community together. And so I just wanted to say thank you. Squaddies, we'll be back live in a couple of days. I'll do some stuff. I'm going to the game on Saturday. Really, really looking forward to being at the opening game of the season. And I hope to see a whole bunch of you down there. And yeah, it'll be good for me to be at the game as well. There's going to be a tribute to Kev. So it's all good. So I just wanted to say thank you for inviting me once again, and love you guys, and I'll see you soon.
Love you, Sophie. Thank
Later,
you.
Sophie.
Be safe. Be well. We'll talk soon.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, man. 18 minutes to go. I think we might make it. Tiff, thanks for jumping on short notice. And literally, I asked Tiffany if she wanted to join us for the last 45 minutes prior to that prize draw. Like I had just asked her if she would join us. She had just agreed to join us, and then she won the kit. And I'm like, hurry up, you got to get in here now.
Ran downstairs to tell everybody, like, don't bug me for a few minutes. I'm gonna go back to my office, but I'm gonna do this thing with Mike. And came up here and sat down just in time to watch that. And I was like, oh my god, let me in.
It's a frequent thing that she goes and says, family don't bother me. I'm going to go upstairs and do this thing with Mike. If for some reason, they don't bother her, but
allow
I don't get it, Mike. Can you explain what you mean?
no, I think it's pretty obvious. I'm so tired right now.
I know you are.
We haven't picked that up. Now's the moment to ask you questions, I guess.
Tiffany, have you met Albert? Albert?
I don't think so.
No, we haven't met. This it's formal introduction, Mike.
Yes, well, Tiff, I want to make sure to make sure everybody knows each other. But Tiffany, the events coordinator extraordinaire of Arsenal America, the person who, I don't know how we're gonna replace you when you step down from that position next year. Although the person that's replacing you is the best equipped to do it, if there is anyone. But
I feel really good about my succession plan.
I do too. Are we allowed to? I mean, do we? The person's in the chat, so let me know if it's okay to announce that. But
top secret.
No, it's not top secret. But the person is very very capable hands that we're leaving.
I'm just gonna tell on him. So Detroit Gooner Ryan is gonna be taking over for events. So he just did the tour with us and was absolutely so incredibly helpful. He and Megan are both major superstars in my eyes. And for the energy level, I think between him and Mike, the energy of the events is just going to be that much more. And I'm very excited to leave it in his hands. It'll be 8 years of me doing this when I leave at the end of the season. So it's time.
Yeah.
I get to, what do they say? I can now claim my place at the bar again.
Do you get a pension? Is that? I mean, I'm recently added to the board, so I don't understand how the the retirement situation works from it. But
I think I get to fade into the background.
Yeah, you can pull a David Ziegler and just show up when it suits you. No, it's.
Yeah, no, it'll just be, I also started Gooner Gals 7 years ago, and that's something that the club just recognized. So Gooner Gals is a women's supporters group for Arsenal. It was something that we just started because we were all kind of having these side chats. Everybody's got their Facebook chats, and Mike used to hate all the inner circle stuff until he was in it. He was always in it. The WhatsApp and all of that stuff, right? So we were having these separate chats that were just women only, and I thought, if we're doing this, because quite honestly, if you're in a group chat with 50 men and there's 3 women there, it's kind of hard to get a word in, and then have them talk back to you, because often they're kind of just talking to each other. And I don't think that it's meant to be intentionally exclusive, but it does kind of turn that way sometimes. And so there were a lot of these happening around the globe, and we I just kind of figured that out and decided to start this group. And there are 700 women in it. And it's not just a place where we have our own match threads and stuff like that, but also we have our own meetups. If you're traveling and you're a woman alone, and I mean, let's be honest, you're going into 75-80% male territory, you can meet up with another girl that you met in the group, and you know somebody else there. So there's safety in numbers, and there's camaraderie, and there's not being the only girl in the group, and it's really nice. So that's Gooner Gals, and this year Arsenal recognized us as an official group. So we are, I kind of have a lot of work to do there, because we don't even have a website up and running yet or any of that stuff. Right now I've got Arsenal connections and the Facebook group and a Discord. So that will be, I need the time to really focus on that. It deserves the time. 7 years in. So Hi, Ryan.
Hi, guys.
What's up, Ryan?
This is how the last 20 minutes works of this podcast. It's almost like we talk about somebody and poof, there they are on the screen. It's amazing. So
joke's on you guys. I'm downstairs at Tiffany's house. I'm moving in.
Ryan told everybody in Philadelphia that Sean and I were his parents.
Well played.
And every time he would say, like, "Oh, I can give stuff away. Nobody can say no to a child."
Yeah, no,
that's exactly it. No one can.
I was also privileged to get to choose the child mascots this year that get to walk out on the pitch with the players. And, we tried to squeeze Ryan in there, but they didn't believe that he was between 7 and 10.
No,
that's all right. When they go to Japan next year, the Japanese Gooners have already reached out, seeing if I wanted to come.
Yeah, you're gonna. I almost said something. Yeah.
No, Mike. No.
Yeah, no. I made myself a little earlier now than I normally would.
You made it 26 and a half hours without getting canceled. Let's reel it in for 10 more minutes.
You're almost at the finish line, Mikey.
He had 12 minutes to go. He just couldn't do it. It's not that he fell asleep. It's that he completely undid all of the good faith that he had built up throughout the podcast.
So backtracking a little bit, Albert, that's who I am. It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you as well. Even more people in the community. Fantastic.
And the tour's not over, technically. I mean,
no.
25 miles from where I sit right now, in less than 48 hours, and frankly, in just about like 27 hours or something like that, we're going to be at the pub watching the season opener with members of the Arsenal traveling squad, and then the next day being at Audi Field watching. And we've talked at various points throughout this podcast about it, but I am really, really excited, more so than I anticipated being, about the Arsenal women coming to DC and coming on tour.
It's so far overdue.
It is.
When was the last time they were stateside, if ever?
They haven't.
I think Damien was implying that he thinks at some point in the past that they might have been here, but I don't.
I don't remember that.
Certainly isn't in recent.
It certainly hasn't been in the last 10 years, if they have.
Yeah.
This was a very big deal that they were doing their first tour.
Well overdue.
I'm going to ask the two of Tiff and Ryan the same question I've been asking everyone. Give us your top 3 for the season. Tiffany, we'll start with you. And Albert, I don't think we have yours, so. But Tiffany, we'll start with you. Who's going to be your top 3
players?
Podcast.
No, finishing the league.
Oh,
it's all right. It's been a long day.
The top 3 people of the people in here right now. Yeah.
We'll pretend Tiffany's been podcasting for 26 hours.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, I'm not in my podcast brain. Well, I'm going to say Arsenal, City, and. I don't want to look at like the dollars that have been spent because then that'll just piss me off. I'll say Liverpool. I'll say Liverpool.
Third place is giving everyone like a pause, like, oh shit, it could be like 4 different teams.
It could literally be a six-way race for 3rd and 4th this year.
It could. I've seen West Ham in some predictions. Like one of the BBC journalists put West Ham up there, which seems weird. Ryan, top 3.
We still got like the stuff with like certain teams spending as much as like 6 other teams combined situations. So, it's hard to say what that amounts to ultimately, because like I don't think have spent the most, but probably got the most out of the purchases, in my opinion.
Yeah. All right, Ryan, let's hear it.
My same prediction. I mean, are we talking before or after a point deduction?
Yeah, I mean that's
been
that's not common happening. Theme is like let's assume no point deduction.
It's not happening.
We can dream, but it won't.
Arsenal, City, Liverpool. I mean, just looking at the teams and everything, Liverpool still got a lot of talent. I mean, just pound for pound. I mean, it's going to be a close title race. You can't count out Liverpool, but United. I'm not going to even say the other teams in London. There's just it's between those 3.
I thought you meant like who my top 3 players for our team were going to turn out to be by the end of the season, and I was like, well, let me tell you.
Well, I mean, you can only have one.
What?
The crazy thing is, like a few years ago when we did this podcast, I think we had just finished. I don't remember if this was the 8th place finish, like the second 8th place finish or the 5th place finish, but no one, like one person, I think it was Ruth Beck, and like it was, you know, one of these Arsenal's going to finish first, Tottenham's going to finish 20th. So you almost just knew it was like a sentimental thing. No one picked Arsenal even in the top 4. And I think we ended up getting second that season. So maybe it was 2 seasons ago. We've asked probably 30 to 35 people on this podcast what they think the top 3 or the top 4 is going to be. And in some iteration, I think all but 2, me being one of them, just out of superstition, have picked Arsenal to finish first. And Mikey's the other one. So yeah, if your name is Mike, then you're negative. But
then you don't rate Arsenal.
It's literally, I mean, every single person is saying. I mean, we didn't ask Dan Potts to be clear, so maybe that would have been a different answer. But
eternal optimist.
Arsenal finishing first. I mean, how did we get here? It's amazing. I love it. But there's every reason to be.
Albert, who's your top 3?
Oh, you know what? Funny enough, Sophie actually asked me to give her a pre-record of.
Yeah, I got to work on that for her.
I've done mine. Actually, I might upset some people, but I went for the same top 4 I went for last season.
West Ham, West Brom, and
no, it wasn't. Because I was like, oh, head over heart. So if I'm going purely with my head, City, Arsenal, Liverpool, and I think Villa will get 4th.
Why did you go top 3 with that question, Andy? Or, I mean,
I just don't care about 4th place. No, here's a question.
You don't get a trophy for top 4. That's why.
Let's assume next year we find out the sanctions that come at Man City, and let's assume they're stripped of every title. Do Arsenal, Liverpool, all of do they celebrate? Do they parade? No. I mean, or is it just
parade? I don't think they award the title to the second place team, much less, have a. I mean, if we had a parade, or 2 parades for the last 2 seasons because they stripped them of the title, we would be well within our right to have every team absolutely just give us.
No, that's why I put us. That's why I lumped us with the.
That's something Spurs would do. I don't want to be the club that has a parade over.
So, Mike, if we win and there's a parade, do you get to ride in your own little car at the back with your crown on because you were Goonergrad King?
The Pope Mobile? Well, yeah. I won't be Goonergrad King by the time, unless you guys skip Goonergrad this year, which there's money in an envelope for you to do that. But I wouldn't be Goonergrad King by the time.
Tiffany, if there's one person who would blag his way into the parade somehow, it would be Mike.
Yeah, agreed. Totally.
Yeah.
Someone's got to do the Jack Wilshere, on the top of the bus job, and I think I'm the man for the job.
It's the Bill and Ted. He's walking backstage, holding up his name tag at people.
I would wear every media credential I've had in the last 8 years of covering Arsenal at the same time, being like, look, isn't it about quantity? Like I've got 9 different credentials on. You've got to let me up here.
Also, that's not Bill and Ted. That's the other one. You guys just let me get away with that.
Just with the giant sign that says, "Does pineapple belong on pizza?" I mean, and then you could just take it one step further, deep dish or the argument of pizza. Let's not go start that one.
Until we talked to a member of the working media like James Green an hour or so ago, or It just never hit me how many ridiculous stories Andy and I have about being complete just outsiders in that environment. I had so much fun basically exposing ourselves to James because he got a hell of a kick out of that.
Really good sport, James.
He's a really sexy man too.
Yeah, I think it's
Andy as well. I was thinking about that all freaking day, and
I was just like, dude is attractive.
God, what a weight off my shoulders.
Yeah.
Are you going to be thinking about it all freaking night as well, Mikey?
Oh, Mike, you're minutes away from not being canceled. Come on, you're almost there, Mike. Don't.
Yeah, man. let's do this. Let's do this. Let's draw the grand prize, so that we're not finishing on a weird like software type of moment here. So we're gonna the grand prize.
Coming your way, Ryan. I could feel
which
it.
And I've said this
Jared's
from
gonna win
the
it.
pod.
Son of a bitch.
If you've won one pod, if you won one prize, there's no one that is excluded from winning this prize. So I would love it to be a new name that we haven't seen yet in the last 27 hours. But whatever it is the winner, and the donations. And then after we draw for this prize, we will announce where we finished as far as the fundraising campaign. So let's see, the winner of a 2023-24. Now that again, I'm going to make it clear, it is last season's second place winning home kit signed by the entire squad, compliments with a certificate of authenticity handed to me personally by Kate Laurence, compliments of Arsenal Football Club. So thank you to Arsenal Football Club and Kate. And the winner is, I'm hearing a drum roll and no one else is right now.
Here we go. Oh.
Okay. This is funny. That's my mom. and I spelled her name wrong.
Oh, God, Mike.
Okay. I don't think that I can do this. I actually hesitated to even put her in the drawing because I didn't think it would be appropriate for a family member to win, but I actually thought it would be funny if I put her in the drawing and her name came up.
It has.
I'm going to ask for an opinion. Steph, I have to pick another winner, right?
You
I'm
might
pretty sure
have
that's against
have
like
to.
a lotto law, Mike. Yeah.
Yes, I've gotten the official ruling from the lovely and beautiful Stephanie, and she's like, "You absolutely have to pick another winner." So,
Steph has just been there sitting next to you for the last 27 hours. Huh?
Mike, how much did you donate?
How much did she?
Yeah,
a lot. As you can see, her pie piece is a little bit bigger than some of the other ones, but that, you know, and I love and appreciate that. But I cannot. I mean, first of all, I don't know what she would do with an Arsenal team signed kit, and secondly, I mean that. Look, Jared winning, Tiffany winning, that's one level of nepotism. But my mom,
I would match your donation and take it for Oliver, but I think you should put it back in.
I think that's so fun. No, I got to put it back in. We want everybody to have a chance. And Mom, this is hilarious. I don't know if she's watching right now, but this is hilarious. But for the winner,
Mama Feinberg.
If it's her again, by the way.
Again.
I just want to see her pop up in the chat saying, "Send me my shirt, Mike."
Ryan Noel. All right, if we have a new winner, Ryan Noel. Is Noel your middle name, Ryan? Is that your code name? Congratulations to Ryan Noel. I absolutely Ryan Lordos, by the way, is in here saying, "Michael, what have you done?" But absolutely fantastic. Oh, my mom just texted me. She's laughing her ass off right now.
That's awesome.
Congratulations to Ryan Noel for winning a 2023-24 team signed kit. And by the way, we've just hit 27 hours.
Well done.
Woo!
I'm exhausted, Mike. How are you feeling?
I don't know. I mean, I've probably had so much Red Bull that, I mean, last year, the first 2 years, I was like almost half an hour at the end of the podcast, I was sleeping. Last year, I think I was up for another 6 hours after the podcast ended, and I kind of see that happening again tonight. But I feel like celebrating, and I love you guys. Thank you all for being here at the end. Thank you all. I mean, I can't even go through the whole list of everybody that joined me, but I'm going to try. Akiel, Henry Winter, Tim Payton, Elliott Smith, Clive Palmer. God, my eyes are so bad. I actually have to use let's see, who else do we have here? Peter Majuzzi, Mike McDonald, Melvin Marks, Danny the GFP, James Johnstone, Pedro LaGrove, Matt Candela. We had Mike Hers, of course, James Johnstone again, Sebi, Danny the GFP again, Andy Rhodes, Owen Young, Jared Carver. We had Kelly and Chris. We had Scott Willis. We had Adam Ray Vogue. We had Dave Seeger. We had Suburban Chris Howard.
Yes.
We had Tom Canton, Fergus Keating, James Green, Peter Drury, Arsblog, Andrew Mangan, James Gunnerblog, Nick McNicholas, Ian Stone, Adrian Clark, James Benge, James Beglin, Jim Proudfoot, Harry Simiu, North Banksy, Del Llewellyn, Ruth Beck, Carl Bork, Charlie Shanks, Gab Marcotti, Lee Judges, Demian Arriaga, Ryan Rocastle, Alan Smith, and everyone that's here right now. Tiffany, Ryan, I love you all. Thank you for helping me do this, and we've done it, and we have raised a grand total in the last 24 hours plus early donations for this event of $6,150, which is fantastic. I love that, and overall for the summer so far, with three more events coming up in the next 2 weeks here in DC, we are over the $14,000 mark.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
And we've got some amazing stuff that's still planned for the remainder of this campaign, which has 9.5 months remaining in it. So in the immortal style of the wonderful, late, great, special Kevin Campbell, I don't know how to end a podcast or a sentence or a statement. He used to just go on and on and on, telling people how much he loved them. And that's,
You got to say the line. Tell your loved ones.
You know what?
You gotta say that one, Mike, at the very least.
Thank you for reminding me, because this is these are words to live by. But
Sophie, squaddies, this is the final Kev Says of the season. So, salute you, and at ease, squaddies.
Thank you so much for coming on, so we could produce a show for the squaddies. Squaddies, got to say, for those who have joined us, thank you for joining us. Always remember, I always say it, tell your loved ones you love them. Make sure you do not ignore them. You look after them. And even if it's just one quick text to make sure they're okay, send it, because it does make a difference.
Absolutely.
And all I could say after that, squaddies, is at ease, squaddies.